Okay, I'm going to call the meeting to order. Good afternoon and welcome to the May 2nd, 2025 special council meeting. We acknowledge that we are on traditional lands of the Treaty 4 territory, a treaty signed with 35 First Nations across southern Saskatchewan and parts of Alberta and Manitoba, and the original lands of the Cree, Saulteaux, Dakota, Nakota, Lakota, and on the homeland of the Métis Nation. The city of Regina owes its strength and vibrancy to these lands and the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory, as well as settlers from around the world who continue to be welcomed here and call Regina home. Some members of council and city administration may be attending the meeting through video conferencing. I'd like to remind those who are attending through video conferencing of the following. Please ensure that your video camera and microphone are turned off, and when speaking, remember to unmute your microphone and enable your video camera. Can I have someone move a motion to approve the agenda at the call of the chair with the following adjustments? Add the registered list of delegations and delegations D 25-108, Jennifer Miller, and D 25-109, Scott Carson, and withdraw delegation D 25-84, John Barabee, and receive and file his written communication as CP 25-119. Could I get a motion? Councillor Sickleys, thank you. And a seconder, please. Councillor Burton. I'll call the question. Any opposed? And carried. Okay, so now I'd like to call upon delegation DE 25-79, Dr. Susan Petrick. If you come on down to the table here. You can pick a chair right in the middle here. Yeah. Yeah, whichever chair you like. Yeah. So once you're seated, I'll get you to introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, what city or town you reside in. You will have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you will have the opportunity to respond to any questions that members of council may have. So go ahead whenever you're ready.
Thank you. My name is Dr. Susan Petrick. I'm representing, I'm speaking as a medical expert and on behalf of the pediatricians here in Regina. Good morning. I am a neurodevelopmental pediatrician. As a medical doctor of 30 years experience in child development and IQ scores. As a citizen of Regina for the last 20 years, I'm squarely in support of Regina city water fluoridation. Let's not forget that dental health is general health. The mouth is part of the body, but what happens in the mouth doesn't stay in the mouth. Gum disease is a chronic inflammatory condition that has been linked to heart disease, stroke, diabetes, even premature death, and premature birth. Dental pain leads to missed school, poor nutrition, and can impact a child's development. And this isn't just theoretical. I see it firsthand in my clinics every week. I would say that sadly, at least half of the children I see have some form of dental disease. In my clinic, I see the effects of poor dental health and what it has on children. Not just their smiles, but their behavior, their nutrition, their ability to focus in school. And when I see a child who is nonverbal, who doesn't talk, and has major behavioral changes, the first thing that I think of, do they have dental pain? And I send them to the dentist. Parents of children with severe autism often tell me, it is impossible to brush my child's teeth. It's times like these, I really, really wish that they had more dental protection. Even my husband, an adult cardiac surgeon here in Regina, has had to delay life-saving cardiac surgeries because of poor dental health. Why? Because infected teeth increase the risk of endocarditis, a potentially fatal infection of the heart lining. These are the real-world costs of ignoring oral health. But we have a safe, highly effective tool to improve dental health, and that's water fluoridation. Water fluoridation reduces cavities by a whopping 25% across all age groups. This means fewer fillings, fewer extractions, fewer root canals, and fewer emergency visits, especially for the families who can least afford them. Fluoridation doesn't require dental appointments. It doesn't require daily brushing. It just works in the background, protecting children, the elderly, and vulnerable populations alike. It levels the playing field in a healthcare system where access is not equal. Water fluoridation was named one of the top 10 public health achievements of the 20th century by the Centers of Disease Control. It is endorsed by our Canadian Pediatric Society and Canadian medical associations.
We have about 30 seconds left.
I'm a mother of 4. My own children spent their early years growing up in Edmonton, where the water is fluoridated. I'm very grateful that my kids had that protection, and I have zero concern for their IQ, because the scientific evidence simply does not support the claims that fluoride at recommended levels affects IQ. It's not about politics. It's not about ideology. It's about caring for our citizens, about improving everyone's health. It's about Regina taking smart, science-backed steps to prevent harm. As a physician who sees children with developmental disabilities, as a parent, as someone who sees the impact of untreated dental disease every week, I urge you, vote against this motion to pause fluoridation in Regina's city water. I urge you to make the health of our community,
Dr. Patrick?
not misinformation, your priority.
Thank you. Thank you for presentation. I appreciate that. So I'll open it up to questions from our council members here. I see a couple questions for you. Councillor Fro, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much for your presentation today. I just have a few questions for you. Given your experience working with some vulnerable families in our community, can you speak to why it might be hard for a family or a person in crisis to apply fluorinated toothpaste topically, perhaps?
For example, the children that I see who have severe behavioral difficulties, I examine everybody's mouth in the clinic. I see dental disease. Sometimes I see rampant caries. And I talk to every parent about dental health and brushing. I ask them, can they brush their child's teeth? And they say, we try, but it is impossible in some cases. Even topical application of fluoride, how do you get it in to a child's mouth? It is difficult to do it consistently on a daily basis. And I really wish that those children had the benefit of that 25% extra protection against dental disease.
Thank you so much. Second question is, everyone here enters this conversation today doing their best. Let's acknowledge that. But my question to you is, do you think it's appropriate for us here at Council to question the medical scientific community and reputable Canadian experts and more Can you maybe speak to some of the knowledge and expertise it takes to render an opinion on something like fluoride, its usage and its safety?
The type of expertise that's required should come from the experts in the field, dentists, Dental Association, Canadian Medical Association, Canadian Pediatric Society, who have gone over the literature. Their whole reason for being is to advocate for the health and well-being of children. And it is up to council to take the opinions and the advice from medical experts and weighing the evidence, the overwhelmingly strong evidence in favor of fluoridation, and not question the cherry-picked research that has brought into question. Bringing into question is not evidence. And I think that council should look at the scientists, the medical experts, and people who have devoted their lives to the well-being of children.
Thank you so much. My last question is, well, for those that might be feeling worried about fluoride, and I want to acknowledge that, and might be doing some of their own research, be that online or listening to podcasts, can you give some guidance on what they and all of us should look for and ask when reading or listening to those that have a view on fluoride or that may have an opinion on fluoride? Can you walk us through some important aspects of doing that research, in your opinion, as someone that actually has expertise?
So remember that for those that have concern that adding something to our water supply is doing something that is unnecessarily, it's like adding a medication. We have to remember that we do it all the time. We've added iodine to salt. We've added vitamin D to milk. There is folic acid in wheat products, and we do that for the benefit of the general health of the population. Adding fluoride at recommended levels is safe, and the health benefits, as I've explained with dental health affecting general health, far outweighs any of the proposed risks or downsides to fluoridation.
Thank you. Councillor Mancinelli, go ahead.
Thank you. I appreciate the information presented. A lot of people contacted all of the councillors about this matter. I heard a lot of anecdotal opinions. One thing I'd like to know if you've experienced in your profession, I'm told that knee surgeries are backed up in both Regina and Saskatoon, but dental surgeries are only backed up in Regina for children. Have you experienced that at all? Is that something that has any truth to it?
I think it does. The children that I see, every patient that I see, I ask about their dental health because of how it is related to general health. They tell me, and especially for the children that are very vulnerable, such as those who can't just go to the dental office with a regular appointment and see the dentist. They have behavioral issues, developmental delays, where they cannot tolerate a regular dental visit, so they have to go to the operating theater for general anesthetic to have it under general anesthetic. The waiting time can be up to a year, I'm told, by families. I have families whose the dental health needs to be taken care of. We are waiting for that to happen. We are not sure if the child's behavioral challenges are related to dental pain because they're nonverbal. And the only thing that I can do is medicate with psychotropic medication, which I don't want to do, to treat a dental discomfort. And so yes, there are delays in dental surgery and that I have experienced. And for the most vulnerable children who need to have their dental health evaluated, there are long delays.
I appreciate that, and you identified as part of a medical association, pediatric medical association, I believe. Just thinking out loud, that seems like a measurable fact that could be backed up, just if there's ever a data collection. Thank you.
Okay, I'll go to Councillor Rasevich. Go ahead.
Got a few questions. I guess through the chair, I guess you're talking about, I guess, certain vulnerable children where parents can't get their kids to brush teeth, et cetera. Why couldn't they use fluoride drops in their own water instead of everybody else having to use fluoride?
Okay.
Why?
Yeah. So if they could do that, that would be ideal. That would be a very good approach. However, the children that I see often come from families who are struggling, who may not have a verbal literacy to know about those approaches. They may not be able to afford fluoride drops. They don't know where to get them. And even if they knew about them, they may not be able to incorporate that into their child's daily routine because they are struggling with things like just putting food on the table and just.
So, okay, so it sounds like you're talking about a pretty smaller percentage when you compare it to a city of 240,000. So that's what it sounds like to me. But I guess do you think water fluoridation is 100% safe for all people?
So
is it?
So here's the thing. In medicine, nothing is 100%. We have the balance of benefits and drawbacks. I talk about this every day when I'm giving counseling for medication. There are side effects to any medications that that you can take, and it is a matter of if the benefit is this high, the risk is this high, then I think the balance of benefit far outweighs any drawbacks.
But compared to what part of the population? I mean, again, you're choosing who benefits and who doesn't. Anyways.
I would say that it benefits children with disabilities, children who are in poverty, but it also benefits seniors, and it benefits those people who are not necessarily informed or as taking care of their health as they should be. So I would propose that it benefits all of the population. It benefits some parts of the population more, but it benefits everybody.
But I asked you, is it 100% safe for all people? Can you say it's 100% safe for all people?
You can't say anything
Yes or
in
no?
medicine is 100%
yes or no?
safe.
I mean, I guess that's the question.
If it is not 100% safe, does that mean that we don't do it? For example, anything in large doses can be toxic.
Right. So I brought this. This is half a liter. That's not a lot. And the recommended dose, I guess there's a recommended dosage, but it's 0.7 milligrams per liter. So 2 of these is 0.7. Well, that's not a lot.
So you're using a visual demonstration, something that sounds logical, but the vast weight of the evidence in Canada, North America, as supported by major health organizations, supports that at recommended levels, fluoridation
But
is safe.
can you control levels? Can you actually control recommended levels? Can you control that by consumption?
So I'm not an engineer for that. The 0.7 recommendation does take into account that people are getting fluoride from other sources.
Yeah, but exactly. So if it's coming from other sources.
So Councillor, let's just not, we're not going to
Okay,
debate delegates.
no, fair
Just-
enough,
I would
fair enough. Are
respectfully
aware of
request to ask your question
yeah,
and then
fine.
receive the
Are
information.
you aware of the Lotus study
The
from
Lotus.
Great Britain? Over 6 million children?
So I don't think so. I've looked at the study proposed by, that was mentioned in the motion, and other studies. So I haven't.
I can just, I'll summarize that. So in 2024 was a Lotus study where it.
So Councillor?
Oh, I can't?
No,
Oh,
no, you'll have to
okay.
wait till we get to the administration
right.
part where you have your time to speak. So
Okay.
for now, it's just questions and answers with delegates.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're not aware of the Lotus study? Okay. Basically, it's,
Councillor,
okay.
you'll have to wait you'll have your time when we go to
Okay.
administration side to have your minutes to speak.
All right.
So, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Turnbull, go ahead.
Hello. Thank you for being here. And thank you for, like you said, being devoted to health and children and spending your time with us this morning. As one of the only medical professionals here, you're getting a lot of questions, and I really appreciate that. I did want to ask, are you here on behalf of Regina Pediatricians or SHA, or on your own behalf?
I'm on my own, but I've been asked by the pediatricians in Regina to speak because of the intersection between my specialty in neurodevelopmental pediatrics, health, and of which dental health is part of general health.
Okay, so you are speaking sort of as a delegate to the Regina pediatricians, that's fair to say? I'm just trying to
I'm speaking on my own behalf, and I was asked by the pediatricians in Regina to speak to this
okay.
because of my position
Okay.
as.
All right, so I'm gonna ask a couple questions which you may or may not know the answers to, and I appreciate that, you're just one of the only. Do you know what sources are to get fluoride in our city currently for kids?
I don't.
No, okay. Like through the SHA or Kids First or any of that? No.
I don't know.
And with the new federal dental plan, has that affected anything in your practice?
Not perceivably yet. Some of the adults are able to get dental care that they have not been able to get before, but I haven't perceived a major change so far.
And as a general question, with in Canada and recently, do we even look at IQ scores? I've never been asked for my kids or anything like that, and they say they're not that important. Is that something we still study?
Absolutely.
Okay.
But in the context of selected children who are struggling, there are psychologists in every school that do, that's all they do, IQ scores, to diagnose learning disabilities, intellectual disabilities, and to come up with school program planning
Okay.
for children.
And I can also verify how difficult it is for toothbrushes and sensory and all those things. So thank you for bringing that up. With the way medical studies are done and these standards are created, it's an ongoing process, right? Where we just sort of, where the medical community does their best and they have certain levels of proof they have to bring forward before they become an actual study. That's correct? Like there's a process to get it within your manual.
So for us to make a recommendation,
Yeah.
all the evidence is reviewed, the weight of the balance of the benefits versus the drawbacks are weighed, and then a statement is made about, is this imbalance beneficial for children, beneficial for the population? If it's pediatrics, then for children. And it takes scientific, evidence-based information to synthesize it, because that's what we are expected to do, and provide advice to politicians who have the power to enact, to make actions that benefit the public based on the advice from specialists, experts, and associations whose job it is to advocate for the health of the general population and children.
You mentioned how this isn't unique to water. You mentioned the iodine and the salt, and you mentioned the folic acid in the flour. I'm actually part of that study currently for the folic acid in the flour. Are you aware of something called the MTHFR mutation? It's
Not specifically off the top of my head, but if I encountered that, I could quickly get up to speed on that.
So I have that. It means my body can't absorb folic acid. The study for folic acid, and you can maybe verify this, is that when they put folic acid in the flour, it reduced cases of spina bifida by 50%. Can you verify that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
In my career, that has been a remarkable change from when I started to now.
so I have a daughter with spina bifida, but my body doesn't absorb folic acid because of that mutation.
Council, I just want to make sure we're asking
Okay.
questions.
And so I was just talking about the drawbacks. So in that study, my daughter was the drawback. And I just wanted to acknowledge there are prices on both sides. And I realize, anyways, so when these decisions are being made, it's difficult.
Okay. Is there anything further, Councillor?
No.
Okay. We'll go to Councillor Flores. Go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, thank you for being here and sharing your expertise. You mentioned that you are familiar with, you looked at some of the studies that were put forward through the motion that we are looking at today. So one of those would be the JAMA Pediatric Systemic Review Meta-Analysis and the National Toxicology Program report. Could you briefly share how the mainstream public health community views the validity and conclusions of these studies, and perhaps how significant these studies consider within the broader scientific consensus on water fluoridation?
Can you repeat the last part of that question?
Sure. Maybe just the first question first. Like, could you briefly share how the mainstream public health community views the validity of those studies? The ones mentioned in the motion.
How the general public view?
No, the public health community.
Oh, view
Yes.
those,
Public, yeah, like the
view-
experts in the field.
Are you talking to are you referring to the paper that was referenced in the motion?
Correct.
Oh, okay. So There's a few problems with that paper. We have to remember that there's a lack of balance. We have on one side an overwhelming amount of information that supports fluoridation in public water. And then there are a few cherry-picked studies that call into question some of the validity of the results. And that ignores the broad scientific consensus. So should we make decisions based on a minority opinion that calls into question validity of studies, or should we look at the overwhelming evidence and broad consensus on the other side to make our decisions?
All right. And just one more question. Has the scientific consensus around community water fluoridation changed since this was last considered in 2021? To the best of your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge. This comes up over and over. When I was growing up in Calgary, my dad is a dentist. He's a 91-year-old healthy gentleman now, practiced for 45 years. He advocated for fluoridation of water in Calgary. They finally got it, and then there was a motion to remove it from the water. Edmonton continued to have fluoridation, and Calgary, the number of cavities and the dental disease in Calgary went up when fluoridation was taken away in comparison to a sister city that still had fluoridation. And now Calgary is putting it back in their water.
All right. Thank you so much. That's all for me.
Thank you. Councillor Radens, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for being here, Dr. Patrick. Councillor Mancinelli had asked you about surgeries, and so I just kind of wanted to kind of go back to that. In your experience for, say, a year, how many kids have you sent to the hospital to, that required dental surgery? And so do you have that data?
I don't have the data, but I have a subjective impression. Every child that I see who is has severe behavior difficulties, severe developmental disabilities. My whole practice is neurodevelopmental pediatrics, so that's all I see. I see children with developmental disabilities. Some of them can manage a dental appointment in the office, and many of them have to wait for general anesthetic in a hospital or at a children's dental center that has an anesthetist. And because of that extra layer of difficulty and organization, the waits are long. I don't have the exact number. If it is important, it can be, I can look at that. But in my subjective impression, every single child who has behavioral difficulties, developmental delays, almost every child has dental surgery under anesthetic in a hospital. To get like a number, I don't know if that's important. Subjectively, I would say 3/4 of the children in that category would need surgery in a hospital, and the rest, including those children that don't have as severe delays, would be able to get their dental work done in a regular office.
Okay, thanks. So you don't have the data. Okay, thank you.
In short, yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Beazle, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Through the chair. Thank you very much for coming today, Dr. Susan. A couple of questions that I do have. If you had a medicine and you're prescribing a medicine, do you have any kind of regulations surrounding that medicine? And, you know, is it like a child's weight come into a factor when you're prescribing medicine? And is there any regulations around medicines when you're prescribing them? For example, labels of, you know, do not exceed X amount on from the manufacturers, from the pharmaceutical companies?
So my practice is exclusively developmental disabilities and behavior, so essentially psychiatry. My medications I prescribe are psychotropic medications, and all of them are regulated and studied. In pediatrics, we don't always have medications that have been specifically licensed and recommended because we just don't have the data, but we use them off-label because there have been some studies that show their safety, and we use them in doses that are recommended. Sometimes the doses are per kilogram, sometimes not. Sometimes it's often a clinical basis. We start low, go slow, and increase. The proposed amount in city drinking water has been carefully studied and has factored in getting fluoride from other sources, and it's at a level where it is benefiting dental health and not toxic and not causing untoward side effects. There is nothing in medicine that is 100%. If I prescribe a medicine, I cannot say to the parent, this is 100% effective. These are the risks, these are the benefits, and we take we balance those out, and then we decide, is this in in the child's life going to be a benefit or not? And I'm probably going off track from your original question, but I think I'm guessing that you're referring to the level of fluoridation and is the dose safe? Anything in excess can be toxic. We chlorinate our water. Chlorine is a toxin. If we had too much of that, it would also be detrimental to health. But we have weighed the benefits and risks of adding chlorine to water and decided that the risks to not chlorinating far outweigh the risks of health problems with that substance.
Perfect, thank you. You mentioned a few things. One is on regulated amounts. Now, we do have this information about the levels and the regulated amounts. The other thing is, you mentioned with medicines and you're prescribing medicines, they are regulated. All the information that I have about fluoridation, can you tell me who actually regulates fluoride in Canada?
I'm a doctor. I don't know who that is.
So do you know what fluoride is regulated in Canada?
Do you know what?
If fluoride is regulated for the amount, like who actually regulates this? This is, we're sitting here as council, say we're gonna add some chemical called fluoride, and we're gonna say that 0.7 milligrams. Is there a regulation around that, or is this a guideline?
Again, I don't know. That would be a question that you would have to ask engineers who would, or the way that they add the fluoride to the water. You'd have to get the answer from them.
So as an engineer, I can state that you know, there is controls, PLCs controls flow controls, everything else. They do fail, so I can definitely say with certainty that nothing's 100% accurate, especially with, like you said, you know, there's nothing 100% accurate in medicines. There's nothing 100% accurate in engineering as well, too. You know, these are our guidelines. So we are saying that, you know, there's that 0.7
Do you have a
milligram.
question in there? Sorry.
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
There is that 0.7 milligram, but we don't know who regulates it. I'm not talking about the application, but who regulates to say this is the right number.
Yeah, I would, if I was interested in that question, I would go, who regulates it in Calgary, in Edmonton, in any city water that is currently fluoridating their water?
Yeah.
I guess that would be the answer. That would be the source of information that I would go to.
So right now, I can't find out anyone who regulates this. Even Health Canada does not regulate this fluoride. They have a guideline. They suggest a guideline, a suggested guideline.
Councillor,
There's no regulation.
I just want to make sure we're asking questions. We'll have time to speak
that's
about
fine.
thoughts when we go to admin.
Yeah. Well, how do you control the dosage of fluoride that children would receive? If you're prescribing a medicine that's, you know, X amount of milligrams per kilogram or child, how do you control that dosage for fluoride that a child would receive? Like Councillor Rasevich had, you know, a half a liter. Like if I'm a child and I'm small, I'm very active and I'm playing football and I drank 3 liters of water a day and it's 0.7 milligrams per liter, I just consumed 2.1 milligrams of fluoride plus everything else through my daily activity. How do I control that? It's like having a bottle of pills right here and just taking the top off and have at it. Like, how do I control that? I'm asking from a medical perspective, like, how do I control the dosage rate?
So the studies that have looked at the fluoridation of water have accounted for fluoride from other sources. How do you control in children how much of anything that they consume? At high doses, vitamin D is toxic. How do you control that a child doesn't drink too much milk so that they become toxic with vitamin D? I think it's a question that is not really answerable. And I don't think that it is relevant in the context of the health of children and the benefits that are obtained from having that extra 25% protection against cavities and dental disease.
Okay, so sounds good. There's just a few more questions here, or I'm going to say one more. Once again, thanks for coming out. Are you aware of the National Toxicology Report that was published in August 2024 shows that 18 of the 19 highest ranked studies show brain damage in humans? Would you agree with that or
No,
disagree, or do you
I wouldn't agree with that.
Yeah, and why?
You just said that a majority of the studies showed brain damage in humans?
Yeah.
For what reason?
Well, it's a toxicology report in for the fluoridization for that reason.
And what was the reason for the brain damage?
Based upon some of the toxicology from fluoride.
And
I'm not here to debate the report. I'm just asking if you're aware of it or not.
yep, I'm aware of it.
And
And
would
I
you
don't
agree-
think it's relevant to the fluoridation of city water at regulated levels, at safe levels.
Okay.
There is a saying, the dose makes the poison. Anything at high doses can be toxic, including the chlorine we put in water to make it safe from disease.
Yeah. And we'll ask about that chlorination process, because that is actually regulated under what we do to make water potable. That's actually regulated. So when we're adding those other additional safe chemicals, chlorine, and I agree, like if you take bleach and you drink bleach, you're gonna have some pretty negative side effects. If you
Okay,
take
Councillor,
fluoride, you'll have some negative side effects. The chlorine is there's a guideline, but we don't have a guideline for
Councillor,
fluoride.
we're not going to debate. If
Yeah.
you have a question, please ask a question.
So it comes down to, I would say one more question here on this. When you're talking about dental care and you're seeing dental care in your office when you're coming in, is dental care a result of like not brushing your teeth, lack of fluoride, diet perhaps? Can you comment on what diet does for oral health?
Humans have dental disease primarily because they consume sugar and carbohydrates. Animals don't have as much dental disease because they don't consume those kind of things that humans do. So humans do have to brush their teeth. They have to have regular dental hygiene. And I've forgotten your question.
Well, no, I think you answered it actually. You answered it perfectly fine. I think your statement was diet and brushing your teeth is more effective than fluoridation.
So,
Sorry, we're not going to debate. You're getting an answer to a question, and we'll leave it at that. Sorry, go ahead, Councillor.
Answered the question for our delegate and paraphrased it wrong. I think we should give her an opportunity to confirm if that's in fact what she meant.
Okay, I think that's fair to confirm, make sure that you're not being misrepresented.
diet alone is not the only thing to do with dental health. It requires active brushing. It requires regular care. And fluoridation works quietly in the background. My father actually said, to make sure that you know, fluoridation is even more important for children because the developing teeth incorporate the fluoride into the primary teeth, giving an added benefit of protection rather than just the superficial fluoride that is added superficially to our teeth as adults. It's multifactorial, and it's not just diet, it's not just dental care.
Sugar as well, reducing sugar, and we all eat too much sugar, we all agree about that.
Yes, and how do you regulate that?
Okay, so we won't debate councillors either. Appreciate your comments.
Yeah. Thank you. So if you're going to say top 3 things for better dental care, what would you say it is?
Top 3 things?
Top 3 things.
It would be diet, regular dental brushing, and then the addition of fluoride to city water, increasing the benefit, decreasing the number of cavities and dental disease by 25% when looked at scientifically in large populations.
Okay. Thank you very much. No, I heard, more like diet and brushing your teeth and good oral health is kind of primaries, and then later on. Thank you very much for your questions.
Let's not paraphrase the delegates' comments. Thank you. Yep. Okay, seeing no further questions, thank you, Doctor, for your presentation today. You can return to the gallery. Okay, I'd like to call upon delegation DE 25-80, Jim Elliott. You can come down to the delegation table. And once you're seated, I will get you to introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, what city, town you reside in. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that members of council may have for you. Go ahead when you're ready, Mr. Elliott.
Thank you, Mayor and members of council. My name is Jim Elliott, and I live in Regina. And for the record, I'm also one of the houses that have lead pipes coming into my home, but I took action many years ago to not drink Regina's water. My belief is that the chemicals that you're using for fluoridation of water are simply a toxic chemical, a hazardous chemical that should not be putting into our drinking water, and therefore, we should be stopping that before it actually happens. You've heard a lot about the abilities of Health Canada to, in fact, control this drug, in my mind. And if it's not regulated by Health Canada, then it should not be used as a drug. Your administration would also state that the fluoridation chemicals are not water treatment chemicals, as some governments have said, and so because they're added to the water after the water treatment process is finished. And again, I would suspect your administration would agree with that. Further to this, adding these chemicals to water, they're typically acidic, which means you're decreasing the pH of the water, and therefore you're could be leaching out more metals within the piping system within the city of Regina. Now, the other thing about the fluoridation chemicals, typically they are coming from the fertilizer industry and are considered industrial grade chemicals, not food grade or medical grade materials. A lot of times they can include things such as lead and arsenic in addition to the fluoride. And what the city is being suggested to do is to in fact add those heavy metals into everybody's drinking water, not just simply the ones that have lead pipes at the moment. After all of this discussion about adding fluoride to the water, all of that water eventually gets into Wascana Creek, into Wascana Lake, and in fact the Qu'Appelle River system. And as I've noted in my appendix, they also cause problems with aquatic and terrestrial plants as well as aquatic plants. And now, part of the process that I went through was I was able to put a Freedom of Information request into the various jurisdictions in this province to try to find out what they knew or what they had for information, and some have responded and some are still in progress, and I can answer further on that if you wish. There's also been provinces as well that have completely banned the fluoridation of water, and so therefore they're not going to be having the impacts of what we're talking about today. The other aspects of this too is because most operations in the city use potable water, greenhouses and florist shops will have to figure out a way to get rid of the fluoride in their water when they water their plants. Community garden plots owners will also have to figure that out because it does impact on plants as the appendix shows, and as well I've also suggested that in fact the city of Regina's parks as well as golf courses may be impacted by the additional fluoridated water because you're going to be continuing to add that to the plants and soil over the lifetime of that operation. One thing that I guess hasn't been talked about too much today is the idea that in fact this is going to cost you a lot of money to do simply.
About 30 seconds, Mr. Elliott.
Thank you. Right now, over 80% of your water doesn't get to the tap, and so therefore you're in fact throwing away $250,000 a year and with no benefit to the citizens. And I guess the example I've thrown in here is you go to a grocery store and buy a 4-liter jug of milk, and when you get home you promptly go over to the sink and dump 3¼ liters of that milk down the sink before you put it in the fridge.
Okay, I'll get you,
That isn't my sense of how things go, and I'll close at that point, so.
okay, thank you, Mr. Elliott. I'll check to see if any of my colleagues have any questions. Councilor Rasevich, go ahead.
Through the chair, hey Jim, you mentioned you were trying to get some Freedom of Information Act information.
Right.
Could you expand on what you've received, I guess what you have received?
Well, as I put in my brief, we went to the City of Regina. We went to the Ministries of Health and Environment. We also went to the Water Security Agency, as well as the Colleges of Physicians and Surgeons, as well as the Dental Surgeons of Saskatchewan. To date, they've all responded in the sense that they're either working on getting a response to the Freedom of Information request or have in fact sent it to us. Water Security Agency is one that I understand will be coming in a week or thereabouts. The one I guess that quickly comes to mind is the City of Regina. Since the motion that was made in August of 2021, there's essentially been 2 emails collected by the Freedom of Information Officer, and in fact, one of them was 16 months after the motion was put forward, so it would have been December 2022, and then a further one came in December of 2023. So there's not, as far as I know, a lot of information within the city about both the impacts of fluoridation proposed. The Ministry of Health has responded. They have told us, or told me, approximately 1,860 pages of information is available to me. I guess the only problem about that is they want $1,500 for me to get it. And part of that is principally to what's called severing, which in many cases means redacting of information from those documents. And so I may get 1,860 pages of redacted information without any details at all, but hopefully there'll be more. The College of Dental Surgeons, through their legal counsel, stated that our request under the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act doesn't require them to, or legally require them to respond to my request, and so therefore they won't, or they won't be responding to whether they have any information pertinent to the fluoridation of water. I noticed that you've got a dentist coming online in a while. Maybe you can ask him that. The last 2 were the College of Physicians and Surgeons, and although they followed the same rules as the dental surgeons, they did at least acknowledge that they didn't have any information around fluoridation of water. And then the last one, which we got, was the Ministry of the Environment. And again, they have no information on fluoridation of water, even though under their hazardous materials lists in their legislation, it includes some of the fluoridation chemicals that we're talking about. So even though they have that as a prerequisite under legislation, they don't have any information on those specific chemicals. That was what I got from the.
So you didn't get a lot yet?
No. Like I said, the Water Security Agency is still coming. Health, if I can spend $1,500 and get the information. But besides that, that's really about the only two that might have additional information that, and unfortunately, they're both pending, which means that you know, they can't be brought into the discussion at this meeting, so.
All right. Oh, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no other questions, thanks for your presentation today, Mr. Elliott. You can head back to the gallery. Okay, next, I'd like to call up delegation DE 2581, William Dunlap. You can come forward. Is William Dunlap here? Okay, seeing, I don't see William, so we'll move. So we'll move to the next delegation, D 25-82, Dave McDonald. Come on to the delegation table, thank you. Once you get yourself seated, I'll get you to introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, what city or town you reside in. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions Council will have for you. So go ahead whenever you're ready.
Good morning. My name's David McDonald. I live in Regina. I'm just representing myself here today. And yeah, I really appreciate the opportunity to speak to you here today. I'll keep my presentation brief. I know we have a lot of speakers here today. I've lived in Regina for more than 35 years, and this is the first time that I've felt strongly enough about an issue to attend the council meeting, much less speak at it. I'm speaking in favor of Councillor Bezo's motion for the following 3 main reasons. One is toxicity and negative impacts on health. Fluoride, in this case hydrofluorosilicic acid, is an extremely toxic substance. There's no debate about that. There are many studies published in peer-reviewed, reputable scientific journals that demonstrate harm to human health caused by fluoride in drinking water. Secondly, the environmental impacts. I'm concerned about the environmental impacts of hundreds and ultimately thousands of tons of this poison being put into our lakes and rivers. As you may be aware, the city's water treatment plant empties treated sewage effluent into Wascana Creek, which flows into the Capella River, which ultimately flows into Capella Lakes, so Pasqua, Echo, Mission, Crooked, and Round Lakes. These are popular lakes for recreation and fishing. And effectively dumping toxic waste into these ecosystems with unknown consequences is not acceptable. The third reason why I support this motion and oppose fluoride being put in drinking water is choice. Currently, people who want to make use of fluoride products have the option to do so, such as in toothpaste, mouthwash, gels, and foams. If fluoride is put in the drinking water, people won't have a choice not to consume it, other than installing expensive water treatment systems such as reverse osmosis. Reverse osmosis systems use a large percentage of the water to backflush the filter membrane. So if a lot of people decide to get reverse osmosis systems, this could increase water usage in the city. In conclusion, the bottom line for me is that I don't want my family to have to consume and shower in fluoride. And for these reasons and others, I support this motion and hope that it passes today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald. I'll check to see if any of my colleagues have any questions. Councillor Rasevich, go ahead.
I'll ask one question through the chair. Do you know what it says on the back of toothpaste if you swallow it?
Yeah, it says
what you're supposed to do?
Yeah, if you use more than the recommended pea size amount, you're supposed to call poison control.
Yeah.
It's a toxic substance.
Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Bezo, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for coming and having kind of a drive to present. If you had a choice between clear drinking, safe water or water with fluoride, what are you going to take?
I'm going to take the clean water that's free of fluoride.
And that's by choice, correct?
Exactly.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Seeing no other questions, thanks, Mr. McDonald, for your presentation. You can head back to the gallery. Okay, I'd like to call upon delegation D 25-83, Malia Carson. Come down to the delegation table. I know folks here will probably get tired of me saying it, but just for the record and to follow process, I'll go through the same spiel. So I'll get you to introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, what city, town you reside in. You'll have 5 minutes to address city council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions members of council have for you. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Good morning. My name is Malia Carson, and I am representing myself. I am a resident of Regina. Let me start off by saying that no one today is suggesting that dental health is not important. No one is saying that we do not want to address health inequalities. That said, let's be clear here on what's happening. City Council is voting on whether or not to implement a public health policy that is forcefully medicating an entire population without consent. Sask Health makes this very clear. The decision to fluoridate is made locally at community level. Health Canada also makes this very clear. The federal government is not responsible for the regulation of drinking water in Canada. Provincial and territorial governments regulate the quality of drinking water in their jurisdiction. The fluoridation of drinking water supplies is a decision that is made by each municipality. And the professional associations also reiterate this fact. In the Freedom of Information request that we've sent to the College of Dental Surgeons of Saskatchewan, or the CDSS, they replied stating, the CDSS does not administer or require the administration of fluoride as an entity or by its registrants, nor do its functions or mandate involve fluoridation in any way. So while these public health agencies or professional associations support water fluoridation, none of the above regulate fluoride to ensure that it is safe, pure, and uncontaminated to add to a public water supply. In fact, fluorosilicic acid is listed in multiple federal and provincial laws as a toxic, hazardous substance. So who then is responsible for ensuring that water fluoridation chemicals are safe for human consumption? Governments rely on the Standard 60 certification by a non-government entity, the National Sanitation Foundation, or NSF. Stan Hazan, the general manager of the Drinking Water Additives Certification Program of the NSF, admitted in a deposition that the NSF failed to meet the toxicology requirements in order to ensure that fluorosilicic acid is safe or effective. I'll repeat that. The NSF does not have the required safety studies to meet their Standard 60 requirements. But the NSF also waives all responsibility for the use of this standard by disclaiming, NSF shall not be responsible to anyone for the use of or reliance upon this standard by anyone. So who then is responsible for ensuring water fluoridation chemicals are safe for human consumption? You are, the municipalities. You are 100% liable. And we have proved this fact in over 50 Freedom of Information requests that have been sent out to federal, provincial, and local governments, as well as professional bodies. This is the reason why 99.75% of Quebec is now fluoride-free and will be 100% by the end of the year. Ontario is now following suit, and you will see a landslide of municipalities stop fluoridating in the coming months and years. So Regina City Council can choose now to stop this project from moving forward and save taxpayers millions on the infrastructure, or you can approve it and realize that your legacy will be tarnished by the careless misappropriation of taxpayer funds after you were thoroughly warned and informed of the gravity of your decisions. At this point, it no longer matters whether or not the experts say that water fluoridation is effective for teeth. You will be voting to knowingly add an unregulated, hazardous substance to our water supply, 99% of which isn't even consumed and is flushed down the drain. Willful ignorance of these facts constitutes negligence and malfeasance.
About 30 seconds left.
If you want to improve dental health of the underprivileged members of our community, do like 90% of Europe. Support the food bank's initiatives to offer quality, nutritious food to families, and support Sask Health's in-school fluoride varnish or mouth rinse programs, and remove barriers so that all families can access the benefits offered through the Canadian Dental Program. And most importantly, replace lead connectors and asbestos pipes to ensure our water remains clean for all citizens. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Carson, I'll check to my colleagues for questions. Councillor Fro, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you through the chair. Thanks for coming today, and you sent me several messages, so I thought it might be best that I ask you a couple of questions. We certainly rely on experts every day, don't we, to approve
Absolutely.
drugs and medical procedures. But my question is this, given that no one in this circle here is a medical expert, and of course you know my stance that I want to rely on medical experts, how would you feel if we had public forums and citizen engagement around what pharmaceutical drugs or medical procedures we approve? And based on that answer, is it not best in generality, in your opinion, to rely on those that have dedicated their life to studying a specific topic for their advice? Thank you.
Thanks for the question. The important thing to remember is that when medical products are approved or regulated or suggested, people have the choice to choose whether they want to accept those medical treatments or not. In the case of water fluoridation, these people, many people, a large majority of Regina citizens do not have the choice to decide whether they want that treatment for themselves or not. Also, as I mentioned, at this point, it actually doesn't matter what medical experts believe about fluoridation products. There is an overwhelming amount of evidence on both sides. And I would actually say that in the last couple of years, overwhelmingly shows that fluoride is harmful, okay? Including a court case, September 2024 court case that ruled that levels in the in the US drinking water, which is the same amount that Regina is planning to put in, are potentially toxic to human health. And even Health Canada has stated that they are looking at the evidence that is showing that it affects IQ development and neurodevelopment in children at levels that are currently found in Canadian drinking water. They have been unable to determine a safe level based on that.
Thank you for your answer. Appreciate the fact and commend you for doing a lot of research on this. Did you read the most recent Health Canada analysis, the meta-analysis, which concluded that, of course, they have not changed their recommendation on fluoride? Were you able to read that report in its entirety?
I did read the report, and they have stated that they have not been able to determine a safe level, and that was the Health Canada expert panel.
Thank you for your answer. Malaya, Dr. Pettit indicated previously that there's many things in society that get added that we consume, knowingly or unknowingly. She also indicated that we add chlorine to water, which of course kills things like E. coli, which can kill us. What are your feelings on the city of Regina adding things like chlorine, to our water?
As we mentioned, chlorine is added to make the water safe to be drinkable. It's also easily filtered out by the filters that are available on the market, in a simple Brita filter. Even letting your glass of water sit on the counter, the chlorine gas will actually dissipate out of the water. So fluoride is not easily removed from the water, and it is not added to make it clean or drinkable.
Thank you for your answer. Just two more questions. You've done a lot of research. I was only going to ask questions, some of our medical community, but the studies that you've read, Malaya, are they retrospective, like a review of prior records, or prospective trials where you control a single variable? So if they're retrospective, just curious how they establish cause and effect, and wondering if the studies you read account for control factors. For instance, a lot of the studies in China and India, they don't necessarily account for the fact that the water and the soil is heavily contaminated, because I applaud you for the fact you've done a lot of work in this respect, which is why I'm asking that today.
Yeah, I am not claiming to be an expert on evaluating studies. However, I can say that a lot of the studies that I have read are not just based off of, fluoridation levels that are found in China. They are based off of, there are numerous studies that are based off fluoridation levels that are found right here in Canada, showing that fluoride is toxic.
Thank you. I guess last question. Are you aware that much of the food we eat every day, raisins, apples, oranges, coffee, spinach, tea, grapes, have high levels of fluoride and in many cases above the levels that we'll be adding to water?
Yes, and that is one of the reasons why adding additional fluoride shows that you are not regulating dose. You cannot control how much a person is consuming. So drinking 3 liters of water, you're already past the maximum allowable limit, which is 1.5 milligrams per liter. And then you drink teas or coffees or other fruits and vegetables that have high intakes of fluoride, you're also increasing that limit.
Well, I want to thank you for coming, for taking the time to come today. And I want to acknowledge your concern on the specific issue. I appreciate your answers to my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have a few more questions for you. Councillor Turnbull, go ahead.
Hello, thank you for being here and all of your comments. Have you been advocating to keep fluoride out of the water for quite some time now? Like, what's your history with this?
I have always been opposed to fluoride in the drinking water. It's well known that it's a hazardous substance. I found out about the 2021 motion the day before that it happened. I wrote to my counselor and got a canned response. The fact that it was passed, that the motion was actually created with 10 signatures on it before it was even presented to council should raise some serious questions on what was occurring behind the scenes there. After that, because I had a newborn myself, I did the best I could to help raise awareness. And now that my youngest is a little bit older, I've had a little bit more time to devote to researching and connecting with other people across Canada who are very knowledgeable in this field.
What opportunities have you had to engage with the city or regulations or about fluoride in our water? Has there been any engagement or any opportunity to talk to anyone from administration, from regulation bodies, from town halls to a Be Heard page? Has any engagement happened about this?
Other than the town hall that you had proposed, which I was planning to attend, that ended up being canceled, that is the only opportunity other than emailing myself.
Do you feel like there needs to be more consultation or more opportunities for people to be heard?
Absolutely.
Okay, and what would you think those opportunities should look like?
I believe that all citizens should have the chance to voice their concerns about fluoride, and I feel that administration needs to do proper analysis to find out how adding hydrofluorosilicic acid will affect lead content in Regina's drinking water, could also affect the corrosion of pipes and the pipes and the equipment that is used. I don't feel that has been thoroughly explored or analyzed.
So fluoride is naturally occurring and in many water sources and food, but the fluoride that goes into water, is that naturally occurring as well, or is that something different?
So the fluoride that is being proposed is not naturally topping up what exists in nature. It is hydrofluorosilicic acid, which is a byproduct of the often fertilizer industries. And it has very specific requirements in order to dispose of this chemical because of its levels of toxicity to the environment.
Do you know of any studies of how fluoride and, I'm going to get the term wrong, so I'm not going to say it, acid, how they differ or how they maybe are different in the body from each other, the natural occurring and the artificial? Is there any information you know of?
Well, the main concern with adding HFSA is that it is unregulated and it's untested for purity. It is not like sodium fluoride that is found in your toothpaste, which is regulated by Health Canada as a pharmaceutical product. HFSA is not.
Okay, so are there 3 different types of fluorides? Hold on. Sorry, I'm generally learning right now.
Yes.
So how many different types of fluoride are there?
There are, it exists in numerous forms.
Okay. So toothpaste is different, natural is different, and then what we're putting in our water is different.
Correct. It is the cheapest source. So adding, for example, sodium fluoride, which is regulated, would probably cost the city of Regina about $40 million per year.
So there's a separate kind of fluoride that is regulated we could potentially put in the water?
Correct.
I will ask administration about that. And then I also wanted to ask if you had any numbers or any information about how many people do have sensitivities to fluoride, let's say of like 100 people, what would be the percentage of people who maybe do suffer sensitivities, and what would that be like?
I know some people are presenting today who do have sensitivities. They would probably have more information, but I know there are some worldwide studies that suggest even up to potentially 20% of the population could have sensitivities to fluoride.
Okay, and then you were mentioning these legal cases in Canada having to do with like the handling of fluoride and the risk and the liabilities. I'm not sure I was following all of that completely. Can you speak a little bit more to what the legal risks are for municipalities from like the handling and operation side, and what is happening in Canada with that from the liability risks?
Sure. So through the Freedom of Information requests that have been sent out, and the majority of this work has actually been done by a group out of Quebec. Gilles Parent is a naturopath there, and he's sent out Freedom of Information requests to all levels of government. And he has found out that Health Canada does not have toxicology studies to show that it is safe or effective. And no level of government regulates fluoride to ensure that it is. The governments rely on the National Sanitation Foundation. This is not a part of the government. The government does not oversee it to provide certification to ensure that the products are safe. However, the NSF has gone on record saying that they also do not possess the safety studies to ensure that the product is safe. So we have government agencies and other organizations passing the buck, saying that each other are responsible for regulating fluoride when in fact nobody does. And because none of these levels of government, so the provincial government or the federal government, regulate it, they do not accept liability for adding it to the public water supplies. And so that means municipalities who make the decision to add fluoride to the water are legally bound to ensure that the chemical is safe for human consumption.
Okay. I think that's it for me. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councilor Rasevich, go ahead.
Through the chair, I know a lot of people say, oh, we should rely on Health Canada, we should rely on the CDC, we should rely on that, you know, and I'm going to read just a short little quote here from, and I want to just hear.
Councilor, make sure we're asking questions, okay?
I'm going to ask the question and see what she thinks of this, with this statement. So, a 2024 expert panel convened by Health Canada examined fluoride's potential neurocognitive impacts on children. This group urged further research, highlighting emerging concerns over long-term brain development. I'm wondering what I'd like to hear what you think of this. I mean, here we have Health Canada, who's supposed to, sounds like, from what I hear from other people, saying, oh, we should rely on Health Canada, but what are your thoughts on that statement?
I mean, as I mentioned, Health Canada themselves has said that they do not they cannot, with 100% certainty, say that the amount of fluoride that is currently in water is safe. It has potential neurological effects, and it could potentially cause brain damage to the most vulnerable populations, children, the elderly, the poor who do not have access to filtered water.
And one more question, I guess, I think you mentioned 98% of European countries, they don't use fluoride. So could you talk about that?
So the majority of European countries approach health policy through the lens of bodily autonomy. That for them is very important. And also precautionary principle. So the precautionary principle emphasizes taking preventative action in the face of uncertainty, especially when dealing with complex health or environmental risks, rather than waiting for conclusive scientific evidence of harm. And that just goes to show that science is ever evolving, and we need to approach adding a chemical to our water with that same principle. And Sweden is actually a prime example. It's a country that does not fluoridate its water, yet it actually reports better oral health outcomes than countries like Canada and the majority of Europe. They have one of the best DMFT scores in Europe. So that's decayed, missing, and filled teeth and permanent teeth. And rather than relying on mass medication, they invest in targeted prevention and early education. So the schools there often host dental clinics staffed by dental hygienists. They provide preventative education, especially for the vulnerable populations. In areas with higher caries, Sweden provides fluoride varnish applications. And this targeted approach aims to address specific needs rather than applying a universal solution, which could potentially impact other smaller percentages of the population. Children there also receive free dental care. And another national strategy is emphasizing healthy eating, regular brushing and flossing, and public education over chemical additives. So in contrast, community water fluoridation is a broad, one-size-fits-all approach that does little to address the actual drivers of oral health, as we've heard here today. True prevention lies in education, nutrition, and access to care, not in medicating an entire population through the water supply.
And my last question is this. I asked Dr. Susan Petrick about the Lotus study. It sounds like I got a feeling you're going to know about that. So I'm going to ask you about that study, about cavities and what the results of that study were, which were over 6 million people in Great Britain.
Correct. So
Children.
After that study, it was a 10-year-long study with over 6 million participants, and it showed that water fluoridation provided little benefit, possibly a quarter of a cavity over the entire course of a lifetime, and that previously believed benefits of water fluoridation are actually way over-exaggerated.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Radens, go ahead.
Thank you. Thanks for being here, Malia. And that study, what year was that study done on the 6 million participants?
That was just released last year, I believe.
Okay, so over the course, like how long was that study done?
It was a 10-year-long study.
Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna just flip to our federal government has, in the past year, I think it was, implemented a universal dental care plan. And so currently, under 18 are covered and 55 to 64. And so yesterday, they released that they're gonna cover from 18 to 55 as well. So do you know what's all involved? Like, have you done like any applications or?
Yes, I've actually looked into this process, and it is very simple. It relies on income. So if you are under a certain income, you will receive, it'll be 100% coverage. If you are above a certain level, I believe it's $80,000 per year for your income, then you potentially would maybe only get 50%. So it's based off of your income, and all you need to do is fill out a form online, and the entire plan is covered through SunWest, Sun Health, or is it, sorry. It's covered through one of the insurance companies, so they take care of the entire thing. It's very easy.
Okay, thank you. And so do you feel that is a good addition to our healthcare in this country?
Absolutely. As I mentioned, addressing health inequalities is very important, but water fluoridation is not the most important way. It's ensuring that those populations have access to care.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Beazle, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, thank you very much for coming today. I wish I had your ability to do this kind of research myself. So I'm going to rely upon a lot of the work that you've done so far. So you've essentially said multiple layers of government have now not taken the responsibility for the limits or controls or anything with the hydrofluoric acid that we put into water, not the sodium fluoride, which is the, I'm going to say the regulated one. So we're taking a non-regulated chemical called hydrofluoric acid, which is the byproduct of mining, you said, and fertilizer. So we're taking the byproduct of mining and fertilizer, which is a toxic substance, non-regulating that all the way down to essentially council chambers like this. So along that process, no one's taken any steps to regulate it. From your opinion and your research and everything else, okay, so we got this one acid, we got the hydrosodium fluoride is the other. If we're going down that high sodium fluoride path and putting that in, you mentioned a number. How much money would that cost?
Our calculations have shown that it would cost about $40 million per year to use a pharmaceutical grade fluoride in the water.
$40 million a year, so that's a substantial amount of money, essentially. And if you look at that as mill rate, tax rate increases, you're looking at 10% if you actually use the regulated chemical versus a non-regulated chemical. So you also mentioned a lot of different studies, and you said other jurisdictions, and you mentioned some areas in Quebec and other Ontario following suit, stuff in the United States. What was the driving force for them to actually pull back and say, we're not doing this anymore?
The main reason was actually finding out that the municipalities are 100% liable for adding the chemical to the water.
So every level of government says we're not taking responsibility, so it's up to the people sitting around here right now.
Correct.
It's a lot of risk. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I see no further questions, so Ms. Carson, thanks for your presentation today. You can head back to the gallery.
Thank you very much for your time.
And we're going to take our mandatory 15-minute break, so we'll be back at 10:56, please. Okay, we're gonna get started in about 1 minute. If I could get people to find their seats, please. Okay, I'm going to call the meeting back to order. Okay, so now I would like to call upon delegation DE 25-109, Scott Carson. If you could come down to the delegation table. I'll give you my same spiel once you get settled there. If you could introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, which city or town you reside in. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you will have the opportunity to respond to any questions that members may have for you. Go ahead once you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Scott Carson. I'm from Regina, and I represent myself as an individual, my children who I've brought today. I'm also a commercial property owner in the city and a martial arts instructor with over 60 students. So I want to sincerely thank the councillors who brought this special meeting forward, especially after the last City Council broke the rules of good governance by signing motion before even engaging with the community or conducting meaningful diligence. On that note, my first thought in response to the discussion of dumping a toxic chemical into Regina's drinking water supply is, why? Let's be clear. Hydrofluorosilicylic acid, while commonly used for fluoridation, is highly toxic as per my attached safety data sheet. Meanwhile, the Buffalo Pound Water Treatment Plant has won awards for its water quality and ranks among the best in Western Canada. Why jeopardize that? Why not boast that Regina has some of the purest drinking water in the country? Why would a previous council fund a referendum for a water treatment plant, essential infrastructure, while another forces through a plan to contaminate water? Clearly, I'm gobsmacked that anyone would risk something as crucial as our drinking water. First, it makes no medical sense. I'm not a doctor, and neither are you. None of the doctors promoting this accept any liability or represent a governing body that does. Meanwhile, doctors who oppose it face threats to their license. That speaks volumes. We've seen accepted medical practices overturned before. Remember the "smoking is good for you" campaign? And many communities are already reversing fluoridation. If the goal is dental hygiene, did you even try to implement any far less invasive alternatives first, such as promoting the Canadian Dental Care Plan, or even funding education or nutrition in schools by way of visiting hygienists or nutritionists? And let's be clear, there's a difference between topical application and ingestion. I pour hydrogen peroxide on my child's scraped knee. I don't dump it down their throat. Second, it makes no financial sense. This council debated for hours to save $1.5 million by cutting staff, yet sees no problem spending $2 million on fluoridation equipment. Most of that expense is literally going down the drain. Toilets, sinks, lawns, and ultimately runoff where the acid will pool. Furthermore, ongoing costs of both fluoridation and likely legal battles are going to weigh on an already exhausted tax base. Third, it makes no business sense. Regina is years behind communities who have already fluoridated and are now reversing course. The tourism impact is also real. We'll lose any claim to pure water, while cities like non-fluoridated Abbotsford repeatedly win international awards for chemically perfect water. Fourth, the priority. It's completely backwards. This city still has lead pipes contaminating our water. Clearly far more urgent than adding new contaminants. Indigenous communities, and no environmental study on acidic runoff. And if DEI has taught us anything, it's that individuals have the right to choose what goes into their bodies, especially when no one is harmed. Sixth, it makes no political sense. Health Canada isn't your boss, the people of Regina are. An online survey in just 24 hours collected over 4,000 votes against fluoridation. A petition is also gaining momentum as we speak, averaging a signature per minute, already over 1,630 hours in the last. Is it anecdotal? If you respect your constituents, then why are you voting against them? The last election sent a clear message. The public is sick and tired of special interest steering this city. Stay in your lane, provide for taxes. Health cost savings aren't your mandate, and this isn't your jurisdiction. Seventh, it makes no legal sense. If this were a courtroom, you'd be bombarded with the same arguments I'm making now. The valuable time of this council and the cost to the taxpayers to fund such litigation is not worth it. You have a real chance to make Regina grow in so many of the ways that match the opportunities this city has in front of it. Do you want to be remembered for that? Or as the council that wasted millions on acid and years in litigation? Eighth and lastly, the ethics make no sense. If there is even the slightest chance the safety data sheets are correct and the substance is toxic, and this council is aware of it, why would you take that chance and ultimately that liability? While this submission is formal, I speak to you also as community champions, as upstanding business people, as parents, and as citizens. The poisoning of our water for ethical sense, and it is back. 0.7 is a number being pitched to you as safe. Please consider that number in a different light and ask yourself, is there a 0.7% chance of harm? If you are certain there's no risk, then vote as you see fit. But not even Health Canada nor your own administration can say this because they won't accept liability. As such, it is imperative to assume a 0.7% chance of harm be treated as an absolute certainty. Please reconsider the fluoridation of Regina's water supply. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Carson. And I'll check to see if there's any questions from my colleagues. Councillor Turnbull, go ahead.
Hi, thank you for being here and your passion. And try to keep up with everything you said.
It was a lot in 5 minutes, I apologize.
Yes, it was. So you mentioned that, again, that lack of engagement and appropriate for engagement with our communities, and who do you think would be important to engage with? Would it be like subject matter experts, doctors, public? Who in your opinion, has a right to be able to talk about this?
Well, I think every citizen of Regina ultimately has the right when it comes down to it. But as far as who you would engage to get an informed decision, then absolutely. You'd want to speak to both sides. Right now, what I'm seeing is legitimate doctors being labeled as pseudoscience, which is ridiculous, because if my opinion doesn't align with yours, that makes me wrong or you wrong. I don't see the point in that. I'd be looking at the people who have been affected by fluoride. I'd be looking at other municipalities. And I've just, like I said, I'd be listening to the people. At the end of the day, they don't want, for me, it goes beyond. I don't even understand why we're even having this conversation. I don't know why this meeting is going on, but here we are.
Okay. And then I guess, do you think that average, like the opportunity to engage about what goes on in their body and ingested, or should we just defer completely to experts, like, or is it a combination, or?
Oh, no. Absolutely good question. Thank you for that. No, when it comes to what goes in, is there not a mandate of any city council.
And what opportunities have there been for you to engage with administration, city councilor? Has it only been as a delegate? Have you only been able to come as a delegate to engage, or has there been any other opportunities?
The best that I can say, similar to what Malia said, was I found out after the fact of the first motion back in 2021. And so I had no opportunity there. And then now to this one, again, thank you for having this special meeting. To councillors, it's difficult, and we're getting a lot of, I guess, canned answers. And we feel frustrated. We want to make sure that we're heard. And so this meeting is a great step. I really do appreciate that. But I don't feel that there has been a lot of opportunities, and from a lot of the people that I talked to, they're saying they didn't even know that this was even an issue. So I don't think that there's been the proper public engagement. I've seen more engagement on changing the zoning crack house in North Central than I have on something as important as putting poison in people's water.
Okay. And again, you were talking so fast. It's hard to
I'm
take
sorry.
notes. That's good. I get it. There's that five-minute timeline. You were talking about signatures. So there's.
Yes, there is a petition circulating right now. It currently has 1,800 signatures. In a little over 24 hours, it got 1,600. So it averaged around a signature per minute.
And are those petitions, is it local participants? Is a petition to not put fluoride in the water? What is this petition?
The exact wording of the petition, by the way, it is a formal petition through change.org that is called Stop the Addition of Fluoride to Regina's Public Water System. I could read you the terms if you'd like of the issue.
I don't think that part's necessary. Know what that was. So it's a formal petition for...
It is a formal petition with signatures and with comments attached to it as well from the citizens.
And local?
Local, yes.
Okay. We can get that from you later, I'm sure. And then I guess from just moving on, would a filtration system help for sensitivities or and then the other thing you didn't mention was the lack of Indigenous engagement. Do you have any, again, most of us are new here on council, and actually I don't think anyone in this, okay, so we're all here new. What sort of Indigenous engagement was done with that, and why is that important?
I've heard of none, and I guess the point that I said, I mentioned the Indigenous community in particular. I say that Mayor Baczynski indicated right at the beginning that we are on Treaty 4 land. It's their land. They should have the engagement. It's their water, and I have not heard of any.
Okay. Thank you for your time. I'll let other people ask you questions.
Thank you. Councillor Radens, go ahead.
For being here, Scott, and your presentation. So I just want to bring you back in regards to your petition that you have going on, but also to some history. And so you know that Regina has had 4 plebiscites on fluoridation of our water.
Yes, ma'am.
You're aware of that?
I am.
And so do you know any, because I'm looking at the details, but do you know what's the stats or the numbers?
I believe historically they were all turned down in that, and when it does hit public, it never sees the light of day. That raises a significant question to me of why it keeps getting brought up as city council.
Okay.
And I won't draw any conclusions, but it's a concern.
That's fair, thank you. In regards to the consultation piece that Councillor Turnbull is referring to, is that obviously it's an important piece to ensure that we're listening to our community. And so what are your thoughts behind that? And I mean, you made reference to the Indigenous and First Nations, and I know that city council or city administration, when they're doing any kind of reports, that it is an important piece to ensure that we are having discussions with Indigenous and First Nations communities, right? And so...
Yes, I have sat on athletic, artistic, business, and academic boards of directors in multiple capacities, even public service in the community. And Indigenous engagement is constantly at the forefront. Specifically, it's the Indigenous community saying, why aren't we being included? And so those are trivial matters by comparison to this. And when I don't see representation from them or getting their input, that is a serious concern.
Okay, thank you. So you, in your presentation, you mentioned that perhaps we should look at doing more or less invasive ways of addressing dental health.
Yes.
Can you elaborate?
Yes. First of all, I want to be clear that I'm not opposed to fluoride, there's a difference between hydrofluorosilicic acid and sodium fluoride. There's a difference between topical application and ingestion. There's a difference between administering it to people who want to have it and forcing it onto people who don't or can't have it. So right there, if we're talking about just fluoride, I think there's a key difference to be made. Having said that, I am not convinced that we even need to go that far. I believe that the programming that's in place is much more enabling and effective than something like this type of chemical. I question when I hear things of children we can't even perform surgeries and things like this. I question if the fluoride is even going to make that much of a difference, or if that's a greater social issue. And to that end, I circle back to education. I'm fortunate enough that when I was at the elementary age, we did have dental hygienists come to our classes. They handed out toothbrushes, dental floss, toothpaste to everybody, containing fluoride. And I think of the cost of that. And when I'm looking at millions of dollars for equipment, hundreds of thousands of dollars for ongoing maintenance, and I don't believe this council has considered the costs of the environmental cleanup, nor the corrosion to the pipes, then I look at something like a simple program like that, which arguably per child, then I think, you know what, extend that to the entire city. Put dental care packs in libraries that people could access. You know what, mail it out to every single house in this city, and it would still cost less than the cost of this fluoride plant.
Yes, thank you. And so I do recall being a kid and experiencing that program that was in place, and the great program. And so I did do some research inquiring about how much it would cost for something like that. I didn't get a definitive answer. However, going to back to the universal dental care that is now rolled out basically from 0 to 65. That in itself, like, what are your thoughts behind that?
Yeah, that's a good question. And I'm obviously an advocate of that program as well. Now, I do acknowledge that some people, you know, as easy as the form is to fill out, they might not have the means to get there. They might not be able to get away from work to get there. Might be single parent families, things like that. So I can understand that subscribing to it is one thing, committing to it is another. But again, if that program paired with the education program, paired with a nutrition program is put together, I have to give a bit of a side anecdote here that one of the students that I teach martial arts to was telling me that at her school today, publicly funded school, and this is going on today, ladies and gentlemen, there is a sugar buffet, a candy buffet going on for the kids. And they are the kids are super excited to be having this because they don't know better. They don't have the education to understand simple concepts of moderation in nutrition, about the effects of just the basic food groups. And instead, we're having candy buffets. So if you could say to me, we've got education in place, we've got nutrition in place, we've got dental care plans in place, and we're still having issues with dental health, oh, and we're not having candy buffets, well then okay, we've got an issue. But it seems that we've glossed over all of that and we've went straight to acid. Acid, I can't underscore this enough. It's not even the right fluoride. And it just seems to me that there's so much oversight, so much being overlooked, that there's lots of alternatives that they could present this council in a much better light. They could cost much less money. That would make much more business sense, and that would be much more effective ultimately.
Okay, so I'm going to come back really quick to plebiscite numbers, and I know that our community, that in order for a plebiscite to, pass or fail, we need 10% of the community to support for or against. And so what is 10% of Regina's population?
That'd be 27,000, ma'am.
Okay, so you're on your way.
Correct. And just in the time since I've answered your last question, I've gotten 10 more signatures. Now, to be clear, the people of Regina do not want a referendum. This is a medical issue that shouldn't come down to public opinion. It's costly. It's got legalities. This is what I was mentioning in my point. It's going to tie up this council. What we're saying is that we are prepared to take that route if council won't listen, if we can't get the engagement. Because we are the bosses, if you will, of this council. I hate to use such strong terms, but we need to be heard. And we believe that there is a strong enough movement. And quite frankly, even if there was, you mentioned 10%, I believe even if there was 1%, or in my submission, 0.7% of people that are saying no, you know, I am susceptible to fluorosis, or I'm who knows what. We're essentially saying those people and their livelihoods don't matter. That is not fair. I mean, myself right now, I don't know my body's reaction to that much fluoride, in addition to the fluoride that's already existing in fruits and vegetables, and from additional drinks. I don't know what's going to happen. But I would hate to think that in 20 years from now, when I've got fluorosis, potentially, I'm sitting there looking at the fluoride marks that are coming through my teeth, essentially my body's sign of saying it's so overloaded in fluoride, it's coming through my body, through my bones and through my teeth. But it's too late. And it's completely preventable.
Okay, Scott, thank you. I'm gonna flip to worldwide fluoride. And what, I think I saw something here in regards to the percentage of how many around the world that do not have fluoride in their water. Do you have any information or can speak to that?
I'm going to defer to my colleagues on that one from their
Okay.
research.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you. Councillor Fro, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate you coming today. Also want to acknowledge your passion and your strong views on that.
Thank you.
And for taking the time to be with us today. You mentioned before you're getting a lot of signatures, so respect that you're out doing that. What would your response be if I were to get 1,800 signatures and suggest that we perhaps change the rules to allow smoking indoors again, because, you know, body autonomy after all, or perhaps that we lower the drinking age to let children drink because sort of parents know best. If I were to get enough signatures from the public, overwhelming perhaps, even a vast majority, would your opinion be that we should lower the drinking age and allow us all to smoke here inside this chamber?
That's a fantastic question. And in fact, not very long ago, that was legal in many public areas that you could smoke. I won't speak to drinking, but smoking is an example. The key thing is that I had the choice whether I wanted to go into that room or not, whether I wanted to go into that drinking establishment, that restaurant, or whatever. And in many cases, I didn't. I know myself when I was in my teens and my 20s, I would go into a restaurant or go with my friends or something like that, and I'd walk in and I'd see a cloud of smoke in the room, and I would just leave. I had that choice. That was empowering.
Thank you. Are you aware that the decisions on both of those cases didn't involve you or I rendering our opinion, but in fact those opinions came from Canadian and Saskatchewan public health experts, and then we made a decision. Of course, some people weren't happy. Are you aware of that?
No.
Okay. I heard you say before that you practice martial arts. That's awesome. I read in your bio that you like tennis and that you're a tennis instructor.
Yes.
In your estimation, is there any difference between, say, Rafael Nadal on the APT Tour and maybe me or you on the outdoor courts playing tennis? And if so, might we acknowledge that Nadal or Serena Williams have maybe a different level of experience and expertise? And where I'm going with that is, if we can acknowledge that, and I'll look to your opinion on that, might we also not acknowledge that there's varying degrees of knowledge and expertise in science? So if Johns Hopkins University, the Mayo, McGill, Health Canada, local public health officials say that fluoride is safe and effective, isn't it reasonable to assume that some people in their field have just a different level of expertise?
That's an excellent question. Very interesting the way that you've positioned it, because you've pulled on my heartstrings by mentioning tennis. So I like that. I guess I'll answer your question with a bit of a scenario. When I'm teaching martial arts, the common thing that the carrot, if you will, that hangs in front of a lot of young people is the allure of the black belt in getting it. And I say to them, there's no difference in the skill of the black belt versus the white belt. It is the same playing field. It simply comes down to the choice to show up and to work hard. And so to the question that you're making, I will agree that there is definitely a difference between, my opinions as they are versus the research of the experts. However, I will also say that you wouldn't put a white belt up against a black belt to compete, but two different black belts equally need to be respected. And that is a problem that I see happening right now, is that I don't believe that the proverbial black belts, in this case the doctors, the experts, on both sides are being listened to. I believe that the side that is opposed to fluoridation is being labeled as pseudoscience, whereas the side that is for it, promoting it, is the science that we must subscribe to.
Yeah, well, thanks for your answer on that. I don't have a great serve, so I know for certain I couldn't stand up to either you
I can
or
have you
Michelle.
going in 2 hours. Give me 2 hours, I'll take anybody.
I'll take you up on that. I think perhaps maybe also the difference between a peer-reviewed study with good science and an opinion. I guess the last question I have is, well, I actually have two more, sorry. I've heard several people today make really good points about what is regulated and what is not regulated. Mm-hmm. And so if we were to encourage provincial or Canadian health authorities to regulate fluoride, and I suspect all of my colleagues are in agreement that we wish the provincial and federal government made this decision, not us, but would you be in support of regulating fluoride? And if the government of Canada or the province of Saskatchewan decided to regulate fluoride, would your opinion on that change?
I just want to be clear. When you say fluoride, are you referring to hydrofluorosilicic acid, or are you referring to sodium fluoride or a derivative of?
Either, you can choose.
Well, in regulating hydrofluorosilicic acid, I couldn't possibly see that happening because it is classified as a toxic waste, poison. In the case of fluoride, if that was regulated, absolutely, I'd be in favor of that. Now, I will mention, though, having said that, I'm not suggesting that we should, because if you look at, again, I believe it was mentioned earlier, on the toothpaste bottle, it says, if swallowed, contact poison control. And that's not hydrofluorosilicic acid. That's much less severe. And even there, that's considered very, very bad.
I appreciate that. I guess last question, just you referenced toothpaste. Are you aware that water in excessive levels can also kill you?
Absolutely.
Thanks so much. I have no more further questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Beazle, go ahead.
Thank you very much to the chair. Thanks for coming today, all the homework you've done, all the presentations you've done. I'll keep it very short. Now, we talked about smoking, and I 100% remember those days of walking into a place and there was smoke everywhere. And I was glad it was taken out. Like, it was not a healthy choice. Now, you have a choice of having this in your water or not, and we talked about qualifications. The question that I have to you is, through your research, you said there's an expert over here, called them a black belt, an expert over here, called them a black belt, but there was no decision point, that decision point being who's regulating. So we've heard from other people already. Health Canada does not regulate this. They kick it down to the municipal level. Sask Water does not regulate this. They kick it down to the municipal level. I'm not a black belt. I'm a counselor. I got elected. Other people around this room got elected. Do you think we're qualified to make this decision?
Not at all. And I say this with all respect, because I believe that you are very qualified in other areas. All right, I want to make that very clear. But as that's actually one of the points that I was making in my submission, is that you're not qualified, I'm not qualified. It's not the jurisdiction of this council.
Yeah, so if I'm not qualified, I'm going to say, take this, and it's 0.7 milligrams per liter per day. Do you feel comfortable with that? I'm not qualified for that decision.
Not at all.
Okay, and that's what your petition is showing as well, too.
Exactly right.
Okay, thank you very much.
Pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rasovich, go ahead.
Through the chair, I know Councillor Fro was talking to you about experts. So I'm going to refer back to Health Canada and their expert panel. And again, a 2024 expert panel convened by Health Canada examined fluoride's potential neurocognitive impacts on children. This group urged further research. My question is, should we not wait?
Thank you for that obvious question. You're absolutely right. If the research isn't ready, then why would you push it through? And I keep saying why?
Yeah, and my next question is, which fluoride? Pharmaceutical grade, which is going to cost the city $40 million a year. I mean, that's the number from another delegate, which I'm sure I've heard that number from other people. Or do we put this other, I guess, what's the acronym there?
Hydrofluorosilicic acid?
Hydrofluorosilicic acid, yeah. So again.
And I think that it comes down to potentially a cost, and it was just pitched that way. But I think that if it was said, well, no, there is actually a medical substance, like a pharmaceutically approved substance. Okay, that's a different conversation.
Yeah, but and I guess if you look around here, you don't see a bunch of experts. I'm assuming.
I see a bunch of very well-dressed professionals, but I unfortunately don't see medical experts here.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Burton, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, thank you for your presentation here. We have a lot of competing studies out there. Yes. I can always find another one on the opposite side of all these arguments here. So with these competing studies, who should we rely upon to adjudicate and provide guidance to us?
Excellent question. And I think that the fact that you have so many competing studies is a moment, it should give you pause right there. And to say that if there is this much doubt, as I said in my submission, 0.7% doubt, it's too much. You're better off to say, okay, this is now going to be a choice. We will make fluoride accessible, but we will not force it. We will not impose it until we have complete agreement on which type of fluoride we're going to use, how much we're going to use, how we can monitor it, how we can guarantee with absolute certainty when it gets to the tap of every single man, woman, and child in Regina that they are drinking 0.7 parts per million. Until we can have that absolute certainty, I don't think we should risk it.
Okay, but my question you didn't answer, which was, who should we rely upon? Health Canada, Canadian Dental Association, Saskatchewan Health? That was not my question, was not what you answered.
Sorry, I'm sorry. That is a good question. And unfortunately, the business person in me, who has, again, sat on so many boards, knows that politics is an interesting thing. And the people that you rely on sometimes have ulterior motives. And the best that you can do is go by
giving opinion where in fact there are no consequences. Are you, so to pick up on Councillor Burton's question, might we not then, to your point, rely on those at Health Canada, the College of Dentistry and public health officials, and the academics in Canada, in my view, that are the best in their trade, to render an opinion because they do in fact have consequences if they're wrong?
They are entitled to opinion as much as I am, as much as you are. But this is not an opinion-based decision. This is a liability. This is a risk of putting a known toxic substance into a public water supply. And I believe that there is perhaps a difference in just because somebody said we should versus what we're doing. So again, you can take that opinion, but putting it into public water, I don't quite understand the question.
No, that's fine. My last question is, because it's been raised several times, this Health Canada report. Have you read the expert panel in terms of those that met on the effects of fluoride in drinking water, the meta-analysis, and are you aware that in fact Health Canada concluded that their recommendation as it relates to fluoride being a safe and effective tool has not in fact changed? Have you read that report in its entirety, including the conclusion of the report?
I have not read it. I'll defer that to my colleagues.
Right on. Thanks. No further questions.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, thank you for your presentation today.
Thank you for your time, everyone.
You can return to the gallery. Okay, I will now call upon Delegation DE 25-85, Janelle Girard. come to the delegation table. And once you're seated, I'll give you my same spiel. I'll get your date representing, if any, what city or town you reside in. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions Council may have for you. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Good. Thanks, Mayor Bashinsky. My name is Janelle Gerard. I am representing myself, and I am a citizen of Regina. On September 24th, 2024, a U.S. federal court ruled against the EPA in a landmark lawsuit, a 7-year-long trial, finally recognizing the vast scientific evidence that showed that water fluoridation at the recommended level of 0.7 milligrams per liter poses an unreasonable risk. You will find a letter outlining the court's ruling from lead attorney Michael Connett in your delegation package, as well as a copy of the court ruling. As we look back in history, there are no shortage of examples of products that had initially been deemed safe and were later found to have catastrophic consequences. From DDT to asbestos to lead to cigarettes to thalidomide, products that were all once heralded and promoted. How many people were harmed by these products over the decades despite claims of safety? I myself have been harmed by a medical treatment product, and as a result of that, I have gone down a rabbit hole of chemicals and chemical exposures, and once you become ill, as Councillor Sarah Turnbull can relate to, you start questioning things and looking towards things in a different way, okay? The independent scientists who raised the alarm bells were often criticized, attacked, discredited, and dismissed by industry, just as Dr. Carson was when she released her groundbreaking book, Silent Spring, which outlined the toxicity of the chemical DDT. Her work led to the eventual banning of the chemical, but not without fierce opposition from the chemical industry, who continued to tout the safety and efficacy and necessity of DDT despite a mountain of evidence to the contrary. In recent years, we've seen the popular and widely used herbicide Roundup come under fire. For decades, it was touted as safe enough to drink, despite a growing body of evidence indicating just the opposite and tying the chemical to cancers and a host of other health problems. 2014, a jury awarded Dwayne Lee Johnson $289 million after it determined that Monsanto's Roundup caused his cancer. During the trial, it was revealed that the corporation had targeted and discredited academics who spoke up about their research findings and possible health risks associated with the herbicide. Since that verdict, there have been thousands of similar lawsuits filed against Monsanto with similar claims. This chemical can be found on the shelves of your local home and garden department center. We've seen similar tactics like this come from the tobacco industry, as well as the chemical giant DuPont. Interestingly enough, in the first portion of the trial against the EPA did not call any of the agency's scientists from the EPA itself to defend the safety of water fluoridation. Rather, they called from what's called the Science for Hire organization, known as Exponent, which is what DuPont, Monsanto, and other chemical companies use to conduct their research into products to prove their safety. Curiously, all studies that have come out of Exponent on various chemicals such as Agent Orange, glyphosate, arsenic, and water fluoridation have all stated that there's not sufficient evidence to demonstrate a causal connection between the chemical and the adverse health effect, despite scientific studies showing different outcomes. With regard to water fluoridation, why are highly esteemed researchers being discredited? We've seen this with Dr. Christine Till, Dr. Hardy Lineback, Dr. William Hersey, Dr. Bruce Lanphier, who has submitted a written submission that you'll find in your delegation package, Dr. Philip Grandjean out of Harvard, and Dr. Kathleen Thiessen. These are just a few of over 4,800 medical and scientific professionals, including environmental activist Erin Brockovich, who oppose water fluoridation. Why is the ruling of a federal court that heard evidence from experts on both sides being dismissed? What is going on here? The fluoride added to municipal tap water, like we've heard, is far from natural. We've heard about this, it's hydrofluorosilicic acid. Water fluoridation chemicals are not treating the water. They are treating citizens. Therefore, the practice of community water fluoridation should be classified as a medical treatment. It is highly unethical to force citizens to ingest fluoridation chemicals against their will. The practice of water fluoridation is immoral and violates the fundamental principles of informed consent. Individuals have the right to bodily autonomy and to understand the risks and benefits, as Dr. Susan spoke to today, of a given treatment in order to make an informed medical decision, and that is to accept or reject a given treatment. It is
10 seconds
beyond,
left.
it is beyond the purview of this council to make medical decisions for its constituents. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
I'll look to my colleagues for any questions. Councillor Rasevich, go ahead.
Through the chair, it's interesting, you mentioned that 7-year court case.
Yeah,
I think the judge was Judge Chen.
yeah,
Are you aware who appointed him?
Barack Obama.
Barack Obama. So I know some people with what's happening in the U.S. or
Yeah.
I'm going to ask you the question, would be associate a lot of things that are happening in the U.S. is related to Donald Trump.
Mm-hmm.
Well, so a lot of the things, because people will say Donald
Councillor,
Trump.
is there a question there?
Yeah, Donald Trump would be the one who, the reason there's all this anti-fluoridation. Well, that's not the case. Would you agree?
I would agree with that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions, thank you for your
Thank you.
presentation
Thank you
today. You
very
can head
much.
back to the gallery. Okay, I'd like to call upon delegation D 25-87, Dawn Greenfield. Is Dawn Greenfield present? Okay, we'll move to the next delegation, D 25-88, Suzanne Benning. Come on up to the delegation table. Okay, once you're seated, I'll get you to introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, what city, town you reside in. You'll have 5 minutes to address city council, after which you will have the opportunity to respond to any questions that members may have. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
My name is Suzanne Benning. I'm from Regina. I'm representing myself. I am not in favor of water fluoridation. While I have a Bachelor of Science in Pharmacy degree with many years studying how drugs are absorbed, distributed, and eliminated from the body, I am not an expert, and I've never presented to council, and clearly my submission was way too long. At one time, I did not give a second thought to fluoridated water because we were told in school that it is good for cavities. I just assumed that someone else at the CDC, the FDA, or the EPA had done their homework. Recordings of depositions from the recent trial in the US show us otherwise. There is no physiologic need for fluoride in the body. It is not an essential nutrient, and there is no organ or body part that needs it to function. It is not natural to the body. Therefore, it is unethical to prescribe. It is the most highly reactive element in the periodic table. It wants to bind to things and does so very successfully. This is why it accumulates in almost every tissue and organ in the body. No, it will not kill you overnight, but it will slowly accumulate. It will be particularly harmful to the developing fetus, infants, especially bottle-fed, the elderly, those with reduced kidney function as fluoride is eliminated by the kidneys, those with metabolic disorders like diabetes and thyroid. Cavities are a result of poor nutrition and poor dental hygiene. They are not a result of not enough fluoride. One of the first things I learned in pharmacy school that a drug is any substance other than food that is used to prevent, diagnose, treat, or relieve symptoms of a disease or abnormal condition. Therefore, the city is wanting to prescribe the drug fluoride to prevent cavities. Fluoride is not an essential nutrient, unlike iodine, calcium, vitamin D, and folic acid. The job of City Council is to provide safe drinking water. Your mandate is not to mass medicate your residents. It is not to play doctor or dentist or prescribe drugs for me. My body, my choice. Between myself and my doctor and my dentist. Not your doctor, not your dentist, or whoever is behind this push for fluoridation. I am the CEO of my body, and I have the right to decide what I put in my body and on my body. Did you know there are many people that cannot have any fluoride at all for medical reasons? Fluoridation would be dangerous and unfair burden to them. I have attached many studies and I hope you take a time to look at my submission to read them. We are talking about cavities here, not life-threatening, not a pandemic, nothing emergent, no one is dying. It is unethical to mass medicate a whole population, especially because evidence shows any benefit from fluoride is best done topically through toothpaste and proper hygiene practices. By not fluoridating, you are not hurting anyone. And those that want fluoride have the choice to add it to their own regime. By fluoridating, you'll be putting many at risk, especially those that have already been hurt by fluoride. There's a Peckham study here. Given that more recent studies question whether there is any beneficial impact, clearly undermines claims that fluoridation is ethical. The ideal recommendation would be to limit fluoride to dentifrices and mouthwashes. Again, I've attached many studies. Everything I say has been linked to either a journal or a study. We in North America are sicker than we have ever been, despite huge advances in medicine and huge amounts of money is poured into healthcare. Neurological problems like MS, Parkinson's are on the rise, autism, ADHD, dementia, autoimmune conditions, hypothyroidism, PCOS, diabetes, osteoporosis are skyrocketing. We now know that in addition to fluoride accumulating not only in our bones and teeth, it also accumulates and parks itself. Remember, it's the most highly reactive element in the periodic table. It parks itself in organs related to conditions above, like the thyroid, brain, kidney, hippocampus, pineal gland, and soft tissues with calcifications, which could include arteries, the aorta, heart valves, the brain, joints and tendons, soft tissues like the breast, muscles and fat, kidney, bladder, and gallbladder. Evidence shows that fluoride could potentially influence many of the conditions.
About 30 seconds left.
Is fluoride also making these tissues stiffer or more brittle like it does for bones and teeth? Is it affecting the way they function slowly and subtly over time? Is it either contributing to the cause or exacerbating some of these diseases? Is it taking the place of other important minerals and upsetting their delicate balance? What do those organs look like after 60 or 70 years of fluoridation? Do we know with certainty that fluoride is not having an effect? When fluoride is in something as ubiquitous as the water and you don't have any immediate or acute reactions.
I'll get you to wrap up here as quick
Okay.
as you can in this spending.
0.7 milligrams is supposedly safe for fluorosis. What is the safe level for every other one of these diseases? We don't know that, and that has been stated in the court case in the USA.
Okay, well, we can open it up to questions of council now. Thank you for your presentation. I'll go to Councillor Bezo. Go ahead.
Thank you very much through the chair. Suzanne, thanks for coming and your knowledge with pharmaceuticals and terms like reactive agents. In your experience, you mentioned something called a cumulative effect. We have information that says 0.07 milligrams per liter. Now that is a rate of adding something to something. So we're going to add 0.07 milligrams per liter to water. But we never talked about the cumulative effect. Can you explain, being that fluoride is a reactive ionic attraction, and I know from my chemistry the ions will bind to each other and take away from each other, what is the cumulative effect in the body then? So if I'm drinking 3 liters, 4 liters of water a day, eating apples, fruits, vegetables with fluoride in it, and then waking up the next morning and doing the same, what will happen? Am I going to be subject to 0.07, or is this going to go exponentially higher?
Some of the submissions for today, and there are actually a number of people that do have sensitivities. And I do know that the amount of fluoride in medications has actually gone up substantially over the years. Fluoroquinolone antibiotics and even Lipitor. It's a common cholesterol medication. Fluoxetine is a antidepressant. They all have fluorine in them. So the burden is getting greater, and I think you will see more and more sensitivities. And it's hard, once it's in the water, it's very hard to avoid it.
So what you're saying is that the fluoride, which is within the medicine, is sort of, and the water sort of increases to make a higher volume of?
Right.
Okay.
And people are getting injured from particularly the fluoroquinolone antibiotics. It's the fluoride compar side effects and reports of injuries from those.
Okay, and what level of subject matter experts or the population should we be engaging with to make these decisions? Like, who should we be talking to?
In terms of sensitivities?
No, in terms of the decisions about putting fluoride in the water. Like, who should we be consulting?
Well, I think it's
and
fine if you want to look at your health agencies in terms of safety, but I don't think they have a right to tell you what's proper for your safety. Just because they feel it's safe in the water doesn't mean it's safe for my body.
So
Only my doctor and my dentist can help me make that decision, and ultimately it's up to me.
because, yeah, so like the SHA has patient-centered care as their motto, for example. Like,
I
centered
also
on the
believe because fluoride is not necessary for anything in the body, we are adamant that this, I just think it's an unnecessary risk.
So, do you think we need more community engagement or more subject matter engagement before we make this decision? Do you think we have enough materials in front of us to make this decision?
I think there's been lots of good material presented. I think there's lots of links to good information on many of the submissions. Sorry, could you repeat the question again?
Oh, do you think that today that we have enough information and we've done enough engagement and enough of our due diligence to be able to make a decision? Or do you think that the city council, who aren't medical experts, need to go and find more engagement from the public's doctors, whoever, or
ultimately, I don't think any doctor can decide what's right for your body or my body.
So,
many of my studies prove that the effectiveness of fluoride is not from fluoride in the water. The study that Dan Rashevich provided from Britain, there was 6 million people, and the effects were almost negligible. And I have multiple studies that are attached in my document. So out of 6.4 million people, water was fluoridated at equal or greater than 0.7, so it's at least what we would have. For restorations, fillings, extraction, only 3% lower in fluoridated water. For decayed, missing, and filled teeth, it was only 2% lower in fluoridated water. And missing teeth, there was no difference.
okay. And then lastly, what's the best application or way to use fluoride for teeth if you're going to? Like, would it be through water?
Definitely topical, and that's identified in all of the studies as well.
That's the most efficient, proper way to do it?
Yeah.
With the least side effects?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I also have from the CDC director, there's no benefit to the baby in the womb. There's no benefit during the first 6 months of infancy. Fluoride's predominant benefit to teeth comes from topical contact with the teeth post eruption. So that is from the CDC director under oath.
Okay. Thank you so much for being here and spending your morning with us.
Thank you. Councillor Radens, go ahead.
Thank you for being here. So as an expert in your field and as a pharmacist, and talking about dosing, in regards to the controls of how people will consume fluoride, because you indicated also that there's some medications that have fluoride also. So then we're talking about increased dosage of a population that would receive more fluoride. Can you maybe speak to that a little bit more?
So are you wanting specifically medications or just anything in general?
Just in general,
Yes.
overall, the
So
consumption and the controls.
I do have links to 3 studies, all showing that the fluoride burden has increased, particularly in food, beverage. Tea is very high in fluoride, so thinking of the elderly that are drinking tea on a daily basis, many drugs that I mentioned before, and pesticides. So when you add all these things to the fluoride in the water, they're noticing in studies that it is pushing people into the toxic range. And that even though the level is set at 0.7, some kids are still ending up with fluorosis on their teeth. And I would like to note that our Health Canada They did a study and they determined that 40% of people have some kind of questionable, mild, or very mild fluorosis. So it's 40%. They think it's just a cosmetic, basically brush it off. So unless you have moderate to severe fluorosis, they don't really care. And I wonder, how is any fluorosis acceptable? What teenager wants any sign of fluorosis on their teeth, even if it is just a little white spot? I have a study where 0.3 parts per million has been associated with teeth mottling and discoloration, just showing that it's really hard to control the dose. Small babies, and this is one that there's lots of studies on, that babies particularly that are bottle fed, tiny bodies, and they're drinking up to a liter of water a day if they're constituting their formula with fluoridated water. And I think I mentioned once before, but I have several documentations that they do not recommend fluoridated water, particularly for bottle-fed babies, but any babies, because there's no need for it. Until the teeth erupt, there is no need for fluoride, and topical is the best.
Okay, so so if I'm hearing correctly, is babies if they're drinking formula, there's already fluoride in the formula, right? So then if you add water that's fluoridated to that, you're getting an increased dosage.
Yeah.
And so it doesn't affect the teeth? Is that
I
what
actually can't speak, I don't know for sure. I doubt if there's fluoride in the formula, that I don't know.
Okay, fair.
But when you reconstitute it with fluoridated water, so imagine you've got a little baby that's 8 or 10 pounds drinking a liter of fluoridated water. That, based on their per pound of body weight, they are getting too much fluoride. So when you look at the lower socioeconomic, there's a good chunk of them that are bottle feeding. They're choosing not to breastfeed. And so they are at higher risk for fluorosis, and they're also at higher risk for long-term effects of fluoride. There's many studies talk about the neurocognitive effects, and I know many here like to dispute all of the studies. I don't believe you can dispute every study. Some are better than others. A lot of them do use the 0.7 cutoff. And I think even though some of them aren't perfect, there's something to learn, and there are things that need to be questioned and further studied.
Do you have any data other than the studies that are provided here that you can extrapolate maybe and share with us some of the data that speaks to the dosing and overdosing perhaps that leads to fluorosis?
Yeah. So yeah, I do have a study here. It says there's no safe limit for fluoride ingestion. 0.3 parts per million have been associated with teeth mottling and discoloration. There's another one here. By competing with magnesium and calcium in teeth and bones, fluoride deranges the delicate bone formation and bone resorption process. Fluoride's adverse effects of remodeling bone and teeth are amplified in malnutrition, calcium deficiency, and magnesium deficiency. So that also puts your lower socioeconomic people at higher risk because many of them are malnourished and not getting their proper nutrients. I know I have another one in here somewhere. There's actually several of them that I've put in on my submission. Sorry, I have so many pages.
Could I maybe ask if this is something that you've put through in a submission, Ms. Benning, Councillor Radens, if that'd be okay to review that, because we've gotten that. If it's something we've gotten in writing, I think that's fair that we have access to that, so just
Yeah.
to save Miss Benning from
There's
having
actually
to go through
many,
papers.
many links. Everything that I've said has been taken from some kind of a journal or a study.
Okay, awesome, thank you. I'll look at that more detail. So we had a previous delegate that spoke to less invasive ways of getting fluoride. And so you had indicated also that topical is the best way, which is what, when you go to the dentist, you know, they give you the fluoride treatment. And so tying that in currently with the federal government putting forward a universal dental care plan that is from 0 to 65.
Yeah,
So can you
100%.
speak to some of that?
I think that's actually very important, because a lot of the lower socioeconomic have not had proper dental care. But a lot of the studies are also showing that most of the advancements in reducing cavities is due to fluoridated toothpaste. And I think also it's because we've had, you know, for the average person like myself, we now have better dental care. We all have private insurance coverage and all those things. So I think 100% that should help some of the less fortunate. I also think, as some of the others have said, education, possibly like fluoride drops, fluoride tablets. You can put drops in water, perhaps in the schools, or I don't know, I think you could easily have a think tank. I think there's lots of good ideas from community members.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you. Councillor Fro, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for coming today and for spending so much time. I want to acknowledge your strong views on this, particularly as it relates to body autonomy, and also want to recognize your background in pharmacy. Thanks for that. It's an important trade in our community. I wonder if you could explain to me how pharmaceutical drugs get approved in Canada.
Well, they go through the licensing bodies. Yeah.
And is there a process to sort of review their efficacy and safety in that process? Sorry, I'm not a
100%.
pharmacist. Okay.
Yeah.
And does that process, let's use cancer treatment. I'm not an oncologist, but for the sake of this question, let's use a cancer drug. In your view, would it be appropriate to have broad community consultation on the efficacy and safety of a cancer drug with lay people like myself?
No.
Okay, thank you. Are you aware that roughly 1/3 of Canadians are without dental insurance? I heard you say that everyone has dental insurance.
No, not everybody, but the average person like myself. There are lots that don't, but I feel that the federal program should help cover those gaps. And I also think it would be important to have some kind of education. I honestly believe it's largely a food problem, so maybe some consultation with the food banks, better food choices.
Thank you for that. Last question, and appreciate everything you've said today. Are you aware that the Canadian, the American, and the Saskatchewan College of Dentistry actually recommended, in addition to topical, that fluoride in the water actually helps the undeveloped teeth, and it's quite critical. And there's in fact causation that shows less cavities for those that grow up in communities that have fluoride in the water. I just heard you talk about the topical application.
Yeah,
I wonder if you're aware of those
that's not what
positions.
I read in my research.
Okay, well, thank you for that.
Yeah.
I appreciate your time today.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bezo, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, great questions. I really appreciate the fact that you're a pharmacist and you bring the knowledge of the periodic table and drug regulations to the discussion. The fluoride that is the discussion point, is it the acid or is it the sodium fluoride that we're talking about? Because one we said is a $2 million project with some operational costs. The other one said it's a $200 or a $20 million. So it doesn't seem like we're putting the fluoride, the sodium fluoride, but we're putting the hydrofluoric acid in. Is hydrofluoric acid regulated by Health Canada as a drug?
I honestly couldn't speak to that. Yeah, I didn't really bring that up in my I think some of the others were more the expert in that area.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we don't sure if this is actually regulated as a pharmaceutical grade anything. It's
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, so
We do not use fluoride in the pharmacy. It is nothing that we've ever prescribed. You can buy fluoride drops and fluoride tablets over the counter as sodium fluoride.
Sodium fluoride, not the hydrofluoric acid?
No.
Okay, so this is a different chemical is what we're talking about.
Sure.
You brought up some really good points about limit of approach, meaning how much we can consume safely without that, build up in our system. You also mentioned the malnourished, we can cause more harm to the individual. Did I pick up that right?
That was what one of my links had said, yes.
Yeah. So, we're talking about doing this for the most vulnerable. So we actually have the potential of causing more harm to the most vulnerable because of the malnourishment than causing for good.
Yes.
Is that correct? Is that a good?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Turnbull, go ahead.
Hi, I just wanted to follow up on some clarification on a question that Councillor Fro had asked about. You wouldn't ask a regulatory body for input on treatments, but when you do prescribe medicines to a patient, do you not take the time to tell them the risks and what's going on in education about the medicines and different alternatives when you're
100%, and that's their choice, whether they actually get the medication or not. And I will say, there are many medications I would never take myself.
But
so no one can tell me what I can put in my body, or should be able to tell me.
So it would be important to consult and engage when you are asking people to put things, like to take things, correct?
Right.
Yeah, so would you...
Especially if it's something that's not necessary.
So to be more direct, would you ask for engagement on, particularly to the public, on whether or not they would want fluoride in the water, or would you say that is something that should only be for the medical professionals to have an opinion on? Which would be...
Well, I think the public should have a say and an opinion on how they feel it'll affect them, 100%. If you're, I mean, for sure you can ask the medical community, but I think everybody has a right to what they put in their body.
Yeah. Okay, thank you for that clarification. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Rastovich, go ahead.
Through the chair, just with hydrofluorosilic acid, are you aware of other harmful toxins that could be in that?
I've heard that it can be contaminated with arsenic.
Yeah,
I haven't done a lot of research on that.
Yeah,
I've heard things about possibly lead, but don't quote me on that one. But I have for sure read about arsenic.
Yeah, those are some of the things. I just wanted to confirm what you've heard, because I've heard, lead, arsenic, mercury. So yeah, some other, and that's why I guess, obviously, I'm assuming that's why pharmaceutical version is much more expensive, because it's approved.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Burton, go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you for your presentation. Saskatoon has had fluoride since 1955 and Moose Jaw since 1952. That's an entire generation. As part of the Saskatchewan healthcare community, are you aware of any negative impact of that on that generation in those two cities?
I don't know that we really know for sure. I believe that when something has been in your, like fluoride has been in your water for so many years, you don't have any immediate or acute adverse reactions, it's easy to dismiss. So if you develop thyroid problems at age 40, or osteoporosis at age 60, or you can't sleep at the age of 70, does anybody wonder if fluoride could possibly be contributing? We know that fluoride accumulates in the bones, it accumulates in the pineal gland, it accumulates in the thyroid.
But would there not be a greater incidence of it?
Has anybody studied it?
That's what I'm asking you. You're part of the healthcare
and
community, and I'm asking
no,
if there's...
I don't believe anybody has studied it. There's been lots of studies on fluorosis, but there has not been studies on, or there has been studies on some of these other things, but I don't think they're big enough and robust enough.
But there are no reports of greater incidence of problems in the Saskatchewan communities with fluoride?
I don't believe so,
okay.
But I don't also believe it's been studied.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, yeah, I agree with you if it has been studied. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Radens, go ahead.
Thank you. You had mentioned something about not taking certain medications. Now, you also indicated that a doctor will make a prescription for dosage, et cetera, et cetera. And so once you educate the person upon picking up that medication and they understand what the risks are, they have the right to say yes or no to taking medication, correct?
100%.
Yeah, and so then also in terms of sensitivity, so if someone knowing that they have a sensitivity, have you had anyone that's come to you as a pharmacist asking if there's a certain element in there that might cause them to not take medication?
That happens regularly. We always keep track of allergies and things like that, especially if they're significant.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, and thanks, Ms. Benning. I see no further questions, so you can return to the gallery. Thanks for your presentation today. So we're just working out technical difficulty here. 1 second. So we're still in order, so let's make sure we're at our seats, please. Thank you. Okay, I think we're sorted out here. So, next, I'll call upon delegation DE 25-86, James Dickinson. James, I'll just check. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, yes.
Okay, and we can hear you. So I'll get you
Very
to,
good.
so I'll get you to introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, which city, town you reside in. You'll have 5 minutes to address city council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that members of council may have for you. Go ahead with your presentation whenever you're ready.
Thank you very much. Okay, I'm James Dickinson. I'm a full professor of family medicine and community health sciences at University of Calgary. My research focuses on how frontline doctors use knowledge. And when Calgary City Council stopped fluoride, I joined the Fluoride Yes group who campaigned to restore fluoride in Calgary. And now I'm the Vice President of the Canadian Fluoridation Society. So, okay, Mayor Baczynski and City Councillors, thank you for the opportunity to present at this meeting. The motion that I looked at contains many assertions that are designed to confuse those without strong scientific background to assess the claims. So I hope I can help you to work them through. I'm going to make 3 major points. First, the value of community water fluoridation. Second, that there are no important harms of water fluoridation. And third, some of the ethical issues of fluoridation. Now, it's been said already that fluoride is valuable for teeth. It incorporates into the enamel structure, forming crystals that are more resistant to decay. Minute concentrations of 0.7 parts per million are enough. And those low concentrations of fluoride are effective and safe and reduce dental decay by at least 25%. Now, since the widespread use of topical fluoride toothpaste and dental applications, many ask, is there any extra value from fluoride in the water? But the recent cessation studies from Calgary and Alaska show that value. When Calgary lost fluoridation, it was compared to Edmonton, which continued. Researchers measured the increase in tooth decay, which was severe in some children, requiring anesthesia for dental care and extractions. Even a small increase in tooth decay matters, since every cavity in permanent teeth in childhood and adolescence leads to a lifetime of dental care and cost. That's because each filling must be replaced at regular intervals, gradually getting larger, and in middle adulthood that may lead to crowns, root canal treatment, and even tooth implants. So for every $1 spent on water fluoridation, we reduce dental costs by over $20. Now that's a great investment for your constituents, and it's probably even greater than that. The Calgary experiment showed the benefits of fluoride are greater for the less privileged in society, those who can't afford fluoridated toothpaste, they work several jobs, they can't supervise their children's toothbrushing, and other people don't even know about its value. Supervising toothbrushing is difficult for many patients, as described by Dr. Patrick, especially for children with neurological or behavioral difficulties. And the same applies to older people with strokes and other health problems. So a vote against fluoridation is a vote to make life harder for children and others whose life is difficult already and who have limited access to dental care. Now, what are the harms? Ever since fluoride was put into water, people have opposed it. They spout arguments about harms caused by fluoride, and every time one is shown to be false, they find another. There's a Fluoride Action Network supported by Dr. Joseph McCullough in Florida, who makes his fortune from selling diet supplements, vitamins, and quack remedies, and opposes immunization as well. Not a good source of knowledge. Very high levels of fluoride do cause fluorosis, but you need much more than controlled levels. You'd have to drink swimming pools of water to reach that toxic dose of fluoride. Now let's talk about children's intelligence. Fluoridation has been used for over 75 years. If fluoridation affected children's intelligence, teachers would have noticed, but they haven't. In Calgary, when we stopped fluoridation, unfortunately, children didn't suddenly get smarter. So to assert that fluoride causes reduced intellectual development requires strong evidence. It's not enough to say that fluoride might cause a reduction in intelligence. It might cause people to grow a third eye, but it doesn't. The motion asserts that emerging scientific evidence provides potential negative impacts of fluoride, but there are proven negative impacts of not fluoridation. The strongest evidence comes from long-term studies in Sweden, New Zealand, Australia. None of them found any effect of fluoridation on intelligence. And the motion before you repeatedly cites the same invalid material dished up in different ways. A small group of people twist selected samples to show what they want to find.
About 30 seconds
We
left,
don't
Mr.
need
Dickinson.
to follow. Okay, so ethical issues. Some people argue water fluoridation is unethical, but not fluoridating condemns many people to dental decay and lifelong high dental costs. So there's a balance between protecting many people, including children, and upsetting a few noisy people who don't want fluoride. So community fluoridation was rightly cited as one of the top 10 public health achievements of the 20th century. So I can only urge the council to provide this benefit to your population. It'll help dental health at all ages without causing harm.
Thank you, Mr. Dickinson, for your presentation. I'll look to my colleagues to see if there's any questions. I'll go to Councillor Burton.
Thank you, through the chair, for your presentation there. I'm interested in your expanding a bit on the ethics of doing that, because we have kind of a couple of ends of the spectrum where one side we have community health and the other side we have individual rights. The Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms and the U.S. Bill of Rights both guarantee fundamental rights and freedoms, but they differ significantly in their approach and interpretation. While the Canadian Charter provides robust protections, including group rights, and allows for reasonable limitation of those rights, the U.S. Bill of Rights is interpreted more rigidly with a focus on individual rights. I was wondering if you could expand on the concept of, you're saying the ethics of helping a larger group versus maintaining individual rights for an individual citizen.
I don't claim to be a professional ethicist to be able to sort of deal with this in any great detail. First of all, I think we don't need to follow American examples. There's lots of terribly bad American examples. If we look at Canada, I mean, there are many cities in Canada that have looked at this issue and have fluoridated and do fluoridate, and it doesn't seem to cause any terrible trouble for their citizens. Certainly here in Calgary, when we had a referendum on the topic, the majority agreed that it's a good idea to use fluoride. So we are going to get that shortly.
So you're not aware of any long-term in the cities that have had fluoride in place for a long time, you're not aware of any negative impact on the citizens?
There really isn't. I mean, when you look at, say, Hong Kong and Singapore are two places where 100% of people get fluoridated water, and they have no problems. Australia is now moving up to about 90% of getting fluoride. New Zealand, Ireland, other countries putting fluoride in the water, and they're not creating problems.
Yeah. Thank you for the questions and coming today.
Thank you. Councillor Fro, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation today. James, when you look at some of the research, perhaps calling into question the safety or efficacy of fluoride, are you convinced that research has undertaken strong science? And I guess to the extent that you've maybe read any of the articles referenced in the motion, it's fine if you haven't, but if you have, I'd be curious as your assessment on that.
Yes, I've read quite a lot of the material that's in the motion, and I'm quite disturbed because I think it's a very selective choice of the evidence that's there. It's very deliberate that people have chosen what they want to hear. So let's take, there's 3 papers that are described that were also cited in the US District Court case that seems to have come up. They all rely on the same small number of studies on small samples of people who were selected to find the answer that people wanted to find, rather than big population studies. I mean, there's one paper in JAMA Pediatrics that used very bad measurements of both fluoride, urine fluoride, and then, which is not a good measure, and very poor quality IQ measurements, and showed a very small effect. That's not a great study at all, and we demolished that in a paper that we wrote, a group of us wrote. Then the motion cites 3 papers, one in JAMA Pediatrics, it's a review based on much of that work by supporters of the Anti-Fluoride Network, and its methods have been criticized as being very selective to bias the conclusions. In that same edition of JAMA Pediatrics, an editorial by dental professor Stephen Levy just demolished its conclusions. Now, interestingly, then they mention an article in Slate, but that article in Slate analysed the JAMA Pediatrics article and also demolished it. I mean, it seems that whoever wrote this motion didn't actually read their references. And then the third one was an article in Springerlink. Now that, it's not clear which one. I think it's one written by David and Mark Geyer. That's a data dredging exercise where a database is used to test lots of possible relationships and pick out the ones that suit the prior beliefs. The groups of children in Florida who were fluoridated in that study are not fluoridated, simply not comparable. In their sample, most children drinking fluoridated water were black and had higher proportions of malnutrition, intellectual disability, or delays in development than the white children who didn't have fluoridation. Now, we can't attribute those differences to whether the water was fluoridated, so this paper is invalid. And also note that Dr. David Geyer has been asked by R.F. Kennedy to lead his study about autism. He's got a history of publishing shoddy studies, some of which had to be retracted, and of practicing medicine without a license. His father, Mark Geyer, the other author, was a geneticist. His license was revoked or suspended in every state he ever worked in. Now, those aren't people that your council should be taking any ideas from. So, you know, there's some real problems with what's cited in the motion, and many of the people that are cited, you know, are members of this small cabal of people who are trying to lobby against fluoride and ignoring the science that many countries have just put fluoride in place and they don't have problems. I mean, part of the problem is that in places like Hong Kong or Singapore or Australia, where fluoride is being used and everybody's happy with it, they don't feel a need to do a lot of research because they know it works.
Thank you very much. I think, you know, many of us are becoming in violent agreement that council lacks the skill set to independently make a decision on this, and thankfully that's why we have public health experts and public institutions. I guess my last question is, because I'm not a scientist, could you explain to us today that are listening what a control factor is and why it's important when looking at something like fluoride to think about a control factor? And really appreciate your time today.
I think the control factors here.
Oh, you're breaking up there, Mr. Dickinson. Can you hear us still? Mr. Dickinson, can you hear us? Are you on the line?
Comparisons to make sure that
Mr.
they are
Dickinson?
reasonably comparable.
Mr. Dickinson?
Yeah.
So before
Yes?
you started your answer to your question, you cut out there. So I'll get you to unfortunately start over your answer to the last question because you cut out just before you started your answer. So if you could just summarize your answer there.
Okay, sorry about that. Okay, try again. A control study is designed to compare people who get whatever intervention you're doing against those who don't get it. And so the classic one that we use all the time in medicine is individual randomization. So we take a group of people, one half get the treatment, the other half don't, and then you compare the outcomes for them. Now, that's not possible to do with fluoridation because it comes through the water supply. So we end up having to do it, what we call cohort studies of different cities. So the example is Calgary versus Edmonton, and they're reasonably comparable. There are some differences. Or in your case, Regina and Saskatoon. Again, some differences, but you can make allowances for those differences. So then you can, when you've got studies like places like that where you can compare, you can then look at the outcomes and see what happens. And we did that I mean, I didn't do it, but Lindsay McLaren and her team did that in Calgary. When Calgary experiment happened to cut out fluoridation from the water, and they measured the fact that, yeah, when you do that, you do get more cavities. So that there is a difference, even in this era of topical fluoride being available, and Calgary parents actually did more treatment to try and help their children, but even despite that, there was a problem with increasing cavities in Calgary children. So it shows that, yes, fluoridation does make a difference. And a similar finding was found in Alaska, where was comparing Anchorage and Juneau, and again, same sort of issues in this era. When topical fluoride is used, yes, there is still a problem with increased cavities for those who don't drink fluoridated water.
Okay, thank you.
Have I answered your question, Councillor Fro?
You have. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Councillor Radens. Go ahead.
Thank you for your presentation and for being here today. So in reference to how long fluoride and the study on fluoride, or since the first date that it was put into our water, which was, I'll just remind us that it was 1945. So we're fringing on to 80 years of fluoride. And so in reference to that, how many countries around the world and or communities currently, a percentage, if you know, that do not, after 80 years, have fluoride in their water?
That's an interesting question. I don't know that I could add up the total percentage around the world. I mean, I just know that, as I say, the two places that have 100% are Hong Kong and Singapore, and then other countries have varying proportions. The other thing we should note is that a lot of European countries don't have fluoride, and that's been mentioned by previous people this morning, but what they do have is fluoride in the salt or fluoride in milk. And these are not such good ways of doing it because of varying doses it might happen, but they do actually make a difference by doing that. And one of the difficulties in many European countries is that they have old water supply systems where it's much more difficult to put fluoride into all the different water systems rather than having a centralized system such as we have in more modern cities.
Okay, thank you. So there's been a lot of, in 80 years, a lot of studies that have been done and up to date regarding fluoride. And so there's been a lot of delegations here today that have spoken to fluoride and their resistance to sensitivities, et cetera, and some of the studies done. So I kind of feel that, and take this as a constructive criticism, that you've dismissed a lot of the folks and some of the things that they've brought to this table.
Is there a question in there, Councillor?
Yeah, and no, that's okay. I'll move on. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Turnbull, go ahead.
Could I just respond to that about the sensitivities?
No, Mr. Dickinson, there's no question in there, so we'll move on to the next councillor with a question.
Okay.
Councillor Turnbull, go ahead.
Hello, thank you for joining us and being one of our specialists. I don't know the difference between bad science and good science, so I'm not going to pretend to. Just like Councillor Fro said, that is not what we're here to do. But I do want to ask you, as someone who is the Canadian Fluoridation Society in Canada, what sort of are the regulations and who does regulate fluoride chemicals in Canada? Like, what is that, we heard from earlier delegations about who's liable and who regulates, and I was just wondering if you could tell me about that.
Well, I can't say that I'm an expert on that. Previous people have pointed out that it's a fairly loose system, and ultimately, if your council decides to put it in, you will be regulating it for your water supply, and you will employ water supply engineers who will carefully measure at regular intervals how much fluoride is going in and making sure that the amount is within the tolerable limits. So yes, your staff will do that job.
So are you saying that we would be the responsible, liable party for fluoride in the water? It would not be like a Health Canada regulation. It would be our municipality who would be responsible for that?
Yeah, well, Health Canada makes recommendations, but you know, in the federal system, this has been delegated down. Well, this is something that actually belongs. Water supply belongs to municipalities. So it is, yes, it's your responsibility, but you would employ staff who will do that. And over the many years that fluoridation has been done in many cities, you know, the engineers and the chemists who supervise this have had very, very few problems with it because they use fail-safe systems. So if something goes wrong, they just turn it off for a short time until they get it right again.
You can imagine our frustration being non-medical professionals having to make a medical decision and then being responsible for it.
Yeah. but then they're also responsible for the amount of chlorine that goes in the water to keep it disinfected. And they do that pretty well. So it's not very different.
Well, I would say that I don't have to make a decision on chlorine today. This is the one that I have to make a decision on. So I will also want to ask about the most efficient way to get chlorine, not chlorine, sorry. Whew, now you've confused me. The most efficient way to get fluoride to teeth. Like, what is the best application for your teeth of fluoride?
Well, all of the above. I mean, there are benefits from having topical applications of fluoride, such as the dentists do. There are benefits from applying it with toothpaste, and there are benefits for having it in water so that you take it into your body, it gets into your saliva, and there's a continuous bathing of your teeth with very small amounts of fluorine in your saliva, and that helps keep the quality of your enamel high and resistant to decay.
Are you saying all these methodologies of getting fluoride are equal in how do you receive them?
They each have a contribution to make. And if you take any of them away, then you get some problems. So each of them has benefits.
Okay. So you wouldn't prioritize them then? You would just say it's the whole ecosystem?
Basically, yes.
Okay, and then for sensitivities, do you know much about how many sensitivities to fluoride exists?
I know that there's a lot of people who claim that they have sensitivities to fluoride, but when you've lived in a place, and I've lived in Hong Kong, where everybody got fluoride in the water, and really there were no sensitivities, you know, so people make claims about sensitivities, but how much is real, I'm afraid I'm not so certain that it, you know, people are worried about it, but whether it actually happens, I'm less certain, because when you're in a place where everybody gets it, it doesn't seem to be a problem.
Are you aware there's over a 5-year wait list to see a geneticist in Saskatchewan? So in order to have any sort of proof or any that, you would have to wait over 5 years to see a geneticist. And I believe the closest one is in BC.
Well, I know we have geneticists in Calgary, so that yes, there are people closer than BC. Now, geneticists here are people who are doing the new and very detailed genetic studies, I'm not sure that those actually help in deciding whether you have a fluoride sensitivity. So I'm not sure that geneticist is the way to go to find that out.
Sure, but when you go to within Saskatchewan, there are certain levels above. You go specialist to specialist.
So let's make sure we're not debating. We're just asking questions for information.
I'm just saying it would be very difficult. I think I have any other questions for you or not. Oh yes, I wanted to ask about the process of how these studies are done and how these regulations are changed. As it's been noted, medicine is always ongoing and always learning and always doing studies, and it takes time and processes in order to change regulations. I was wondering if you could speak to, well, what's involved in that, the length of it, and what makes a study valid.
Well, that's a lifetime of study, as you're aware, I'm sure. Yeah. There's a lot of, science is a matter of development and change. So that, for example, when fluoridation was first started, the recommended levels were somewhat higher than they are now, and then it was recognized that higher levels may cause, they may cause some spots on teeth, so therefore the levels were lowered, and finding that still provides protection. So various committees sat down and looked at the evidence and made suggestions that we should use the 0.7 level that is now used around the world. So yeah, it's a matter of slow accumulation of evidence and developing the right sort of evidence to answer the questions, the new questions that arise. So yes, it's a difficult process, and we have to use the right measurements, looking carefully at the samples of people involved. Yeah, I could go on for ages. I better not.
Well, I really appreciate your patience and being here and trying to explain very complex medical things to us. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Councillor Rastovich. Go ahead.
Thank you through the chair. Dr. Dickinson, one of the questions I have is, how do you control the dose of fluoride that children and adults receive when we're only controlling the concentration? So how do you control the overall dose when they're drinking, person say drinking 2 liters, 3 liters, you know, and then also they're getting fluoride from other sources. Like, how do you can control the dose? Like, how do you control the dose when you're only controlling the concentration with a specific amount of water? And everybody needs water. You can't avoid it.
Yeah, that's right. And that's the good thing about it, that by having a low concentration in water, the human physiology controls how much it absorbs. We absorb it and then we pee it back out again. So we absorb some and it goes into teeth, and a little bit goes into bones, but when it gets to be too much, we just pee it back out again. So human physiology controls it pretty well. So as I say, I lived in Hong Kong where it's very hot a lot of the time. People drink a lot more water, but then they pee it right back out again, and they pee out the fluoride, so that they get, their body attracts what it needs into the enamel and gets rid of the rest. And I know that some people get very worried about accumulation and fluorosis. And that happens, say, in India, where some places have very high levels of fluoride in the water. And when people get that skeletal fluorosis, the treatment is just drink water that doesn't have fluoride. And they slowly pee it out. So the body controls the amount that it uses and gets rid of the rest.
So are you saying that I could consume huge amounts of fluoride and I have no effects? Is that what you're saying?
If it's in a dilute form, yes, if you consumed a whole lot of fluoride all at once, yes, it would kill you. But you're not going to do that if you're just drinking municipal water. You'd have to drink a whole swimming pool full of water to get a toxic, an immediately toxic amount. So as within the range that people normally drink, the body does the work of controlling how much we absorb.
Interesting. Okay. I got a couple of questions. You were talking about Calgary and Edmonton, and I guess there's been some other studies done. I guess it's like, I'll just read this off here. NERAT et al. Published a review in the same journal. I guess Dr. McLean's 2016 study comparing Edmonton and Calgary, the kids' cavities showed that the rate of increase in cavities stayed the same. And there was no statistical difference at the end of the study. And I guess basically showing that fluoridation made no difference. Are you aware of that study, and can you talk about that one?
Sorry, a study.
It's NERAT et al. Published a review in the same journal as Dr. McLaren's 2016 study comparing Edmonton and Calgary's kids' cavities. And it showed that the rate of increase in cavities stayed the same. And there was no statistical.
Well,
you're not aware of that study?
Well, I'm not aware of NERAT's publication. I'm aware of Dr. McLaren's study, which showed that there was a statistical difference.
Okay.
Also, there's another study by a group of dentists, a PhD in dentistry from Edmonton University, and they looked at the amount of dental care under anesthesia and found that there was a dramatic increase in Calgary. So yes, there are statistically significant differences, real differences between Edmonton and Calgary. And not only that, I mean, a similar study was done in Alaska and showed similar differences. So no, these are real differences that happen.
Okay. And what about the Lotus study in Great Britain? Can you comment on that with 6 million children?
Yeah, the fact that it's 6 million children, unfortunately the measurements there were dubious. There are some problems with that, major problems with that study. So I don't think we can actually take a lot of ideas from that, unfortunately. So it was great that they tried it, but I wouldn't, that's been fairly heavily criticized in various publications. I think we've got to be cautious about that one.
Okay. Okay. What about Dr. Bruce Lampier? Do you know who he is?
I do know who he is, yes.
Simon Fraser? It's my alma mater. Anyways, I guess
Yeah,
he's an expert in fluoridation.
He's an expert in toxicology, and he's done some pretty good work on toxicology in the past. But I think when I've read much of his work that he and his group have done on fluoridation, well, we have criticized that because they used urine measures of fluoride excretion in a way that wasn't done properly. And they also measured IQ in their studies, and they didn't do that properly either. They didn't properly validate the measurements. So their studies, unfortunately, don't really mean very much.
So I guess I would have to, I guess my last question is, you would have to agree to disagree with the other people who are deemed as experts.
Are
you saying, I mean, I'm just, what I'm saying
sorry,
is.
Councillor Russ,
No,
let's
but is
let
Dr. Bruce
let him
Lampier.
answer the question.
Yeah, okay. I'll let you answer the question.
I think in science we shouldn't be holding any particular person up as an expert. We should look at what does their data and their study show. And when I look at his research, I have real concerns about it. So I think he's an expert and has done some wonderful work on lead poisoning, but I have real concerns about the work he's published so far on fluoride. But I'm not focusing on him as a person. I'm focusing on what has he published and what do those papers show. And you should do the same for me as well.
No, I totally agree, and that's why I'm kind of bringing it up. But, so thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Flores, go ahead.
Thank you, and thank you for all the information that you've shared with us and taking the time to be here. For those of us without research background, could you quickly explain what a confounding variable is and why studies conclusions about fluoride can be misleading if those confounders like lead exposure, income, diet aren't fully controlled?
Well, I mean, a confounding factor in a study is some factor that is also relates to both the study factor and the outcomes that you're measuring. So it basically makes a mess of your interpretation of the measurements. I mean, yes, there are chapters that would go into more detail, but that's fundamentally what it's about. So you're quite right that a confounding factor that goes in the wrong way can really make a mess of the results of a study. So, for example, in Calgary, we know that dental care is related to income. And Calgary is slightly more wealthy than Edmonton, and therefore you'd expect that if Calgary had better dental health than Edmonton children, that it might be due to the fact that Calgary people have more access to dental care. But in fact, in this situation, the results went the other way. The Edmonton people had better dental health, despite not being quite as wealthy and not being able to afford so much dental care. So in that sense, we'd expect that the outcome was opposite to the bias that we'd expect from that confounding factor. So you've got to look carefully at these things and understand what's happening, particularly when you're doing comparisons between places that are similar but not completely so.
All right. And just to the best of your knowledge, has the scientific consensus around community water fluoridation changed since it was last considered by Council in 2021?
Well, I don't like the idea of doing science by consensus. I think science should be done by what does the evidence show. And overall, the vast majority of the evidence still shows that fluoride is worthwhile. Yes, there have been a number of new studies published that show, that purport to show that fluoride is bad. When you look at them, they're not very good studies. There have been some studies published showing what happens when you stop fluoridation, as I say, and they have clearly shown that problems arise. So I think, if anything, the evidence in favor of fluoride has strengthened in the last few years.
All right, thank you so much. That's all for me.
Thank you. Councillor Beazle, go ahead.
Thank you very much through the chair. Thank you for being.
Hello.
Hello. Thank you for being here.
Hello.
We just had some bad feedback. So I just have a series of questions to ask specifically around some of your presentation. You mentioned China and India a lot in your presentation, high fluoride levels. Overall, who has better teeth, like people in China and India or Canada?
I would think in general, people in Canada.
Okay, thank you. When you were doing some presentations around Canada, did you go to Quebec and present in the province of Quebec about why you need to fluoride? Because they recently took fluoride out of their water.
No, I haven't done any presentations on the subject in Quebec.
Okay. What brings you to Regina today to present?
I had some people who suggested that it'd be a good thing to present our ideas, the Fluoridation Society, to Regina. It'd be helpful to present the evidence.
Okay, so it was more people from Regina reached out to you to say, come to Regina because you need fluoride. It wasn't you coming to Regina to say to do this?
No, it was just suggestions from people who came to our group, I think.
Okay, thank
yeah.
you. You mentioned in Europe, now I do understand that 95% of the world is fluoride-free. Europe is around a level of 97.5% fluoride-free. You mentioned places like Europe. I also know Mexico as well. You mentioned fluoride and salt. Being in Saskatchewan and being near a lot of mines which produce potash, byproduct is salt, which is in the pure form of NaCl. When you have pure salt on the shelf in the form of NaCl and you add a chemical called fluoride chloride or fluorichloride versus the hydrofluoric acid to it, you know, you have the pure form of that type of salt. So it comes in a salt format. If you're in Europe and you have two brands of fluoride on the shelf, do you have the right to choose which salt you're going to use?
Yes, you know,
Okay.
it's sold as.
No, that's
just
good.
as
No,
it is
so
in
we
this
can
country.
we
You
can
buy
say
salt with
in
or
Europe.
without iodine. Yeah.
No, that's good. So we do have a choice. If we're going to Europe and we want fluoride on our food, we can actually choose the salt then. Or if we don't want it, we can also make that choice as well too. The last question that I have, you said, if we have a situation that we have people with too much fluoride, and what was that term you said? It was some kind of, your teeth get brown, your bones attract too much fluoride? Fluorosis? Fluorosis.
Yeah.
If you have fluorosis, what do you do in the effect of fluorosis? You mentioned, you know, your body just flushes it through.
Well, if it's skeletal fluorosis, that's in the bones and in some of the fibrous tissue, yes, you slowly flush it out.
Okay. And then
if it's in the teeth, then it may be, if it occurs during the development of the teeth, then it may be permanent and it may need dental help to cover it over. Yeah.
Okay. So in the event that I'm going to say, like personally myself, I drink a lot of water, I drink a lot of tea, I drink a lot of fluoride in my salt as well too. So when I start getting fluorosis, skeletal fluorosis, I'm just going to drink more water, which we have fluoride in.
Well, first of all, as an adult, you're not going to get tooth fluorosis because your tooth enamel has already formed. You would need to have extraordinary high amounts of fluoride for long periods of time to get skeletal fluorosis. So it simply doesn't happen in Canada. So I don't think you need to worry about that.
Is there a potential for it happening?
And yes,
is it an
well,
absolute
you know, there's
that
a
won't
potential that a meteor might land on you today, but it's highly unlikely.
Okay.
You know, in Canada, with the amount in the water that we have, then it just simply doesn't happen.
Okay, still a possibility. No, that's good. Thank you very much for your presentation today.
Councillor Mancinelli, go
Thank
ahead.
you.
Thank you. Been an interesting conversation. I noticed there's been a lot of talk of dosage, and it's kind of caught my attention. Fluoride being a toxin, water being necessary to survive. If I decided this world wasn't for me anymore and I wanted to kill myself with the toxin of fluoride, and I started drinking water, what would kill me first, the water or the fluoride?
The water would kill you before you'd have a chance to get a toxic dose of fluoride. You'd have to really drink an awful lot of water. And yes, you get fluoride water intoxication long before you get fluoride poisoning.
When they set the level of fluoride, is that the kind of thinking they have? They set it to the limit of harm, then back it off, then monitor long term and look for safety and reevaluate?
Well, that has been done. I mean, the advantage that you have now is you've got 70 years of experience of fluoride in water supplies in various parts of the world. And, you know, we know that it's really very safe.
One more question about dosage. Because the fluoride is a part or a percentage of the water taken in, the level of fluoride per person goes back to the level of water per person, which goes back to that toxic point per person. Would the variance come if someone unwittingly ingested extra fluoride, took a liking to eating toothpaste or something like that? Is that the type of conditions that would cause it to go to fluorosis in Canada?
Yeah, if you have children who are sort of eating toothpaste, then you can get some discolored teeth. But actually, skeletal fluorosis, it would require a fair bit before you get that. They have to do it over a long period of time. So it's really just not something that happens.
Another question. So right now, we're trying to do with science safe amounts, outcomes for people as a group and long-term. Looking at all the water supplies in Saskatchewan and the groundwater available, are there any problems in Canada with too much fluoride in naturally occurring water that aren't being addressed?
There are indeed some places where well water does have high levels of fluoride, because after all, fluoride is a naturally occurring mineral. And, you know, in Calgary, we have 0.3% naturally in the water supply, so we just top it up a little bit to make the amounts the 0.7 per million. So yes, there are some places, and if people don't get their well water tested, they may well get an overdose. But that's really pretty uncommon, fortunately.
In getting ready for this, I looked at water results from, not every place across Canada, but a couple, and I noticed there was a repetition of fluoride always being reported. In today's debate, I shouldn't say debate, in today's meeting, because we're not supposed to debate, that's not the right thing. My apologies, everyone. We're here for information. I'll speak up. I got you. Sorry about that. I'm getting prepared. I did ask at SUMA for some people in charge of the water what type of fluoride was available across, and it was reported back. Looking at Regina's reports on our water, I note that they report on fluoride already. So is that kind of a standard practice of a first world water treatment plant to be watching for these things over and above, and even across broad spectrum for actual dangerous chemicals like formaldehyde? If we put fluoride in the water and we're watching the chain of how the water arrives, for the places you've been involved with, that's part of the job, is to make sure it's arriving correctly. Is that right?
Absolutely, yes. And that's why you employ water quality technicians to test what's there, make sure that you have safe water, and then test the measurements of the things that they add in to make the water clear and safe to drink.
And if we had naturally occurring fluoride, we'd just be pulling it out all the same, right? There's an adjustment there for places that have too much, correct?
Yes, that would be right, yeah.
And when they pull it out, do they pull it out to a safe amount, or do they pull it out to zero? Are you aware of that?
My understanding is that they pull it out to a safe amount. So they leave in a certain amount because that's a good thing to have.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Adams. Go ahead.
Thank you. Just one question. In your, what would you say, in your expert opinion, is the best method to apply fluoride to treat in dental care?
As I said earlier, each of them has a contribution to make. So that's fluoride in the water, topical fluoride, and toothpaste fluoride. And each contributes to the total value of fluoride on teeth. Yeah.
So what would be the best method, in your opinion?
Well, probably fluoride in the water, because then it doesn't require people to go out and buy it. It means that people who don't get to dentists still get the benefit, and it's there every day. It's in your mouth, in your saliva every day, bathing your teeth in fluoride and helping to keep the denting, the enamel strong.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no further questions, thank you, Mr. Dickinson, for your time today. You can go ahead and sign off.
Right. Thank you very much for your courtesy. I hope that's been helpful to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, so we're now going to take our mandatory lunch break. It'll be 45 minutes. We'll be back at 1:50. 1:50 we'll be back. Okay, we're gonna get started here. If everybody can grab their seats, please. Okay, I'll call the meeting back to order. So next, we'll call upon delegation DE 25-89, Angie Ivy. Thank you for coming. Once you get seated, I'll get you to introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, what city or town you reside in. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you will have the opportunity to respond to any questions Council may have for you. And whenever you're ready, you can go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Baczynski, City Councilors, and all in attendance today. My name is Angie Ivy, and I am a City of Regina resident, and I'm representing myself and my family. I'm speaking today to inform you that I'm against the addition of fluoride into our City of Regina water supply. It makes me question why other cities who have initially placed fluoride in their water systems have removed or are now removing it, but Regina wants to fluoridate our water. Additional doses of fluoride are one of the major arguments against water fluoridation, as there is no way to monitor the doses of fluoride people are receiving in totality. I would also add that there is no way of monitoring how much fluoride is excreted from the human body and how much is stored in the human body. My concern is also if I'm going to be receiving fluoride in my drinking water on a regular basis, then when I see my dentist biannually and I receive fluoride treatment at that time, if this may result in an overdose of fluoride. I do not approve fluoride being added to my drinking water due to the lack of monitoring and believe that fluoride intake should be an individual choice. Only 5% of the world is fluoridated. Our European counterparts, aside from Ireland, do not fluoridate. In addition to only 10% of the UK fluoridates their water. Thank you for your careful consideration when you make your decision when voting on this topic. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ivy. I'll check to see if there's any questions from my colleagues. Seeing none, I'll thank you for your presentation today. You can
Thank
head
you.
back to the gallery. Thank you. Okay, I'd like to call upon delegation D 25-90, Calum Watson. Or Callum Watson? Calum? Oh, yeah, that's me. Okay. Okay, you can come on down to the delegation table here. So once you get settled there, I'll get you to introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, what city or town you reside in. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you will have the opportunity to respond to any questions members of council may have for you, and you can start when you're ready.
Sounds good. I'm Calum Watson. I'm from here in Regina, just representing myself, I guess family, and the other citizens of this city. Good to go? Right on. So I am against the fluoridation of Regina's water. All scientific studies aside, expert opinions aside, health benefits, negative health effects aside, I think that everyone has the right to choose what they put in their bodies, especially with fluoride, which is not an essential nutrient, and as we were told by an expert, is not 100% safe. Even worse is the toxic chemical used in water fluoridation. Unlike pharmaceutical-grade fluoride found in toothpaste, water fluoridation relies on fluorosilicic acid, a hazardous byproduct of the phosphate fertilizer industry. Instead of paying large sums to dispose of this hazardous waste, companies sell it to water treatment facilities where people and eventually waterways become the disposal site. I'm a bit appalled that the 2021 City Council tried to push water fluoridation into Regina, even more so that they did it without a referendum. even though water fluoridation had been voted down on 4 separate occasions by the citizens of this city. Does the City Council not respect the right of Regina citizens to make informed choices on what they put in their bodies? Water fluoridation is a medical treatment. Everyone has the right to refuse medical treatment. Water treatment is about making water safe to drink. It is not about mass medication. When I fill up a glass of water, I want it to be only water. There's nothing wrong with that. With water fluoridation, I don't care what you say, I think there's absolutely zero way to control the individual fluoride dose that each person receives. Not everyone drinks the same amount of water. Not everybody eats the same food. Not everybody uses the same amount of fluoride toothpaste. As we heard from an expert earlier, dose makes the poison. And if we can't control the dose, well, how does that make sense? Does not make sense to me. I've also noted discrepancies in added fluoride levels in water quality reports from Canadian cities. Example, Saskatoon's Q1 water quality report for 2025 stated a fluoride level of 0.735 milligrams per liter. That is over the optimum level of 0.7 milligrams per liter. I also noted in Edmonton water quality reports in 2024, monthly maximums for fluoride were often exceeding that 0.7 milligrams per liter, going up to 0.79 milligrams per liter. There are multiple ways to obtain fluoride other than through Regina's water, including fluoride toothpaste, rinses, and supplements. Water fluoridation has its roots in the United States, which is also likely the source of Canada's fluorosilicic acid, since we have zero phosphate production here. 97% of Europe does not have fluoridated water. Countries including Czech Republic, Finland, Germany, Hungary, Northern Ireland, the Netherlands, Poland, Romania, Scotland, Slovakia, Sweden, Austria, Belgium, Bulgaria, Cyprus, Denmark, Estonia, France, Greece, Italy, Latvia, Lithuania, Luxembourg, Norway, and Slovenia. Wow, that's a lot of countries. Most of those countries also score higher on the Global Health Index than Canada, and every one of them scores significantly higher than the majority fluoridated water drinking United States. Water fluoridation is also coming onto the chopping block in America, where it originated. In September of 2024, in a case against fluoridation, Food and Water Watch versus the Environmental Protection Agency, the court ruled that fluoridation of water at 0.7 milligrams per liter, the level presently considered optimal in the States as well as in Canada, poses an unreasonable risk of reduced IQ in children, a risk sufficient enough to require the Environmental Protection Agency to engage with a regulatory response to water fluoridation. 2022 data showed Canadian provinces like BC, Quebec, New Brunswick, Newfoundland, and Labrador all had less than 2% water fluoridation. I'm not aware of an oral health epidemic in any of those provinces. I was surprised to discover just how much real scientific evidence there is against water fluoridation when I started to look into it. A number of these studies have been mentioned already today, but I'm going to re-mention them anyways. The U.S. National Toxicology Program, a systematic review of the published scientific literature on the association between fluoride exposure and neurodevelopment and cognition, found that higher levels of fluoride exposure, such as drinking water containing 1.5 milligrams of fluoride per liter, are associated with lower IQ in children. I understand that Council is after data that relates more to the 0.7 milligram per liter level that will be found in Canadian water.
Okay, about 30 seconds left.
No. I'll just skip to the end. I will end my statement as I began. Regardless of the studies on water fluoridation, even if there are zero adverse health effects, Regina residents have the right to drink water without fluoridation. Regina residents have the right to resist what is forced medical treatment. Will the City Council respect the right of Regina residents to choose what they put in their bodies? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Watson, for your presentation. I will check in and see if there's any questions. Seeing none, I'll thank you for your presentation again, and you can head back to the gallery.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thanks so much. Okay, I'd like to call upon delegation DE 25-91, Cecile Moulin. Did I say that right?
Yes.
Thank you. Once you're set, again, you can introduce yourself. For the record, the organization you're representing, if any, what city or town you reside in. You'll have 5 minutes to address city council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions we may have. So whenever you're set and ready, you can go ahead.
It's going to be a few seconds.
That's all right.
It's going to be a few seconds. My name is Cecile Moulin, and I am a resident of Regina, and I represent myself. The last 80 years, many of the hundreds of thousands of chemicals that have been developed over the decades since 1950, when community water fluoridation began, have found their way into our water systems unintentionally, threatening us with pollution of our water that is impossible to control. The idea of deliberately adding fluoride, which is a very toxic chemical that not only has known adverse health effects, but synergistically increases the adverse health effects of other toxic chemicals like lead, mercury, arsenic, PFAS, is unthinkable. We need to start having a precautionary principle when it comes to chemicals. In the past, we've never done that. Our country allows crazy amounts of chemicals to be made and put out into the environment without due tests or without any really good reason with respect to health problems, potential health problems. There are a number of very reputable toxicology scientists who have been doing studies. One of them is Bruce Lamphere. He is our own at Simon Fraser University. I guess initially he did come from Texas, so wasn't always Canadian, or maybe whatever. Sorry. The facts. Community water fluoridation is not safe. Over the years, studies to try to prove safety of public water fluoridation have consistently proven the opposite. This has resulted in many scientists, including those who are dentist doctors, to change their minds. The list of doctors and dentists now publicly denouncing water fluoridation has grown incredibly, and when they did, they often have been shunned by their associations. Community water fluoridation may no longer be effective for cavity reduction. Over the years, the number of cavities in all countries has gone down in a linear relationship, no matter if the water is fluoridated or not. Presumably, this is because the effect of fluoride is topical. Water fluoridation no longer appears to have any significant reduction of cavities or effect by ingestion. Community water fluoridation does not help vulnerable populations more than others. Sugar causes cavities, and it is worse for families who live in poverty. Poverty, not a lack of community water fluoridation, causes cavities. Community water fluoridation invites legal liability to the city of Regina. This is a new revelation that didn't occur to me before, as it was assumed that Health Canada would be liable. But apparently that's not true. The entity that approves fluoride bears the legal liability for future lawsuits related to fluoridation of water. And there seems to be a number of levels for which this is true. Under oath, the CDC director, under oath in this trial that just ended in September with the ruling saying that fluoride did cause harm to children. Just a minute. Okay, so there was three things that the director admitted, because it's kind of contrary to what the CDC website says. So this was the director of the CDC for the area that is in charge of dental. And he was under oath, he said that the main preventative benefit of fluoride is topical, not ingested. He said that there is no data suggesting that there's any benefit to children if they ingest it while they're in utero, if their mother is ingesting it in utero, or the first 6 months while they don't have any teeth erupted yet.
About 30 seconds left.
And there's no, okay, so there's no benefits of any benefit. There was also no safety data on the exposures for neurotoxic effects on children that could prove fluoride safe. The fluoride that's being added to our water is not the fluoride that is approved by Health Canada.
I'll get you to wrap up.
Okay.
In about 10, 15 seconds because we're just a little bit over.
Okay, so it's on the Saskatchewan Hazardous Substances and Waste Dangerous Goods Regulations, and it is called hydrofluorosilicic acid, and it is on Appendix B under acute. So in the middle of that long list, it's in the acute part. That's it.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation today. I will check if there's any questions. Councilor Rasevich, go ahead.
Just one. Through the chair, you mentioned liability.
Mm-hmm.
And I was just kind of wondering, your thoughts on, how possibly putting fluoride in the water could make Regina a target for lawsuits or us being liable.
Well, since the trial, so that's the last thing that has happened in reviews. And actually, the review that Government of Canada did also came up with the same results. It just didn't apply the safety factor. They left that up in the air and then said the review is still in progress. But it's just that they won't say what they need to say to finish it, is what it seems like anyway. And the panel thing they did as well. The panel is what's on the website. The study that they actually did. So what was the question again? Sorry.
Just about us, Regina, being liable for possible lawsuits.
Okay, so that has to do with the fact that under Health Canada, they approve fluoride for use in the dental industry and in toothpaste and I think cosmetic some cosmetic things. But it's not the same product as this waste product that's on the list for Saskatchewan under Environment Saskatchewan. The other thing is fluoride is not a nutrient. So they can't say, well, we're adding it as a nutrient because it's not a nutrient. It is actually an inorganic chemical that comes from rocks. And in our bodies, the most obvious thing right now, though there's a lot of other problems with it, is that it goes into our body and it displaces calcium. So over time, your calcium that's in your bones and in your teeth, which starts out to be hydroxyapatite, ends up being fluoroapatite. So over the years, your bones and your teeth change more and more and more. So imagine someone who lives to be 100, starting out with the fluoridated water. Their bones are going to be getting more and more brittle because, look at, rocks are hard. Your bones are not that hard. They've got some resilience to them. They bend a little bit. But this is a chemical that does not belong in your body. It's an inorganic chemical, meaning it's not organic. It's not like bodies. It's not like animals.
All right. Well, thank you.
And the other illegal part is that they're saying put this stuff in your water, but they're putting the toxic waste in, which is illegal to flush down your toilet. You can't send it to the city dump. Like, it's not, they're putting it in our water. So we drink it, it goes in our yards, it goes all over the place. And then it goes into the sewers and maybe into the rivers. And so when it gets pulled out again, now there's more being added all the time. There needs to be a way of dealing with toxic waste other than putting it in our water.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no other questions, thank you for your presentation today. You can head back to the gallery.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'd like to call upon Delegation D 25-92, John Klein, which will be virtual. John, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, thank you. So I'll read the spiel to you here. So I'll get you to introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, which city or town you reside in. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you can answer any questions that members have for you. So whenever you're ready, you can go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm representing myself. I'm John Klein. I'm from Regina. And I just want to first thank City Council for taking the extra time to listen to us randos who don't have any academic training in the fields of chemistry, and also for listening to the experts who have confirmed that the only danger to our children's teeth is not fluoridating our water and failing to reject this motion. One of my first jobs was actually in the water bottling industry, and I also have appeared on a CBC News B-roll as a man drinking potentially unsafe water. My expertise is not in water chemistry, though, so I had to actually look up why it's a good idea to supplement Regina's water supply with fluoride. I suppose many other delegates have done the same, but they've come to different conclusions, some of them for a variety of reasons, and some of those reasons may not be very good. It was a dozen years ago that I first learned about a bigger problem with Regina's drinking water that was not about its low fluoride level. And no, it was not about the poisonous lead pipe connections that Council has unwisely not dealt with yet. Instead, it was the unsettling problem that there are 600 kilometers of asbestos cement water mains, decades older than their expected end of life. You may have heard about them from CTV's W5 expose on TV, or maybe from all of the infamous water main breakages that keep our city staff digging up streets all the time to fix those pipes. If the good people in Regina who are putting so much time and energy into stopping fluoridation in Regina had instead put some of that enthusiasm and fervor into getting lead and asbestos out of our drinking water supply,
Mr.
maybe
Klein?
Council would have done. Yes.
Yeah, I'll just request respectfully that you stick to the conversation at hand, which is around the fluoride.
Yes, I'm getting right back to that. Thank you. So if we had done something to deal with the chemistry of our water, fluoride included, then we would be doing something that would reduce harm to our children every day. Remember, there's hesitation about raising the medically helpful fluoride level in the water because of conspiracy websites that have taught some people to fear the effort as a conspiracy with, quote, significant neurotoxic effects or other bodily harms, end quote, as Councillor has mentioned today. Anyway, Regina City Council once funded a study that researched adding toxic chemicals into Regina water, and the university urged further research. But the council ignored this recommendation and chose not to address the carcinogenic substance already leaching into our water sometimes. Yet the fluoride motion calls it a, quote, proactive step that will safeguard the health of our community and particularly that of our children, end quote. So too would completely removing neurotoxic lead and cancerous asbestos from Regina's fresh water. I know I'd like to stop washing my clothes and potentially contaminated, or in water
Mr. Klein,
potentially contaminated yes.
I really need you to stick to the motion at hand. Okay, this isn't a motion around concrete asbestos pipes or lead pipes today. This is around the fluoride, please.
Yes, I'm just wrapping up now to say that I think that councils may be focusing on an issue that has far less concern health-wise than ones that actually face us today. And I would like to end it there.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Klein. I'll check and see if there's any questions, which I see none. So thank you for your presentation, and you're free to log off. Okay, I'll call upon delegation DE 25-93, Dr. Jerry Uswak. Dr. Uswak, can you hear me?
Absolutely.
Okay,
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Am I pronouncing your last name correctly?
Close enough. It's Uswak.
Uswak?
Yes, sir.
Okay, okay. Okay, so I'll get you to introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and what city or town you reside in. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions Council may have for you. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Thank you. My name is Dr. Jerry Uswak. I am representing the College of Dental Surgeons of Saskatchewan, which is the regulatory body of dentists in the province, and I am based in L'Orange. So, dear Honorable Mayor and Council, I appreciate the opportunity to present today. I presented at Council on community water fluoridation back in 2021. And at the time, the evidence-based research found that community water fluoridation was effective, efficient, safe, and equitable. I was asked at the time, was I aware of any publications linking fluoride and lowered IQ? And I said, not credible ones. So what's changed from 2021 to today? Right? Back when I presented, there were 27 roughly known papers that had been systematically reviewed by Harvard researchers who found an association between community water fluoridation and lower IQ. Right? The higher the fluoridation level, the bigger deficit in IQ. But this is an association. It's not cause and effect. Right? So it is something that is associated with the community water fluoridation and lowered IQ, but there is no cause and effect. So when it rains, I always wear a raincoat. When it doesn't rain, I don't wear a raincoat, but my raincoat doesn't cause the rain. These papers, the original ones, and which still form the bulk of the papers that are included into current systematic reviews, were published in parts of the world where the fluoride exposure concentration is far, far higher than the rates we fluoridate in Canada. And typically these papers were not considered to be strong and were excluded from systematic reviews. What has changed since 2021? People are including them as robust scientific papers that should be considered. However, that's not the case, right? The research that we have and the opinion of the research community in the country is that community water fluoridation is still effective, efficient, safe, and equitable for all Canadians. In 2019, we were also aware of a paper that was published in Canada by Green et al., including Dr. Lamphere, who's been referenced here today. And they found an association, again, between community water fluoridation and lowered IQ at fluoridation rates above 1.5%, which is double that which we fluoridate at 0.7 parts per million. So it's an interesting result. The community reviewed it and ultimately wrote a paper taking it to task for limitations in their scientific methodology, primarily that spot testing of urine is not the most accurate way to measure fluoride concentration. Their assessment of lowered IQ was not robust enough, and it was a cross-sectional study, not a prospective following a cohort of people over time, which is more accurate. In 2023, a systematic review and meta-analysis found that fluoride is not associated with cognitive deficits at 0.7 parts per million, which we fluoridate at. But we're always looking for more robust scientific studies to better get a handle on things, because the evidence we have is at best equivocal. In 2024, members of the research community, Dr. Dickinson, who presented earlier today, was an author on this paper that took the Canadian study, the flawed, under the title Flawed MIREC Fluoride and Intelligent Quotient Publications, a failed attempt to undermine community water fluoridation. this is where the research community came up with the idea that to better understand if there's a relationship between community water fluoridation, fluorides, and lowered IQ, that there needs to be more robust studies. Then,
30 seconds left, Mr. Uzbach.
sure. So the National Toxicology Institute report has been referenced here, but from the time they published their initial drafts to the final one, they removed the reference to fluoride being a neurological hazard, inserted the statement that it's important to note that there were insufficient data to determine if low fluoride levels at 0.7 milligrams per liter had a negative effect on children's IQ, and they inserted the statement that more research is needed to better understand the health risks associated with fluorides. So in the end, what we have,
Doctor, I'll get you to wrap up briefly if you could.
Yep. The most recent documentation paper that was published in 2025 using the more robust methodology for fluoride testing and for IQ deficit was published in the Journal of Dental Research and found zero association with fluoride and lowered IQ. In fact, had people who had exposure to fluoride having higher IQ, but we're not using that. And I'll answer questions.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. I do have a couple folks that have questions. Councillor Burton, go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair, for your presentation. One short, quick question. Saskatoon's had fluoride since 1955, Moose Jaw since 1952, almost 70 years, an entire generation. Are you aware of any difference in clinical outcome or municipal or societal or whatever you want to do IQ outcome in those cities as compared to the rest of the province?
That has never been studied in Saskatchewan, and we don't, and because we can't say that there is or isn't, because we continue to fluoridate at the rates that we fluoridate at, and at best it's an association, not cause and effect.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fro, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. Also, just one brief question. We've heard some statements today that perhaps we can just brush our teeth or apply fluoride topically. And I'm wondering if you might be able to let us know your opinion as to the role of fluoride in water as it relates to our teeth. Do you think it's important, and is there a role for fluoride in water for teeth not yet formed in children? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Well, the fact remains that community water fluoridation is still important, right? It's still useful because the fluoride we get from community water fluoridation, with that we get from our toothbrushing and any applications at our dental home contributes to reducing the decay risk. So fluoride alone, topical fluorides alone, toothpaste alone, they're only as successful on their own, and then additively, they're more effective. So, the beauty of community water fluoridation, it requires no compliance. Every other form of fluoride requires someone to brush their teeth, go out and buy toothpaste, toothbrushes, and seek dental care, and we know that not everybody has the ability to do that in an equitable fashion.
Second part of my question was, does fluoride in the water, does that have any effect, positive or negative, on teeth not yet formed? Like, for instance, in children?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yep. So, yeah, they're both, right? So the positive effect is that the developing teeth can be affected by excess fluoride levels, which above the rates we fluoridate at, and can cause fluorosis. Fluorosis is, at its very simplest form, it is an aesthetic problem. Lacy white striations all over the teeth, and then if you go up through higher and higher concentrations of fluoride, you can get to a place where the teeth can become brown and corroded, but that's at 10 parts per million, not 0.7 parts per million. The protective factor of fluoride is primarily post-eruption. So after the tooth erupts into the mouth, then the topical bathing of the teeth with fluoride from saliva, because we take in fluorides of all forms systemically. It's expressed in our saliva, and it exerts its positive cavity-preventing behavior at the tooth-bacteria interface. So it does have a little bit of protective benefit pre-eruptively, but the biggest impact of fluoride is once the tooth erupts into the oral cavity, it protects it and reduces its risk of decay.
Thank you. Councilor Rastovich, go ahead.
Through the chair, just kind of wondering, do dentists have a choice on whether or not they support fluoridation or not?
Yes, the organization. So the College of Dental Surgeons, like the Canadian Dental Association, the American Dental Association, the Australian Dental Association, the British Dental Association, most dental associations support community water fluoridation, but individual members are free to hold whatever opinion they choose.
Okay. So if they don't support fluoridation, is there any, I guess, I don't know, disciplinary action by any chance? I'm just kind of curious.
Nope.
No?
No, absolutely not. As a matter of fact, I mean, there's all kinds of provisions within dentistry that smaller schools of thought that disagree with the larger group of thought is still embraced as long as it's a valid thought process. Yeah, everybody has freedom. No one gets slapped down for supporting or not.
Would you say that fluoridation's perfectly safe for everybody, 100% of people?
Well, I mean, it's right, dose response. What, 0.7 parts per million? Yes. I mean, that's what organizations who've done systematic reviews and meta-analyses across nation-level data says that it's safe. The minute we start to see cause and effect, that is the time to decide that fluoridation is no longer valid.
Okay. But Health Canada is saying that we need to look at it further.
But that's what all scientists say. I say we need to look at it further because all we have is an association. We have no cause and effect. So more robust studies have to be done. And the Doe paper, published in 25, was a more robust study that found zero association between fluoride and lowered IQ.
So what's your comment on the Lotus study in Great Britain?
There's some. It's an interesting paper. There's some good assertions, but some of the methodology is not as robust as it should have been, and some of the inferences made from that are inappropriate. So it's not a paper that fluoridation researchers in the country view as a robust paper for consideration.
But would you say some fluoridation researchers would say it is?
Absolutely. Community water fluoridation, no one protests toothpaste. Everybody, the politics is community water fluoridation, and we've heard, reasons today from the public, and, that's the point of this kind of a meeting, to get
my last question.
A sense of what
Okay, my last question is, what type of fluoride, if there's fluoride, what type should we be using?
Well, from the perspective of, we're not going to put sodium fluoride or Colgate MFP or other formulations into community water fluoridation because that would be cost prohibitive, right? So hydrofluorosilicic acid is the most efficient mechanism of delivering fluoride to community water fluoridation, and the costs are a fraction of what it would be to have humans going out there and distributing toothpaste, toothbrushes, and things like that.
Right, but it's not the best. I'm saying that fluoride's not the best.
Fluoride, okay, at the end of the day, the effective part of whatever it is, sodium fluoride, MFP, stannous fluoride, hydrofluorosilicic acid, is the fluoride ion, the negatively charged fluoride ion that makes enamel stronger and reduces decay. That's the thing. So toothpaste, at the end, the working end of the fluoride molecule is the F minus. Same thing with community water fluoridation. Same thing with the fluoride that's placed on your teeth. The F minus does exactly the same thing. It's just the carrier molecule and structure that varies, right, in the formulation.
Thank you.
Community water fluoridation, topical fluorides like fluoride varnish, and toothbrushing.
Thank you,
is
Doctor. I think you answered his question there. So we'll go to Councillor Flores.
Yeah. Thank you for the information that you shared today. I think what I've heard a lot is people that have looked at different studies and different information. So from the perspective of a public health expert, what are some of the, could you talk a little bit about some of the common ways fluoride-related studies are often misunderstood or misinterpreted by folks that are looking into fluoride?
Well, first, I mean, the biggest one is there's an association, which is not cause and effect, that says fluoride may lower IQ. It's not cause and effect, but people have taken that and taken the information from the NTI study and said it is cause and effect, which it isn't. So people misinterpret the power of the scientific findings. So again, what we have is fluoride associated with lowered IQ, except in a more robust study. So more papers will come out and we'll see, does this association hold? Will we find cause and effect, or will it be nothing? That's yet to be determined.
All right, thank you so much. That's all for me.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, thank you, Dr. Uzwak. You can go ahead and log off.
Thank you very much.
Seeing no further questions, thank you, Dr. Uzwak. You can go ahead and log off.
Very much.
Okay, I'd like to call upon Delegation DE 25-95, Tom Schmidt. Tom is virtual. Tom, can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you there. So I'll get you to introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, which city or town you reside in. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that members of Council may have for you. Go ahead when you're ready.
Great, thank you. Tom Schmidt in Regina, Ward 5, representing myself. I'd like to thank Council for hearing my concerns today. Also like to give a shout out to Councillors Turnbull and Vizo for bringing this motion to stop the proposal of fluoridation to our city water. I continue to hear this discussion on fluoridation come and go over the years. Today I'm asking you to put forth a motion to stop the fluoridation of our city water. The narrative is always to help those less fortunate or underprivileged. So is the solution then to fluoridate all rather than educating those in need? Wouldn't a targeted educational program be better with toothbrushes, fluoride tablets? It's easy to do a demographic or a socioeconomic analysis very easily to identify those that are in most need. I do this kind of work for a living, and this data is readily accessible. Currently, the city uses 28 billion liters of water per year, and the average person uses 165 liters per day, or roughly 2,000 liters a year. What percentage of this fluoridated water will actually go into your mouth? Maybe 5 to 10%, so that equals roughly 20 liters. Then the remaining goes on your body or down the drain, or it ends up on lawns and gardens. Then the city wastewater treatment plant needs to clean it out before it goes back into the environment. Just doesn't make a lot of sense to me. So we're introducing something and then we're removing it again. The key issue continues to be dental fluorosis. According to the Government of Canada website, what is the age that is of greatest risk? It's 4 and under. So tell me why the rest of the city's population needs to be fluoridated. It's also noteworthy from the same Government of Canada website, there is inconclusive evidence that fluoride does not affect a child's IQ, meaning that the science is not established on this substance. So as councillors, are you willing to take that risk by introducing a toxic chemical into the population? We're spending all these extra tax dollars to introduce a toxic chemical that will also require additional changes in cost to our water treatment system infrastructure to handle this corrosive acid. I'd also challenge all of you to go out to the water treatment plant and observe what the waste plant staff is wearing when they're adding this toxic chemical into the system. Oh, and make sure you do take a look at the safety data sheet on this hydrofluoric acid. Sadly, I'm now forced to put into sadly, I will be forced to put in a water purification system into my home that removes this chemical from my drinking water. Can I send this bill to City Council for this charge? I haven't started to talk about the environment's effects to plants and life, and most of all the bees and the damage it can cause to their nervous system. I didn't know it was the role of City Council to take on an individual's oral health care. Shouldn't that be for the individual or a family to decide? Also, as others have mentioned, recently, hasn't our federal government introduced a national dental health care program for all ages, and specifically for those that make under $90,000 a year? Let's save our tax dollars by not proceeding with the introduction of the fluoride into our city drinking water. It's not necessary. And let's stop contamination of our clean drinking water. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Schmidt. And I'm looking to see, I don't see any questions from my colleagues, so I'll thank you for your presentation today, and you're free to log off. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thanks. Bye.
Okay, I'd like to call upon Delegation DE 25-94, Rachel McDonald. Rachel, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. So I'll get you to introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, which city or town you reside in. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you will have the opportunity to answer any questions members may have. So whenever you're ready, you can go ahead.
Sounds good. Thank you. My name is Rachel McDonald. I live in Regina, Saskatchewan. I'm just representing myself. I don't want fluoride in my water. Fluoride has been known toxic for 80 years, and no one is checking individual tolerance to fluoride. Even a referendum wouldn't allow the individual informed consent that is crucial to human rights, especially when we're talking about something as intimate as drinking water. Fluoride would be just another toxin for our kidneys to filter out while they're being damaged by the fluoride. If there's even a chance that you could harm the brains of little babies, isn't it worth it to support this motion and make sure you are doing your job to provide safe drinking water and ensure you won't be sued? I am one of many people more sensitive to the harms caused by fluoridation. I have chemical sensitivities, a mild brain injury, a thyroid condition, and irritable bowel syndrome. Fluoridation has been shown over and over to harm the related body system, even at levels that were planned for Regina's water. My beloved dad and 38,000 other seniors live in Regina. Fluoride puts them at a greater risk for dementia, Alzheimer's, and osteoporosis. I counted how many of us in Regina are more sensitive given the situations mentioned so far. Check my math there, but I get about 130,000 of us. That's half the city. Aren't we worth it for you to check for safety? In 2021, the water representative from ClearTech, which fluoridates Moose Jaw's water, confirmed to Regina City Council that the fluoridation chemical planned for use in Regina is HFSA, or hydrofluorosilicic acid, which also goes by other names, as you can see in the Wikipedia article on 47. The HFSA label from Buffalo Pound on the next page is destined for Moose Jaw's water. The Wimmis pictogram shows it is corrosive to skin, causes serious eye damage. It's even corrosive to metals. The safety data sheet says, immediately call a poison center or doctor if you ingest it, breathe it, or touch it. Severe burns. Fumes may cause someone to stop breathing. Then avoid mouth-to-mouth contact. Yet some think this is safe for children to drink? Document E10 of the Saskatchewan Ministry of the Environment classifies HFSA as acute hazardous substance and prohibits diluting it to make it no longer subject to the regulations, which I think fluoridation does. What if you just gave a bottle of HFSA to each household to add? I wonder what would happen then. Health Canada has no regulations requiring anyone to fluoridate water or at what level. You're not required to do it. They will support you if you fluoridate, but they won't guarantee the safety of your water. Cities have to prove safety. Shouldn't someone in the government be testing for safety and be liable for harms? Health Canada can only regulate substances under 5 classifications: drugs, natural health products, nutrients for food fortification, foods, and food additives. Drugs treat, prevent, or diagnose a disorder, or restore or modify functions in a human or animal. So fluoridation chemicals are being used as a drug. Cities also make therapeutic claims about fluoride. The Food and Drug Act says that only drugs and natural health products may be used for a therapeutic purpose and be attributed with a therapeutic claim. So Health Canada must regulate fluoridation chemicals as such, right? In response to Environmental Petition 299, Health Canada stated they do not regulate, approve, test, or monitor the sanitary state of fluoridation chemicals. They don't test to see if they're safe. Therefore, Health Canada cannot approve these unsanitary drugs, and they cannot guarantee that these cause no significant health harms. These unauthorized drugs are illegal as street fentanyl. Health Canada passes the buck to the provinces, saying these are water treatment chemicals, but they're used for a therapeutic purpose to treat people. So provinces don't have the authority to regulate them either. So what is this stuff? In 19 laws, they meet requirements for toxic and hazardous substance. Unprocessed scrubber liquor from the smokestacks of the fertilizer industry is what it is, not purified, dosed, or kept sanitary. They often contain traces of lead, arsenic, and radioactive substances. Somebody should take responsibility to regulate fluoridation chemicals, but no one does. Not Health Canada, the provinces, the National Safety Foundation, who disclaimed responsibility, and not the professional boards who depend on these agencies that all wash their hands of responsibility. You are the ones who have to prove safety of fluoridation chemicals, and you are legally liable if there are any harms from any fluoridation you put in our water. Since you can be sued and you can hurt people by fluoridating water, isn't it worth it to support this motion? Take a sober second look until you can prove you won't be harming 130,000 more sensitive people in Regina?
Okay, thank you, Ms. McDonald. I'll check and see. I don't see any questions from my, oh, sorry, Councillor Rasovich, go ahead.
Through the chair, hey, Rachel, you mentioned sensitivities. You mentioned sensitivities.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I totally understand that. I mean, for myself, I have sensitivities like for whether it's a detergent or whatever, and that's something pretty simple. Just can you expand can you expand on sensitivities in terms of your experience or other people's experiences and about with fluoride?
Sure. There are all sorts of chemicals that people react to, and there's no reason why fluoride would not be the same. I heard a person this woman told me to ask if if hygienists have ever had people vomit violently on them after getting a fluoride treatment, because she's a dental hygienist, and she said that has happened to her because a lot of people are sensitive to it. But the ones that I wrote about are the ones that have shown up in major studies saying that it's bad for kidney disease, it's bad for thyroid, it's bad for the brain. There are 87 studies suggesting toxicity to the brain in babies, fetuses, young children, teenagers, seniors, like everybody. So sensitivity is a real thing, and it needs to be considered.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. And seeing no other questions, thank you, Ms. McDonald. You can log off now. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, I'd like to call upon delegation DE 25-96, Jillian McPherson. Jillian, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, so I'll get you to introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, which city or town you reside in. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you will have the opportunity to respond to any questions that members of Council may have for you. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Jillian McPherson. I'm here to speak in favor of the motion to reconsider water fluoridation in Regina. I'm representing myself, but I also speak for people for whom there is no safe dose of artificial water fluoridation. My delegation documents can be seen from pages 596 through 668 in the delegates information package. Okay, so I'll begin my delegation. I sold my home in Regina and moved out of the city in 2024 due to health concerns, which included the possibility of forced artificial water fluoridation. I have family living in Regina, and I do not wish to be exposed to fluoride in the water when I'm visiting them, nor do I want my family members exposed to fluoride against their wills. They, like me, are opposed to water fluoridation. Fluoride is a known toxin, neurotoxin, and carcinogen. In September 2024, a U.S. court ruled that water fluoridation is associated with lowered IQs in children and that it is an, quote, unreasonable risk to children's health at 0.7 milligrams per liter, the exact fluoridation dose planned by the City of Regina. Lawyer John Remington Graham successfully proved in 3 U.S. courts of law in the 1970s and 80s that water fluoridation is carcinogenic. These court rulings and associated research have been submitted with my delegation documents. I've also submitted a delegation document titled Hundreds of Studies Indicating Health Damage from Fluoride Exposure, where I've included the titles, links, and conclusions of those studies. In these studies, we see fluoride-related health damage, including arthritis and joint pain, kidney dysfunction, thyroid dysfunction, cardiovascular damage, softening and demineralizing of the bones, increase in bone fractures, skeletal and dental fluorosis, chronic inflammation, neurotoxicity and cognitive damage, gastrointestinal disorders, blood glucose regulation problems, cancer, and reproductive damage. Residents of Regina with underlying health conditions are at a higher risk of systemic fluoride toxicity due to water fluoridation. I know the toxicity of fluorine and fluoride firsthand because I was injured and permanently debilitated by a fluorine-infused antibiotic called ciprofloxacin in 2009. These antibiotics have harmed millions of people around the world over the past 4 decades. One of the reasons fluoroquinolones are so potentially toxic is that they're infused with fluorine, the root substance of fluoride. Many doctors to this day would insist that fluoroquinolone antibiotics and other fluorine-infused drugs are perfectly safe. This is the same refrain we hear from the people promoting water fluoridation, including the doctors and dentists. I know personally that they are incorrect on both fronts. Due to the chemical sensitivities and digestive problems I've been left with, even trace amounts of artificial fluoride added to the water would be extremely detrimental to my health. This includes the small amounts left behind after filtration. I represent the tens of thousands of Reginans at the very least with underlying health conditions for whom there is no safe dose of artificial water fluoridation, period. Fluoride accumulates in the body over time. Even tiny doses can be stored in the body over time, causing health damage. Fluoride can also be absorbed through water used for showering, bathing, swimming, and washing dishes, among other issues. For me and people like me, there is no safe dose of hydrofluorosilicic acid or any other fluoride product to ingest. No doctor, dentist, member of government, or special interest group can supersede the individual's choice on this matter. Fluoride is very difficult to remove completely from the water once it has been added. Even the best water filters on the market cannot guarantee 100% removal. Thousands of Reginans cannot afford to buy filtered water or expensive water filtration systems, so forced water fluoridation disproportionately harms low-income people. Many studies have shown it is the topical use of fluoride through toothpaste and mouth rinses that will harden teeth, not the ingestion of fluoride in water. There is no scientific or medical consensus on the effectiveness or safety of long-term fluoride ingestion. Thousands of dentists and doctors worldwide oppose water fluoridation, including Dr. Hardy Limbach, a dentist and former head of preventative dentistry at the University of Toronto. Dr. Limbach speaks against water fluoridation, calling it, quote, unsafe, ineffective, and immoral. When I previously asked Dr. Limbach to speak as a delegate on this issue, he declined, saying, quote, there is enough evidence of harm from fluoridation. Cities ignore it at their own risk. There will be future toxic torts.
Ms. McPherson, you have 30 seconds left.
And by that, he means lawsuits. Steamrolling forward with water fluoridation puts the City of Regina in a precarious legal and financial position, not to mention ethical. The International Academy of Oral Medicine and Toxicology is a group that represents more than 800 dentists, doctors, and research professionals from over 14 countries. They all oppose water fluoridation and educate the public on its dangers. Their position paper has been submitted with my documents. Regina City Council cannot defer to Health Canada on this matter since Health Canada does not monitor the dosage of fluoride that each resident of Regina would receive, how much is accumulating in their bodies, or any possible ill effects. HFSA is an industrial waste product.
I got to get you to wrap up in like 5 seconds.
Okay, well, HFSA is highly corrosive, so can you guarantee that water pipes and water infrastructure, it also will not be added to that cost, and can you guarantee that lead will not be liberated from the city's water pipes, which we already know have lead problems?
Okay, thank you for your presentation. I'll look to my colleagues here. Councillor Turnbull, go ahead.
Hello, thanks for joining us. So you're a person with fluoride sensitivity. I was just wondering if you know of any other people with fluoride sensitivities, or if there is any knowledge base of how many there could be with in the city.
Well, actually, Rachel McDonald, I believe, worked out some numbers based on the percentages of people that have each health condition. As far as I know of multiple delegates that you will see in the delegations package, information package, that have sensitivities. Ashley Asmundson, I believe is her name, is one of the delegates, and I believe there are actually further ones that I can't recall the name of, but I would encourage all councillors to go through the full information package and all the written delegations, because there has been a landslide of written delegations, and they all deserve to be read and acknowledged.
And
so numbers I don't know, but certainly I am far from the only one.
And is there a way that it's diagnosed or identified, or that you know it's fluoride sensitivities?
No, there is only the bad reaction that you have, unfortunately. So for the most part, people with other chemical sensitivities can fairly certainly assume that fluoride will be yet another chemical to avoid. But unfortunately, most people don't know that they have a sensitivity to fluoride until it's too late, until they've already been exposed and already have had health damage. And that's the case for me and for millions of people who've been harmed by fluorine-infused pharmaceuticals around the world.
Okay. I think that's it for my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rasevich.
Through the chair. A lot of this seems to be driven by us wanting to help the most vulnerable. And I've heard through other delegates, and I'm going to ask you, would you feel that we should, if that's the case, then we should target that group specifically through another method of fluoride?
I think that there is a substantial evidence that shows that it's actually topical use of fluoride that has the hardening effects, and certainly nutrition and access to dental care. So yes, but I would actually go further to say that I feel this is a misguided public health campaign where they believe that they can harm a certain number of people to save, for example, like poor people's teeth, right? That's kind of the idea. But actually they're harming the poor disproportionately if they don't want fluoride in their water, and they don't want to ingest fluoride because, as mentioned, low-income people can't afford to buy water or filter their water. So I would say the poor certainly have all those health problems that I listed, and so they would be at additional risk of fluoride poisoning through the water.
Right. So I guess what I'm hearing you say is we don't need to.
I think we can. I think the answer is given.
We don't need to look after 240,000 people,
Councillor,
to sacrifice the others.
Let's leave the answer to the delegate, please.
I don't think.
Okay.
I don't think you can harm one part of the population in some sort of an attempt to benefit the dental health of another portion of the population. And I think that's exactly what's going on here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Beazle, go ahead.
Thank you very much, through the chair. Thanks for the presentation today. Did you mention you moved out of Regina because of the potential of this happening, the fluoride going in water?
Yes, I did. Actually, there were two reasons, and fluoridation was the threat of artificial water fluoridation was one of them, because I was not certain we could stop it before it was a done deal.
Okay, thank you.
We've been trying.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions, thank you for your presentation, Ms. McPherson. You can log off now. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Okay, I'd like to call upon Delegation DE 25-97, Adele Sonoy. Adele, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Okay. So I'll get you to introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, which city or town you reside in. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that members of council may have for you. So go ahead when you're ready.
I'm Adele Sonoy. I live in Calgary. My mom and dad live in Saskatchewan, where I was raised, and I have relatives that live in Regina. I represent myself. The floodgates holding back crucial information are soon to break and spill over from the U.S. The more people educate themselves and others on the topic of fluoride, the less likely to give their consent and the more likely for councils voting for fluoridation to lose favor in the eyes of the public. In the 2021 City of Regina decision may not have the same level of support it once did as awareness has increased. Censorship and dismissal toward those who have professionally or personally studied the effects of fluoride is common. They're often labeled as conspiracy theorists to discredit their findings. Government-funded media outlets have shown bias by refusing to provide opposing viewpoints, dismissing them as misinformation. People realize they must seek out alternative sources to uncover truths. To that point, urinalysis is a valid form of testing for professional athletes, employers, and medical testing and diagnostics. If it is discounted for a study of risk to infants and children, professional athletes suffered undue humiliation and loss of medals. I understand the cost of implementing a whole house RO unit is $5,000 and up. 4 years ago, I was actually quoted $12,000. Apparently, Regina's water supply serves 132,000 households. If each chooses a whole house RO unit, the total expenditure would range from $650 million to $1.5 billion. Additionally, there is the potential for financial impact on local industries as consumers may avoid products and restaurants that utilize city water. A basic under sink RO unit costs upward of $500. In that case, the total cost Regina households would have to expend for those would be at $66 million. Obtaining informed consent is crucial by providing information free of bias and omission. A New Zealand Supreme Court ruling recently classified fluoride as a medical treatment. Add to the list of issues that the substance used for water fluoridation is not a pharmaceutical grade product, but rather an industry waste byproduct. It's curious that providers and city administrators won't provide vendor names, certificate of purity, or MSDS, material safety data sheets. So toxic is this product that Utah water facilities that have ceased fluoridation must find a way to dispose of the fluoride product and are now called hazardous waste generators. If men and women understood this fully, only the reckless, uninformed, and profiteers would consent. Reports from Mayor's office in a town near Calgary is that they were offered incentives to introduce fluoride, disclosure that should surely be provided to the men and women who live there. It is important to note that there are undisclosed toxic substances present in fluoride products. Some vendors claim lower levels of toxins than the other guys in their pitch as a product feature. This information should also be disclosed, identifying the irony, allowing people to consider that lower levels does not mean it is suddenly safe and beneficial. Any dentist will tell you that fluoride provides benefit if it is only applied topically. Toothpaste tubes they do not swallow. And in the U.S., it carries a poison control label complete with emergency number to call if accidentally consumed. 5 minutes is not enough to cover all the issues with the information and delivery methods of fluoride arguments. For example, the critical flaws of the McLaren study, along with the logical fallacies, caricature discredits, and appeals to authority that have nothing to do with the information provided. I'm sure you're all astute debaters, and you're well able to identify those and not allow those to affect your judgment. The bottom line is that maintaining purity of drinking water supplies is the responsibility and the act of a noble society. The men and women of Regina, if provided with full informed consent, will undoubtedly decline fluoride. And as information comes forward, councils that approved fluoridation will fall from favor. If fluoride is added to the water, people no longer have a choice that's been removed. I'd like to also direct you to the additional sheets that I provided in my submission, and the one about fluoride with the Utah story from Children's Health Defense, as well as a comment that was on the Calgary petition that we're floating at the moment of a gentleman
About 30
who,
seconds left, Ms. Sonoy.
Okay, thank you. He has due to the he mentions in the comment that there is probably better safety equipment available now, but he is a senior and he's now going to have the costly expense of trying to get it out. But he has had 51 undocumented fractures since he now has osteoarthritis, and he's had more suspected related fractures as well. So it puts city staff at incredible risk also.
Okay. Thank you for your presentation today. I'll go to my colleagues for questions. I see Councillor Fro, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for taking the time and for waiting a long time to give your presentation. I just have a simple question, which is there any type of research, any opinion from a medical professional with expertise in this area? Frankly, is there any information at all that could be provided to you that might cause you to change your mind, out of curiosity?
No, because I have spent years looking into this and this site here in Calgary, and I celebrated when it was removed. I do know where the main product comes from, the mosaic fluoride industry. That's a pharmaceutical, or sorry, that's a byproduct. It's a waste of their manufacturing for phosphate fertilizer. And it caused harms in the neighborhood around there with birth defects and such. So because it went out the stacks, so they now scrub it out of their stacks and repackage it and sell it to municipalities to put in their water. And that was a whole long ordeal of influencing the public to accept that as a use for what they've changed from their liability into a profit stream. So no, there's nothing, because it's also contaminated with other hazardous materials too. In addition, fluoride is also the most reactive chemical on the periodic table. So in that, it does react with other chemicals and produces very highly toxic compounds. And fluoride is also a main component of all 6 of the forever chemicals. I know we've heard a lot of talk about forever chemicals lately with Teflon and other similar substances. It's a major part of those forever chemicals.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Burton, go ahead.
Thank you for your presentation through the chair. I noted in your presentation, and you spoke to it as well, you said that any dentist will tell you that if fluoride provides a benefit, it is only when applied topically. In front of me, and one of the other groups presenting here, it's a letter from the College of Dental Surgeons, and it is a letter that is expressing support for the community water fluoridation program for the citizens of Regina, and it is a list of 75 dentists. I don't know if that's every dentist in the city of Regina. Can you please explain how your presentation says any dentist will say it only is topically, but the dentists of Regina suggest it is?
Councillor, I just want to be cautious of not debating.
Yep.
I think
it's an aberration. It says any dentist.
Can I just request that maybe the question be framed in the sense of, are you aware of this maybe?
Thank you. Okay.
Yes, I would love to answer that. Thank you for asking that. I am aware, and I do want to point out too that dentists who do stand up against it, they actually get censured, and we did experience that here. And some of them who recall their dental training will actually refer to that and tell you that and my own dentist has told me that when I refuse fluoride treatments, it's only topical, or it's only good for children anyway, like it's a small little amount, and it's only a topical treatment. Drinking it causes harm, and drinking it doesn't even sit on the teeth long enough to do anything. It bioaccumulates, and it is, as I said, the most reactive chemical on the periodic table. So if they are saying that, as I said, they do get censured if they say otherwise. And I know some of them, they earn up to, we had a number from several years ago, $100,000 extra billing, or was it actually extra profit from doing fluoride treatments. So they're not going to speak against it, because then people would be asking questions about their use of it.
No further questions.
Okay, thank you. And I
Thank
see
you.
no further questions, so thank you, Ms. Sonoy, for your presentation today. You can log off.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'd like to call upon delegation DE 25-99, Margaret Fong. Can you hear me, Margaret?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you. So I'll get you to introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, which city or town you reside in. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions Council may have for you. So whenever you're ready, you can go ahead.
Okay, my name is Margaret Fong. I am in Calgary, and I'm in favor of the motion to pause water fluoridation. I live in Calgary. Sorry, I'm a little nervous here. I represent myself. I took part in the Calgary hearings, and it goes down in history as one of the big failures in my life to allow this toxic poison to be put into our drinking water. This is a very big decision for Regina. You're proposing to put fluoride in the water for approximately 250,000 people, all the household pets in Regina, the agricultural livestock, and wildlife. And I remind councillors of the Hippocratic Oath. First, do no harm. I wish to show examples that the reality of the worry, risk, and cost of water fluoridation does not justify perceived predictions of future benefits. The case of the reality of fluoridation is much different than any ivory tower prediction. Utah became the first state in the United States to ban drinking water, and I'm going to speak of an incident that was part of that history-making decision. In my written submission, I have given you screen dumps and links to the information I talk about. In 2019, Sandy City in Utah had a water system equipment failure that happened as a result of a power surge during a snowstorm. Undiluted hydrofluoric acid from a malfunctioning pump was sent into part of the city's drinking water, affecting 1,500 households, schools, and businesses. That was one pump out of the city's 11. A state-required report documenting the health impacts of an accidental release of fluoride concentrate in Sandy said there were 239 cases of human exposure in which people experienced gastrointestinal symptoms such as vomiting and headaches. Fluoride was detected at 40 times the federal limit after the release, and 2 weeks of free blood testing for lead showed one person with elevated levels, according to the Salt Lake County health officials. And that contaminant was lead. And that was only a contaminant of the fluoride solution from one accidental release from one pump. Thankfully, the city's Director of Public Utilities, Tom Ward, was placed on administrative leave only for 3 months during the federal independent review. The city has been reimbursing residents for any medical claims associated with the accident. So that's one of the areas where the city may be held liable. So if fluoride has been in existence all these years, why are they still having all these equipment problems? I refer to the Environmental and Science Engineering magazine, which is a Canadian publication since 1988. And in their article regarding the technical challenges of adding fluoride, they mention Montreal, Halifax, and Prince Rupert, BC, as mentioned, involving worker safety and equipment problems. Even Calgary is mentioned in this article. After receiving the go-ahead in late 2021, after the last election, Calgary is still struggling to put water fluoridation into operation and is not expected until perhaps June 25, after numerous past time estimates at a tripled cost estimate. The same people that made the initial infrastructure estimate at 10 million as opposed to 30 million now made the estimate for the yearly operating budget. So how do we know that operating annual budget is not also going to be tripled? There have been numerous implementation dates announced and passed, and one of the city's councilors explained why. That
Well, 30
adding
seconds left.
fluoride, I really want to talk about the Lindsay McLaren study. There were only about 2,500 grade 2 students involved in the study, 2,500 in Edmonton, 2,500 in Calgary. That's only 0.2% of the entire population. And the difference is, if you go regarding number of services, only had a difference of health reports of 4.2% versus 2.3%.
Ms. Fong,
So-
I'll get you to close if you don't mind. We're over time now.
Yep. Okay. But I'm not a scientist, but 2% compared to 4% in child's mouth is not much of a difference, and is that really justifying all the extra expense?
Okay, thank you for your presentation today. I'll check to see if there's any questions. Seeing none, I will thank you for your presentation today and logging in, and you can sign off now. Thank you for coming today.
Okay, thank you very much for
Thank
hearing
you.
me.
Okay, we're going to take our mandatory 15-minute break. We'll be back at 3:30. Okay, we're going to call the meeting back to order. So next, we're going to have, I'd like to call upon delegation DE 25-98, Dr. Robert Dixon. If you could come down to the delegation table. And once you're set up there, I'll get you to introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, which city or town you reside in. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions Council may have of you. Go ahead once you are ready.
Thank you very much for having me, folks. I flew in last night from Calgary to be here because I feel this is such an important thing for you folks to hear and to hear a countering opinion for some of the mistakes and the misinformation you've heard earlier. My name is Robert C. Dixon. I'm a family physician from Calgary, and I've been tracking and monitoring, studying, leading, and supporting efforts across Canada and the United States and other parts of the world, such as Australia, for the last 26 years. So I know this issue of water fluoridation inside and out. So as I mentioned, I'm the chair of Fluoride Free Canada and the founder of Safe Water Calgary. I come to you as the chair of Fluoride Free Canada. We're concerned about all Canadian citizens, and that includes the 38% of Canadians that are fluoridated presently. Okay, so Councillor Beso's motion is based, amongst other things, on prominent and peer-reviewed studies. That's important to know, peer-reviewed studies. That means the studies that have been looked at closely by other physicians. So there's the Lotus study that a couple of people have slammed earlier today. The Lotus study is an excellent study from the UK, put out in early 2024, showing less than 3% efficiency or efficacy in dental caries. Less than 3%. That is less than 1/4 to 1/5 of a tooth in a child's lifetime. And you're going to put a poison in our water, a toxin in our water, to decrease possibly 1/4 to 1/5 of a cavity. The federal court case has been referenced, but I'm going to repeat it again because it's very important. The federal court case in the USA was by a Barack Obama appointed judge, and it was over 7 years, and it just finished. He just put out his judgment September 24th of last year, of 2024. And in that, it showed that there's sufficient evidence to show brain damage in our kids at levels currently used in fluoridation in North America. That's the United States and Canada at the same level, 0.7. The esteemed Cochrane collaboration, you should be familiar with that by now. I haven't heard that from several presentations. They're the gold standard of medical evaluation in the world. And they came out with their last systematic review in October of 2024. And they reviewed 21 of the major studies, peer-reviewed again, that have been presented since 1975 to the present time. And they found less than 1/4 of one cavity saved. 1/4 of one cavity saved to spend all these millions and to put a toxic thing into our water. JAMA meta-analysis, there's all kinds of information out there. Can you refer to this document in your submissions, my submission to you, the Fluoride Free Canada's top 10 reasons not to fluoridate? If you can't find it, I'm going to go through them quickly because I know I don't have much time. Okay, the first one, that major court case I mentioned. They found that it was confirmed under oath that fluoride is a medication and that it is harmful to kids' brains at or near the levels used to fluoridate in North America. The next one is politicians should not mass medicate. That's not your job, folks. You're not trained to be scientists or doctors or medical professionals. So choice is of the utmost importance in this issue. It is highly unethical to mass medicate without informed consent or monitoring or follow-up. You're doing none of that. If you put a medication in our water, it's without informed consent. It's fluorosis. Some people touched on fluorosis and said, oh, it's mild, it's just cosmetic. Guess what the amount of fluorosis is in teens in the United States now with the latest CDC documentation? Someone had mentioned 40%. That was from about 10 years ago. It's now at 70% of teens, 11 to 15 years old in the States, have fluorosis or damage of their teeth. And fluorosis is not just cosmetic. It's the first sign of toxicity of you having too much fluoride in your body. So that's where it first shows up, is in fluorosis. 70% in the States. So let's get to who fluoridates and who doesn't. You people have probably been led to believe, or people have said to you, that Regina is behind the times. They've said that in Calgary. Oh, you're behind the times. Get with the modern times here and fluoridate. Well, okay, 98% of BC to the west of us, is that west? Doesn't fluoridate. 99.75% of Quebec does not fluoridate.
About 30 seconds left.
30 seconds, oh wow. Water fluoridation does not make good economic sense in tough times such as this. It's going to cost you millions to fluoridate here. 90% is flushed down the drains. Fluoride is not a nutrient, and it's not a vitamin, and it's not needed for a single body function. And last point, fluoride and fluoridation are most harmful to who? Babies, children, the disadvantaged, the poor, and people of color. There's good studies, and some of our counselors might want to refer to that, the LULAC organization out of the States, the League of United American Citizens, Latin American Citizens. They're damaged more by fluoride.
Okay, thank you for your presentation today. I'll check with my colleagues for any questions. Councillor Fro, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you through the chair. Robert, thank you for flying in today. In the interest of time, we have lots of folks. I just have a couple of questions. A yes or no answer is sufficient for me. Are you recognized by any professional regulatory body or association as a recognized epidemiologist, toxicologist, chemist, or dentist? I certainly understand you're not a public health doctor, but those specific areas, epidemiology, toxicology, chemistry, or dentistry?
I'm a family medicine doctor trained in most of those things, not in dentistry.
Trained in most of those things? And so are you recognized by a professional regulatory body in those things today?
That answer would be no, but the
Thanks.
College of Physicians and Surgeons of Alberta tried to take my license away for not being regulated, and they failed.
I'm aware of that. Is it true in 2019 you faced several allegations, specifically 4 charges, notably that you did not have the educational background or professional experience to act as an authority in public health medicine, and more, you actively worked to discount the expertise of those with actual expertise in the field?
What year did you say that was?
2019, but certainly correct me. 4 charges?
That's correct. I didn't hear you.
Okay, thanks.
2019, and that case just ended 6 years later in January of this year with the College of Physicians and Surgeons. I was charged by a lawyer from Calgary, actually 2 lawyers, and a former pediatric head in Calgary, and charged with those charges. There's 4 charges. And so how that panned out was that 3 of those charges were totally dropped because they didn't have the evidence, they didn't have the sufficient data, and we actually won 3 of those 4 points. They dropped those 3, and I was only charged with 1, which was professional misconduct. And that was for speaking in public to public health people, to professionals, and to organizations that were telling distruths, mistruths, and sometimes actual lies in public that I had documentation that they were not telling the truth, and I called them out in public, and that is what professional misconduct is. So that's the only one I was charged with, and the other 3 were dropped, and that's practicing outside the scope of my training. So they agreed that I was practicing within the scope of my training, and that I was also capable of having free speech and representation in the public, and yeah, so those 3 were dropped.
Thank you so much. The benefits, of course, of that process is that I and anyone else can read up on that. I just heard you reference law, in this case, a U.S. court case. How long have you been a solicitor in Canada?
That's an interesting question. I've never been a solicitor, and I don't have to be.
Indeed. 25% of children in our community are under the poverty line in Regina today. I've had the privilege of working with some of our most vulnerable through youth justice and at the Regina Food Bank. What experience do you have, or how many vulnerable families have you spent time with? How many families in crisis maybe in your practice to lead you to believe that fluorinated water isn't necessary given what we've heard today?
I've been on the front line as a medical practitioner, as a family physician in the front line for almost, for 4 decades.
Thank you.
So I've had a lot of experience in that regard. I've also been the chair of Tools for Peace. I've been the chair of the Arusha Cross Cultural Center. I've been the president of Change for Children. I've been a senior volunteer with Results Canada, responsibility for ending starvation through legislation, trim tabbing, and support. We work with global organizations to end poverty around the world. Yeah, I've got lots of experience working with the poor. Thank you.
You'll likely be aware then, as a family physician, of some of the challenges to a young person, say, born with fetal alcohol syndrome or a family in crisis to maintain an adequate diet, let alone oral health. I do thank you for your time today. I recognize that you're passionate about this, that you took time to come into our community, and I appreciate that. That's all I have.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Rasevich. Go ahead.
Through the chair, I think you mentioned that you used to be pro fluoride, and I'm kind of wondering what made you change your position.
Yeah, well, good question. As a busy family physician in Calgary, I had over 4,000 patients in my family practice, and I was also doing minor emergency and urgent care. And so I didn't have time to research everything that came across my desk then. In 1998, we had a referendum in Calgary, a plebiscite. The first four in Calgary had been defeated. The first four plebiscites in Calgary had been defeated in the 60s and 70s. Then in 1989, the first one was passed. And that I was still a busy practitioner at that time, and I don't even think I voted on that one. I didn't even hear about it. But then they brought in water fluoridation because that motion passed by 52 to 48%. So it was brought in 1991. So some activists in Calgary kept pursuing this water fluoridation and putting out the science against it. And so they got another plebiscite in 1998. That one I did vote in. But again, there was lots of misinformation, information from Alberta Health Services, the college, the dental associations, Health Canada, et cetera, saying how safe and wonderful and effective it was. So in 1998, I voted for water fluoridation. Then some activists contacted me and said, you really should look at the science. I did. And I was dismayed and abhorred by what I found. I said, oh my goodness, I've made a mistake. So I got one of the main instructors at the University of Calgary, he's a PhD and MD, to review the science. He said exactly the same thing as I had found, that this is bad things that we're doing out here, Dr. Bob. And he says, we should do something about it. So I said, Dr. Jim Beck, will you help me? And he said, yeah. He said, with all the science we have here in 1999, this should be gone in a few months. Well, famous last words, I've reminded him about that several times because it took us 12 years of meeting with city councilors, with medical officers of health, dental officers of health, deans of medical schools, provincial politicians, etc. 12 years later, we got the fluoride taps turned off in Calgary in 2011. And they did that without a plebiscite, I might add, too. Because the councilors there, and this is really important for you folks to hear, the councillors in Calgary stopped it in 2011, not because of a public vote, which we shouldn't be voting on who's medicating who, but they stopped it for two reasons. One was the cost. The cost was going to be $6 million to rebuild the infrastructure. Now it's $28 million to rebuild that infrastructure. And also the cost per year was about $600,000, and now it's over $1 million a year cost to put the fluoride chemicals in. So they stopped it because of cost, but the main reason they stopped it, and these councillors told me personally, is because they are not scientists. They're not trained as scientists or medical practitioners, but they are capable of making decisions on ethics and morality. And they told me it's not ethical or moral to mass medicate our entire population with something that's not proven safe and not proven effective. So those are the two main reasons that Calgary stopped it in 2011, and it's still out of our water, even though we lost the plebiscite in 2021. They've spent $28 million, and it's probably going to be in, as someone mentioned, the end of June.
My next question is Dr. Dickinson. I asked him the question about fluoride and the amount being consumed, and he basically, I think it was Dr. Dickinson saying that we excrete it all. That, you know,
that is so false.
Like some of the reading that I've been reading is, I didn't challenge him on that, but from what I read, it's not totally excreted.
It's not, no. About 50% is excreted by the kidneys of ingested fluoride. And the other 50%, where does that go? In your bones, a little bit in your teeth, in your neurological system. It crosses the blood-brain barrier that's supposed to keep toxic things out. It's such a small, tiny, aggressive ion that it crosses the blood-brain barrier. And it affects our brain. It takes aluminum along with it, and vice versa. Aluminum takes fluoride along with it. Both of those are bad for our brains. And young kids, babies, infants, absorb 80 to 90%, whereas adults only absorb about 50% only. Babies absorb 80 to 90% of the fluoride they take in. So if they're bottle fed, that counts for the 3 to 9 IQ points drop in bottle fed babies that are fed with fluoridated water.
what are your thoughts on the two types of fluoride, the sodium fluoride versus the fluorus?
Well, we could say there's a world of difference between sodium fluoride and hydrofluorosilicic acid, but really there's not, because they're both highly toxic. It's just that the natural calcium fluoride is bound tightly. It's bound into our rocks, into our rivers, lakes, streams, into our water systems, and it's tough to release that because fluoride binds to things tightly. So pharmaceutical grade is actually cleaned up. It's made in clean facilities. It's all the byproducts are taken out, all the extra products like lead and arsenic and strontium and bromium and mercury and all those things are taken out of sodium fluoride for the most part. But they're in hydrofluorosilicic acid because it's scrubbed straight out of the waste stacks of the fertilizer industry, some in southern Saskatchewan, mostly in Florida and China now. We're getting a lot of our hydrofluorosilicic acid from China. And maybe the rules and regulations aren't quite that tight over there. So that's where it's coming from. It's a waste product that's scrubbed out of the fertilizer industry stacks and comes uncleaned. Sodium fluoride, as someone mentioned earlier, it's more expensive, and it would cost us in Calgary, you crunch the numbers, about $200 million a year to put pharmaceutical grade sodium fluoride in our water. And so what do? Well, they spend $1 million a year instead of $200 million. And the same with you guys. If you just drop the numbers down for Regina's going to spend about probably $40 million a year if they put sodium fluoride in. If you guys allow sodium fluoride, it's more pure, but it's still dangerous and toxic and harmful. So 40 million, 200 million. Also, how much a year? You guys are going to spend, what did you think, about 250,000?
So I think the original question was about the two types. Are we still talking about
so,
the two
so
types?
one of the types is $250,000 a year, but it's going to be twice that by the time you guys get around to putting it in if you vote for it. It's going to be at least $500,000 a year, and your infrastructure costs, I bet, are going to be $5 million or more.
Okay. And my last question would be, how many studies as of April 2025 report brain damage and lowered IQ in kids, and how many report no effect?
The latest tally of brain damage in kids is, as of April 2025, 87 studies showing lower IQ and 11 studies showing no effect. So if you drove a car and they said you use your seatbelts and 87 studies showed use your seatbelts and 11 said no effect, you'd probably wear your seatbelts.
Can I ask where those studies, do you have an idea of where those studies, who did those studies kind of roughly?
Yeah, and that's something good to bring up too, because a lot of them are from China, India, Iran, but a lot of them are from Canada. Some are from Canada, from that MIREC cohort, which is Health Canada's data. And those have been studies that have done all across Canada in fluoridated and non-fluoridated countries, and they're showing at 0.7 parts per million, which you folks are talking about. There could be brain damage. There's likely is going to be brain damage. There's a high probability of brain damage and neurotoxicity in our kids. That's not right, you guys. That's not right. It's not right to damage our kids' brains.
And am I right in saying that Health Canada recommends further research?
Sure. Health Canada recommends further research. Yes, they do. Health Canada also buried a major study that they did in 2022-2023. Are you folks aware of the RSI study, the Risk Sciences International study?
No, tell us about it.
Okay, so RSI is a very reputable group of leading scientists and doctors and researchers out of the University of Ottawa. They were hired by Health Canada to do a risk assessment or a meta-analysis or a systematic review. They chose to do a systematic review, which is not as good as a risk analysis, but it's better than a meta-analysis. So it's in the middle there. I don't know, David, did you read that study? Did you read all 1,700 pages of the RSI report?
You're just required to answer the question that you're asked.
Okay, sorry. So RSI, so they came up with a report in March of 2023, gave it to Health Canada. Health Canada paid for it. Health Canada went, oh my goodness, they're saying high probability of neurotoxicity in kids and also a high probability of moderate fluorosis. That's the fluorosis that you're going to have to start to fix at huge amounts of dental dollars. So they came up with those two major findings, and Health Canada went, we cannot release that to the Canadian government or to the Canadian people because that would be the end of water fluoridation all across our country. So they hired a group called the Expert Panel, which was 5 very strong, avidly pro-fluoridationists from the United States to come up to Canada, sit for 2 days in June on an expert panel, and then come up with a report. The expert panel report was released in January of 2024, a couple of weeks before the end of the last 2 weeks of the big fluoridation trial, the federal court trial. And they only found out, the federal court only found out about the RSI study, which had been done, completed in March of 2023. They only found out about it in the middle of their last 2 weeks of court sitting in that federal court case in San Francisco. And when they found out, both sides panicked because they hadn't seen this RSI study before. And believe me, after reading all 1,700 pages of the RSI study, it is worded a lot more strongly than the expert panel's watered down report that says, well, we might not have enough information on neurotoxicity and brain damage. So let's just talk about moderate fluorosis. And they set the point of departure at 1.56 parts per million. And so anything above that is supposed to cause moderate fluorosis. Well, we all know that fluoride comes in many different ways, shapes, and forms, and is absorbed in our body. But the biggest thing is through water fluoridation. We get about 70% of our fluoride in our bodies through water fluoridation. The rest is absorbed through packaged meats, processed foods, drinks, beverages, all that sort of thing.
Okay. And I guess I was remembering what Jerry, Dr. Uswak? Yeah, it was earlier. He mentioned something about cause and effect. I was talking, and and I was kind of listening to him, thinking about cause and effect. And I guess in my mind, I was thinking, if he's questioning cause and effect, and he's not sure, shouldn't we wait?
Good point, Dan. Thank you.
Like,
common sense would say. Common sense would say we wait if we don't know.
Yeah. So
And we do know, but these people are not looking at the studies, or they're burying the studies, they're censoring the studies, they're not looking at the important studies that are out there now. There's so many studies out there in the last 10 years, but particularly in the last even 21 years, since 2021, sorry, in the last 4 years, since your motion was made in council. I think not too many of you folks were on council then. But that motion made in 2021, there's been a lot of new good science, peer-reviewed science out since then. And so Calgary City Council said, we don't have to look at all that new science showing brain injury. You don't? Okay. Well, you folks have a chance to look at it. And you've not spent a penny yet on water fluoridation. So you can halt this train right in its tracks. We're going to have a hard time halting that train wreck in Calgary. But you guys can stop it right. You folks can stop it right here and now. Stop it in its tracks before it does harm to people.
That's it for me. Thank you.
Thanks, Dan.
Thank you. Councillor Burton, go ahead.
Thank you for presentation through the chair. I was wondering if I could get you to, you briefly touched on the California court decision there. And when I referred to the American Dental Association, and you seem to say like this is pretty good proof that things are going on here, the ADA reaffirmed its stance that community water fluoridation is safe. The ruling did not ban or in any way limit the addition of fluoride to public drinking water. And they also went out to just specifically call out the fact that the ruling does not conclude with certainty that fluoridated water is harmful to public health. There's evidence that fluoride in drinking water poses a potential risk, which is a far greater difference than maybe some of the things you inferred.
A question there,
so my
Councillor?
question is, could you clarify what you're suggesting about the California lawsuit?
Yeah, that's the highest rating they can give it. They can't give it an absolute rating. They worked on this for 7 years. They had some of the best experts in the world on both sides testifying in those 7 years in depositions and in the actual court. So they cannot give it a higher rating than probable. That's the highest they can give it. So they did give it a high rating. And here's just, you have in your package there on your computer from the federal Judge Chen's decision. His conclusion was, the court finds that fluoridation of water at 0.7 milligrams per liter, that's parts per million as well, the level presently considered optimal in the United States, and I'll add Canada because it's the same, poses an unreasonable risk of reduced IQ in children. And he said then for the EPA, the Environmental Protection Agency that regulates water in the states, to do something about this and not later, not to obfuscate it, do something now and do something to regulate it. Just as a point there, that the CDC, the tiny little oral health division of CDC, is now fired and gone. They are no longer. They were like 32 people in the basement of 86,000 employees at CDC. And they came up with that statement, top 10 public health miracle of the 20th century or something. That was in 1999 they came up with that. the expert panel in Ottawa and for Health Canada used the 1942 studies from Dr. Dean, 1942 studies to talk about fluorosis, and let's not bother talking about any of the new studies on brain injury. Boy, we had a tough time with Health Canada, let me tell you.
Okay, well, we'll have to disagree about how great that ruling is.
There's no disagreeing, just thank you for your answer. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Radens, go ahead.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. Can you tell me, okay, so comparing, I want to go to Edmonton and Calgary and doing the comparison. Now, I know Edmonton has fluoridated water, Calgary doesn't, and so some of the studies have showed that Calgary has more, or Edmonton has less cavities compared to Calgary. Can you maybe like explain that?
Yeah. In 2021, before the plebiscite in Calgary, we delivered this brochure with science on one side and testimonials from doctors and dentists and professionals on the other side. Delivered this to over 400,000 Calgary homes. That's twice as many, maybe 3 times as many as you have here in Regina. And on the back is some science there that shows the studies. So Dr. Lindsay McLaren kind of took advantage of that because she started a study in 2004. And she took several hundred people, or 7,000 kids out of Calgary and Edmonton's grade 2 schools. And so she started studying Calgary's kids' teeth. Calgary was fluoridated at that time. It was fluoridated to 2011. So from 2004 to 2011, both Edmonton and Calgary's kids' caries rates increased. They both increased at the same rate, didn't change. And at the end of the study in 2014, oh, lo and behold, Calgary had stopped fluoridation in 2011. So we can use that to maybe show that, you know, changes in fluoridation have caused changes in cavities. But they both continued to increase at the same rate to the end of the study at 2014. So they're identical. No difference at the end of 2014. There's tiny difference in Calgary's kids' permanent teeth were a little bit better than Edmonton's. Calgary's kids' baby teeth were a little bit worse, but they were essentially exactly the same at the end of 2014. So that's the end of the 10-year study. It took her 2 years to get that study, all the data crunched, and to get it reported in a medical journal in 2016. And the day after that study was released, guess what happened? Over 100 Canadian newspapers and press organizations reported, Calgary's kids' teeth are falling out of their heads. Calgary's kids' teeth are a lot worse than Edmonton. That was not the case. And Lindsay McLaren even admitted privately to a dental friend of mine in Calgary that, well, that's not what we said in the study. And so he said to her, well, are you going to present that to the public? And she goes, no, I don't think so. So, you know, that's the way the press deals with things. They blew that so out of proportion. Now, in fairness to her, she's done a couple other studies since then, and now there is a little bit of difference between Calgary's kids have a little bit more cavities than Edmonton's, but it's a little bit of difference. It's between 8 to 9, maybe 10% on a bad day, but it does say 8 to 9%. So the average kid has 2 to 3, maybe 4 cavities. And so if you crunch that number down, again, it's a half a cavity a lifetime. Whoa, 10% increase in Calgary's cavities. That sounds really good. Or the other thing is the 25% decrease in cavities today. Several of the pro-fluoride people mentioned that. That is not true. The latest science shows 4% or less, not 25%, and they continue to repeat that decade after decade, hoping that if they say it enough, you'll believe it. So Calgary's kids' teeth maybe are slightly worse now, and there could be several variables to explain that, but there's not a large difference right now. And yes, the numbers can be massaged and crunched a little bit too.
Okay, so you referenced 4% versus 25%. Yeah. And so in terms of the data or the studies out there, what kind of a studies that brought you to think that it's only 4%?
So that's the modern day data.
25%. And how old is the 25% versus
the 25% comes from decades ago. And they keep repeating it as 25, 25, 25. They have no data to prove that. The latest studies, the Iowa study, the catfish study, Iowa was 2018, catfish was 2022. The Lotus study was just last year, a year from now, a year ago. The Cochrane collaboration report from just October, 6 months ago. All of those studies, every single one, there's the newest studies out with millions and millions of people, and they all say it doesn't work. They say less than 4%, not 4%. They say less than 4%. 4% is a quarter of a cavity saved in a lifetime. Less than 4% is like a fifth of a cavity saved a lifetime. Are you going to put a toxin in your city water to save a quarter or a fifth, according to the latest good science out there? Wow.
Okay, so in terms of those studies then, Bob, they're not recognized by the organizations that we're looking at to say that it is safe to put fluoride in the water. And so then how do we around this table then say that we are disputing organizations that support putting fluoride in the water and says that it's safe compared to some of these studies that are not recognized?
Some of the new science that these people aren't looking at, is that what you're saying? Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm asking. So how can we around this table dispute the organizations that support the science that's been around for 80 years?
Yeah, so those are professional opinions. Those are opinions. None of those organizations that support it do science. None of them do research. The dentists and the doctors and the scientists that do research are often attacked and disbarred and dislicensed. I've been dragged through the muck for 6 years for speaking truth out there to the public. Dr. Hardy Lineback lost his license, or he quit actually before they could take his license. He was the top medical dental researcher in Canada, PhD and dentist, and he was the only one at the time that was doing good research on fluoride. He still does it to this day, even though he's been retired for 13 years. But they attacked him and his license. They've attacked many people for that. Some of the tactics of the pro-fluoridationists. If you look on our website, Safe Water Calgary, this dentist here is one of the top dentists in Canada, Dr. Craig Young. And after we delivered this brochure to 410,000 Calgary homes, the day after, the Dental College of Alberta phoned him up and said, you are going to lose your license. You're going to lose your license if you continue to promote anti-fluoridation or associate with Safe Water Calgary. So he's going to lose his probably 7-figure income if he doesn't dissociate. So if you look on our website, safewatercalgary.com, you can look it up right now, there's a blank white space where Dr. Craig Young used to be. And if the court would, Your Honor would indulge me, I'll just read a very short, Dr. Craig Young wanted to be here.
No, I think we need to keep moving because we need to answer questions specifically. So let's not do that. We have the publications, so we have the ability to
Dr. Craig Young couldn't be here because there's a glitch in the system and he really wanted to present here.
Yeah, that's all right. We just want to make sure we're just answering the specific questions that we're asking.
This would answer a lot of yours.
Well, we have the material, so.
Okay.
Councilor Radens?
Yeah, so staying on topic then, in regards to, you claim that people lose their license if they go against the organizations that are pro-fluoride. So on a personal, like why did you go, because you did indicate that you were pro-fluoride?
In 1998. By 1999, I'd looked at the science. I'd actually looked at the science and I was anti-fluoride from 1999 on. And I get more strongly anti-fluoride as every year goes on because more and more science comes out in our favor against water fluoridation and against damaging the brains of our children.
Okay, so then let's go to the studies then, as you indicated, quite a few newer studies. And so I'm just going to ask a scientifically based maybe question in regards to what, because some of us do have, some idea about reading the results of data and studies that are out there. So what makes a study worthy to be considered?
Peer-reviewed is a big one. Evidence-based medicine is a big trouble these days because there's so many dollars, billions of dollars from big pharma and other big corporations and businesses that are affecting medical science. It's sad to say the editor of the JAMA, she was editor for 20 years and she quit because there was so much interference from outside interests, shall we say, from big money.
Okay. And finally, last question here is, in your expert experience, I mean, you're not dentist, but in your opinion then, what is the best method to get the benefits of fluoride? The best method of application or...
Good question.
Yeah.
Yes, some of the dental professionals here were billed as public health experts, and they're not. So the best way to, I mean, they're good dentists probably, but they don't know a lot about the whole body health and aren't looking at the literature. So the best way to get fluoride is, if you want it, if you think it's helpful, is topically. Myself and many people that I know use not fluoride toothpaste, but hydroxyapatite toothpaste. That's what teeth are made out of, folks. That's what bones are made out of, is hydroxyapatite. It's the infrastructure in our bones and in our teeth. And so what we do, or what they're doing with fluoride, is replacing that hydroxyapatite with fluorapatite, which is stronger. But you got say a wooden stick that's maybe half an inch thick. It's hard, it's strong, you can bang it on there. But if I put it over my knee, it'll snap because it's too strong. You take a willow that's the same size and you bend it, and it bends. You can bend it into a bow, you can make a chair out of it, because it has that tensile strength that allows it to bend. So the best way is not even to use fluoride topically, but to use hydroxyapatite topically. Ingested, it does no good, and the CDC has admitted that the main means of fluoride working is topically, not ingested. CDC admitted that many years ago. So topically and not ingested, or at the dentist. If you go to your dentist, and as presenters have said here earlier, you go to your dentist and you make an informed decision. They give you informed consent about the possible harms. And then you don't swallow it, you spit it out at the dentist. So they tell you to rinse 2, 3, 4 times. And you should do the same after fluoridated toothpaste as well. You should spit it out. And the kids, are they ever going to swallow bubblegum flavored or Tutti Frutti flavored toothpaste? Absolutely. They swallow it all the time. They're getting overdoses like way too high of fluoride by swallowing their toothpaste.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, I'll go to the next question. I'll just ask, can we keep it succinct to the answer the questions that are being asked, please? Councillor Mancinelli, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, part of your presentation was inferred that with addition of fluoride, there was other harmful additives from the type of fluoride used. What were the type of other harmful released from co-carriers with fluoride? What were they again?
So you're talking about when they scrub the hydrofluorosilicic acid out of the fertilizer industry stacks?
It creates aluminum and PFAS. What was the chemicals?
So the other chemicals that come along with that are traces. They're small traces, but they bioaccumulate in their bodies. They don't go away.
No, I understand. Just need the list of
so
the chemicals.
So it's lead, it's arsenic. We don't want that in our water. It's mercury, strontium, bromium, other radionuclides. It depends on what's in the ground, where they're mining it. But there's a lot of other trace elements that are in there and comes along. It's not cleaned ever.
No, I understand. I was wondering what the actual elements are, so I knew what they were looking for. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rasevich, go ahead.
My last thing. Are you familiar with a show called Dark Waters?
Dark Waters, that's a must-watch for everybody. I'd highly recommend Dark Waters. It's about the lawyer who took on DuPont, and DuPont for putting fluoride out into the systems through they're making of PFAS and Teflon and other such chemicals. And they were just pouring it out into the environment. And there was cattle dying all around these places. There was people getting sick. There was cancers, increased rates of cancers. This lawyer, it's a true story. 2019, Dark Waters. Put the S on the end. Dark Water gives you some dystopian movie. But Dark Waters is totally worth watching because this lawyer took on DuPont, this huge corporation, and they just tried to destroy him. And he almost lost his life, he almost lost his family, but he persevered, and now he has won, and there's continued payments by DuPont as every case comes up.
I guess my point around that is science and studies and things being buried.
They change. Things change for sure, and they get buried a lot by big corporations, unfortunately. There's been big fines to big corporations that are funding fluoridation.
Thank you. Any other questions, Councillor Rasevich? You're good?
No, good.
Okay. Councillor Siklees, go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Thank you for coming from Calgary, Dr. Dixon. I have 4 quick questions. It's a bit of a thought experiment. So if dentists were malevolent, would they not be advocating for fluoridated city water because they would prefer more people have cavities to require dental care?
Could you rephrase that perhaps?
If dentists were bad actors, then why would they be advocating for fluoride in the water? Because they'd have more patients otherwise.
They wouldn't have more patients. I'm not following your logic there.
Well, there'd be more cavities. They're
not
jonesing
more,
for less.
Did I say there's more cavities in fluoridated cities?
Well, the stats show that there are less. If dentists were malevolent, wouldn't they be getting kickbacks from fluoride manufacturers? Are you aware that not one example or court case exists in Canada that proves that?
Oh, it'd be very hard to prove that. And are there some kickbacks with the fluoride products that they buy? Each dentist probably makes over $100,000 a year without seeing a patient by just having fluoride topical treatments done by their hygienist.
Sorry, what does that mean? That they're being bribed?
No, it doesn't mean they're bribed. It means that they are making a lot of money on fluoride products.
How's that? I'm not aware of that.
Have you ever gone to the dentist and got fluoride topically? Gels, foams, rinses at the dentist in those trays? They tell you absolutely do not swallow that. Spit it out 3 or 4 times, rinse 3 or 4 times because it's so toxic. That's the products that Johnson & Johnson and Colgate, et cetera, sell, and they make profits of over $20 billion a year on those fluoride products by selling them to dentists. And then with those profits, they fund research for the American Dental Association and for the colleges of dentistry in the States and Canada.
What would that have to do with fluoridating water, though?
Because if fluoridated water is proven to be toxic, which it is toxic, but if we can actually prove it, wait for it to be totally proven, then that gives fluoride a bad name, and their toothpaste and gels and foams and things would not look as good if someone would say, well, our water is toxic, but no, we can take fluoride in our toothpaste and at our dentist.
Okay, I got you. I get it. Would you agree that if new information surfaces that definitively shows damage from fluoride, we could just simply turn off the chemical tap immediately?
Absolutely. There was just a case in North Dakota about 3 or 4 weeks ago, and the water manager was there, and after hearing all the information against fluoridation, he was asked by city council that voted 4-1 against water fluoridation. They were asked, well, how long will it take you to get this out of our system? And he says, well, what time is it now? He says 5 minutes after the council meeting's over, I can go flip the switches and turn off the taps for fluoride, and it's gone out of the system within hours or days at the very most. So try to get glyphosate out of the system, decades. Try to get fluoride out of the system, you guys just say no, that gets fluoride out of the system by just saying no. Or if you're in Calgary, don't put it in, even though you've got truckloads of it waiting to put in. Or if you're in Edmonton, tell them to turn off the taps.
Yeah.
It's the easiest thing in the world to get rid of out of all the toxins that are out there. The easiest thing in the world to get rid of, because it's gone once you turn off the tap.
Okay. And the fourth, my last question, the toughest one. Would you agree that the Riders are a better football team than the Stampeders?
Well, they sure have been the last few years, I got to say. Gosh.
End of my
Calgary's
question.
been pathetic.
Okay.
Thanks, Tom.
Thank you.
Thanks for the tough questions.
Councillor Beazle, go ahead.
Thank you very much, through the chair. Dr. Bob, thank you very much for being here today. We talked about 1/4 of a cavity per kids. We're talking about a very low rate. Can you comment on just cavities in general? Like I'm reading from, what causes tooth decay, and a lot of it is bacteria interaction with sugars. So if we get rid of the sugars, like Scott was saying, we get rid of the tooth decay. Is that a correct statement?
Yes, and apologies. Can you ask me what Dr. Craig Young, the best dentist in Canada, said about that?
About the sugars?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. I heard also there's a sugar buffet as well today that I'm kind of looking to go towards.
Can you ask me what he said on that?
What did he say about that?
Thanks for asking the question. Dr. Craig Young, one of the top dentists, biological dentists in Canada, says, as a dentist, I oppose fluoridation along with many of my colleagues in Calgary. There's a consensus that fluoride's preventative actions against cavity are primarily topical, not when swallowed. Studies show that at best, fluoridation results in less than 1 cavity per child. Now that was 4 years ago, so that number has come down with the recent studies. World Health Organization data shows that fluoridated and non-fluoridated nations have virtually the same cavity rates. So World Health Organization data for the last 50 years, all the countries, fluoridated or not, in the Western world have come down, down, down in their cavities to the same point. You can't even tease them out, fluoridated or non-fluoridated. Fluoridation makes no difference. And this last statement is so pertinent here. You cannot out-prescribe diet and lifestyle. I love that statement. You cannot out-prescribe diet and lifestyle. So that he answers it a lot better than I could. So thanks for asking the question.
Perfect. I do want to hit on something that you did say. I'm not a medical specialist or a doctor or anything else, but you also mentioned that there's some kind of barrier that is somewhere in your nervous system that allows the blood flow to go to the brain, and you mentioned that fluoride does something to that, what was it called, some barrier? Like there's a barrier, and with fluoride will eat at that barrier and will allow aluminum to get in, and aluminum is contributory to Alzheimer's as well too. Is that correct?
Yes, absolutely it is. Aluminum is probably one of the worst things in our world, and I wish they'd take it out of vaccines as well, because that's causing more problems than anything in vaccines. Aluminum is so harmful to the human body, and so fluoride and aluminum are kind of synergistic. So it goes through the blood-brain barrier, which is a very highly impermeable barrier that protects the brain from things that we ingest, things that are harmful. So most of the chemicals out there, most of the toxins out there are stopped by the blood-brain barrier. But fluoride and aluminum are synergistic, and they get through the blood-brain barrier together. And it also crosses the placental barrier. So if you have any pregnant people in your practice, they should never go anywhere near fluoridated water, because that can drop the IQ of their kids between 3 to 9 points. So it crosses the placental barrier, which is meant to protect the unborn child, and it crosses the blood-brain barrier, which, I don't know, I need as many brain cells as I have. I don't want that crossing my blood-brain barrier.
Yeah, I hear you. You mentioned another key point, unreasonable risk for medicines. What does that mean? Can you describe what unreasonable risks, like you're a doctor, you prescribe medicine, you prescribe prescriptions. If you had a prescription from a pharmacy or a pharmaceutical company said there's unreasonable risks, what would you do with that as a medical professional?
Well, if there's unreasonable risks, I wouldn't go anywhere near it. I wouldn't touch it. If there's reasonable risks, that's when we talk to the patient and give them informed consent, which you people are not given to any people in any of your citizens, anybody in your wards, if you allow water fluoridation in there. You're not giving them informed consent. So as a doctor, I do that. If it's an unreasonable risk, if they ask me about it, I'm going to tell them it's an unreasonable risk. Here's the odds of you having problems with it. And if it's a reasonable risk, I present the pros and cons, and are you wanting to still take this knowing that there are risks? There's some benefits, there's some risks. They might be fairly equal. That's what unreasonable risk is. And it's very similar to probability. There's a high probability that you're going to be brain damaged. Well, you can't say anything higher than that. You can't say, absolutely, you're going to be brain damaged. You can say if it's a hammer, you knock yourself over there, or someone knocks you over the head with a hammer, you're going to be brain damaged. You can't say that with any of the chemicals out there. It's a high probability, and that's the highest they can state.
So from your medical opinion, your research, fluoride produces or provides an unreasonable risk to the population?
Absolutely, and the judge agrees with me in the federal court in the States, and the National Toxicology Program agrees with me, and all the studies that we've talked about, the dozens of studies, the 87 studies that are out there now, show brain damage. They all agree with me, or I agree with them. That's probably a better way of putting it.
Thank you very much for coming today.
Thank you. Councillor Fro, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, it's fascinating that all the scientists agree with you. We heard several other opinions today. Robert, I understand you're a retired doctor, but I hear you speaking about other people's research today, and certainly Councillor Basil referenced your research. Just for our purposes here, how much primary research have you done in this specific field that has been peer-reviewed and published in a recognized scientific journal?
I've never said that I'm a researcher in the field.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. That's my last question.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no further questions, thank you for presenting today. You can return to the gallery.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Thank you.
And best of luck with you. This is a tough.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you very much.
We're just going to get the virtual set up here. 1 second.
No further questions.
Okay.
Sorry?
Oh, hold on. I'm going to call upon delegation DE 25-100, Art Masui. Art, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, and we can hear you. So I'll get you to introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, which city or town you reside in. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that members of Council may have. You can start when you're ready.
Hi, my name is Art Matsui. I'm a Japanese-Canadian senior living in Calgary, Alberta. I only represent myself. I'm appearing or speaking to express my opposition to community water fluoridation. Fluoridation constitutes medication without consent, and I'm concerned about its harmful side effects, including IQ loss in children and brittle bones in seniors like myself. I'll reference the September 24th decision against the EPA, which concluded a preponderance of evidence shows water fluoridation at 0.7 milligrams per liter poses an unreasonable risk of injury to health or the environment. I'm concerned about the potential introduction of other harmful substances through the fluoridation process. Specifically, I question whether Regina's amended water license authorizing the addition of fluoride would also permit the inclusion of contaminants such as aluminum, arsenic, barium, calcium, iron, lead, magnesium, potassium, and zinc into their municipal water supply. Hydrofluorosilicic acid, HFSA, the fluoride additive considered for use by the City of Regina, is not contaminant-free. A peer-reviewed study, a new perspective on metals and other contaminants in fluoridation chemicals, published in the International Journal of Occupational and Environmental Health, it's attached to my presentation, identifies numerous metals, including aluminum, arsenic, barium, calcium, iron, lead, magnesium, potassium, and zinc present in industrial HFSA, and stresses the importance of analyzing raw fluoride additives before use because the certificates of analysis and the material safety data sheets accompanying these chemicals don't match the analysis when they commission their own studies. The study also warns that HFSA can react with metals to form highly toxic compounds, including beryllium oxyfluoride, barium fluoride, magnesium fluoride, hydrogen fluoride, hydrofluoric acid, and silicon tetrafluoride. As Council may be aware, Utah has banned the addition of fluoride to its water supplies effective May 7th, 2025, and will be required to safely dispose of the remaining fluoridation chemicals. In a recent Children's Health Defense, also attached, Water Manager Scott Paxman from Utah stated, quote, since this is a hazardous chemical with elevated levels of arsenic, lead, mercury, and chromium, it must be handled and disposed of as a hazardous chemical as state and federal regulations require. Unlike the fluoride found in toothpaste, fluoridation chemicals used in municipal water supplies are not pharmaceutical grade. They are unpurified industrial byproducts collected from the air pollution control systems of fertilizer production facilities. Also in this study, it showed that industrial grade SF in a study had 3,300 parts per million of aluminum in it. You can read this report on Adobe page 691. Just to put this in perspective, at the levels in the study shows and what you're proposing to add to the Regina water supply, you'll be adding, if you use HFSA, 45 kilograms of aluminum per year and a potential for 325 kilograms for industrial sodium fluoride. On top of that, there could be an additional 4.3 kilograms of arsenic added every year. I respectfully request that Council reconsider the bylaw to add fluoride to Regina's municipal water supply. Should Council choose to proceed with community water fluoridation, I strongly urge the bylaw be amended to require the use of only fluoride-free from harmful contaminants, such as pharmaceutical-grade sodium fluoride used in dental products, and certainly not industrial-grade sodium fluoride. Ensuring the purity of all substances added to drinking water is essential, not only to protect public health, but also to maintain public confidence in municipal water systems. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Masui. I'll look to see if I have any questions. Seeing none, I'll thank you for your presentation today, and you can log off. Thanks for your presentation.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, I'd like to call upon delegation DE 25-101, Artin Hassis. Artin, can you hear me?
Speaking. Yes. Is my voice clear?
Okay, good. So I'll get you to introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, which city or town you reside in. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that members of Council may have for you. So go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you for the time and opportunity to present this testimony. I do apologize for submitting the draft version. My name is Artin Hassos, a professional engineer, and I live in Burlington, Ontario. I'm presenting myself. For the sake of time, I will focus on the critical point of my experience. Living an active and healthy life in late 30s and living a fluoridated community for under 10 years, I developed several symptoms and health conditions. While my condition worsened rapidly, eventually all the specialists and doctors told me not to book any more appointments as they were unable to determine the cause. This was after handing me the disability paperwork, essentially telling me the remainder of my life will be suffering from pain and living a disabled life. Pain and stiffness became so severe that I could not even use a pen to write. Being a professional engineer, I noticed a strong association between my symptoms and water consumption. I reviewed the exposure symptoms to each and every chemical in the tap water using yearly city water report, and my condition was a complete match with both skeletal and non-skeletal fluorosis, along with thyroid dysfunction symptoms. Consulting with my doctor, I was told fluoride is safe. Not having any recovery plan, I decided to avoid fluoride for a while as an experiment. To my own surprise, within 24 hours, all my symptoms were greatly improved. Within a month of not consuming fluoridated water, I came out of disability and started working again. I did not fully recover until I learned and addressed fluoride exposure from shower. Unable to find a commercial fluoride filter that eliminates fluoride 100%, I had to design, build, and install a whole house filter myself. I fully recovered with no symptoms shortly after. However, I remained very restricted in daily life as I cannot consume any product made with tap water, such as soup, pesto, or even coffee in a restaurant, cannot enjoy a swimming pool, and even having a drink, having a dinner at friend's house. I'm very fortunate. My engineering background enabled me to identify the root cause, and being financially capable of affording a very expensive filtration system. Having my life turned upside down by just living in a fluoridated community, I have the following questions to the dear mayor and councillors. How safe is the water fluoridation program? How safe it is while someone like me could have such a significant reaction? How many residents of the city of Regina could start developing symptoms, major or minor, if water fluoridation starts, which could go undiagnosed or misdiagnosed? And finally, what is the basis of determining the safety of fluoride exposure for the most sensitive minority groups in the population? I support Councillor Clark-Benzo's motion. Regina residents will have no choice or consent when fluoride is added to drinking water. For those who must avoid fluoride for medical reasons, the unaffordable cost of filtration place low-income families at the greatest risk. I hope this helps as you prepare to make your decision on this important issue. And I'd like to finish by saying, if a community has a high rate of cancer, it does not make sense to add chemotherapy medications to the tap water. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hazis. I'll check to see if there are any questions. Seeing no questions, thank you for your presentation today. You can log off. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'd like to call upon Delegation DE 25-102, Lisa Ciancino. Lisa, can you hear me? Lisa, if you're talking, I can't hear you.
Hello.
There we go. Yep, I can hear you now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, so I'll get you to introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, which city or town you reside in. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you will have the opportunity to respond to any questions that members of Council may have. Go ahead when you're ready.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay, wonderful. So, good afternoon, Mayor, councillors, and city staff. My name is Lisa Ciancino, and I live in Mississauga, Ontario, Canada, and I'm in support of Councillor Bezo's motion. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. The tide is turning in this 80th year of artificial water fluoridation. Many safe drinking water advocates have been patiently waiting for this time in history. We are at a tipping point, namely because of our brilliant lead attorney, Michael Connick. Michael exposed decades of fluoride harms during the 7-year lawsuit. He was successful in marshaling top experts in their respective fields, and he provided Judge Edward Chen with necessary scientific evidence to win the first ever historic EPA lawsuit on fluoride. Judge Edward Chen's ruling states, the court finds that fluoridation of water at 0.7 milligrams per liter, the level presently considered optimal in the United States, poses an unreasonable risk of reduced IQ in children. The court finds there is an unreasonable risk of such injury, a risk sufficient to require the EPA to engage with the regulatory response. One thing the EPA cannot do, however, in the face of this court's ruling, is to ignore that risk. Since the court ruling on September 24th, 2025, we have upwards of 60 communities at this time who have ended this egregious practice. Joanne David from Edmonton filed a Freedom of Information request in 2014 on a variety of requests for documents pertaining specifically to hydrofluorosilicic acid in Alberta and Canadian tap water. Any and all reports, studies, toxicology, and clinical tests from the 1940s showing dental efficacy and human safety. Any double-blind study done by Canada or any province showing dental efficacy and human safety. Any toxicity study, evidence of any kind, not opinion, that shows statistical viability of water fluoridation in terms of human safety and margin of error. Calculations for infants, young children, elderly, or any adult with disability, diabetes, bone disease, autism, thyroid elements, kidney disease, etc. Evidence of human rights and medical ethics, namely our human right to opt out of the forced water fluoridation program. Health Canada's response, after a thorough search for the requested information, no records were located which respond to your request. As of today, May the 2nd, 2025, Health Canada has not provided the necessary toxicological safety data to back up their claim that community water fluoridation is both safe and effective. Therefore, you cannot claim safety. All this information will be in the public records. If you decide to implement fluoridation, then you, as decision makers, agree to add a toxic hazardous waste byproduct, hydrofluorosilicic acid, which has no safety data, It's unregulated and it's an unapproved drug, which is not a water treatment chemical to treat the water. Its primary use is as a medication to treat and prevent dental cavities to all Regina constituents. One size does not fit all. Ask yourself if you're prepared to accept legal liability if anyone is harmed by your decision. Unfortunately, you as decision makers don't have a disclaimer. You will take away personal autonomy for the right to choose, and there's no informed consent. I trust each of you will do your due diligence because of the preponderance of evidence from the court ruling, which should be your primary focus when deliberating on your decision going forward. The health and the safety of your constituents is paramount. Since the court ruling on September 24th,
You have about
2025,
15 seconds left.
we have upwards of 60 communities who ended fluoridation. You too can feel confident deciding not to add fluoride because of you are in possession of the judge's court ruling and also Health Canada's evidence that no studies exist. Your children and grandchildren will thank you one day when they learn about the important decision you made that will help protect the health and well-being of everyone's precious
Ms.
babies.
Ciacchino, I need you to wrap up.
Yes, thank you. Please join us on the right side of 6G. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'll just check and see if there's any questions for you. Seeing none, I'll thank you for your presentation today, and you can log off. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hello.
Okay, yeah, hello. Just hold on one second. I'd like to call upon delegation DE 25-103, Rick North. Rick, you can hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Okay, so Rick, I'll get you to introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, which city or town you reside in. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you will have the opportunity to respond to any questions that council members may have for you. Go ahead when you're ready.
Okay, my name is Rick North. I'm from Wellesley, Massachusetts, and I'm not representing any organization. So thank you for the opportunity to comment opposing fluoridation. My background is in nonprofit health management. I worked 21 years for the American Cancer Society, the last 5 as CEO of the Oregon chapter, and 7 years as a safe food director of the Oregon Physicians for Social Responsibility before retiring. For most of my life, I supported fluoridation. But about 14 years ago, I started reviewing the science on its health risks and promptly changed my mind. I'm not a doctor, but for the past 13 years, I've been a full-time volunteer with a large group of physicians, scientists, dentists, and other health advocates all over the U.S. and Canada to end it. One thing I've noticed over the past 14 years is that fluoridation promoters tend to speak more in terms of generalities to favor the practice. But once you look into the specifics, you quickly discover the opposite. Let me give you 2 examples just from what I've heard today. Regarding effectiveness, let's look at the 25% cavity reduction claim. That came from the CDC. It cited only one source for this number for children, the 2015 Cochrane report, which is considered the gold standard of measuring the effectiveness of health interventions. So far, so good. But the CDC has reported the updated 2024 Cochrane report, which determined that fluoridation now only reduces cavity rates by a statistically insignificant 3 to 4%, 1/4 or 1/2, with the possibility of, quote, no benefit, unquote, at all. And the CDC also doesn't acknowledge World Health Organization data showing no difference in children's cavity rates between fluoridated and non-fluoridated nations for the past 20 years. This 25% claim is not science. It's the denial of science. Another one is Europe. You're hearing that the main reason they don't fluoridate is they have fluoridated milk and salt, giving the impression that all the countries do. Well, let's get specific. There are 48 countries in Europe. Only 8 have fluoridated salt, and with many of them, it barely exists. And only 2 have fluoridated milk. and for each, it's a choice totally opposite than drinking water. There are 7 European nations that have outright banned fluoridated water, and their governments don't say anything about salt or milk. Here's a statement from the Netherlands, quote, "The addition of chemicals to drinking water is prohibited by law in the Netherlands. This law came into effect because it was widely perceived that drinking water should not be used as a vehicle for pharmaceuticals. Furthermore, fluoridation of drinking water would conflict with the freedom to choose for natural drinking water." I want to tell you about a doctor in Massachusetts. He was the deciding vote in a small town to favor fluoridation. His reason? He wasn't totally convinced that there was proof fluoridation lowered IQ in kids. This is backwards, because if you're not totally certain fluoridation is safe for everyone, I hope you reject it. Better safe than sorry. Finally, it's come up today that you're not qualified to make a decision on this. I agree with half of that. I don't think you're qualified to administer a drug to the entire population without their consent. Even your own doctors don't have the right to force you to take a drug without your consent. All those years I supported fluoridation, I trusted the main promoters, the CDC and American Dental Association. Now, they've got good people who've done good things. But when it came to fluoridation, I learned quickly that my trust was misplaced. I can read, I can reason, and I can decide who I'm going to trust. And so can you. You're eminently qualified to make the decision to protect your citizens against a known neurotoxin that has little, if any, benefit. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. North. Just checking if there's any questions. Seeing none, thank you for your presentation today. You can log off. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to call upon Delegation DE 25-106, Stuart Cooper. Mr. Cooper, can you hear me?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yep. Yeah, I can hear you there. So I'll
Hello?
get you to introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, which city or town you reside in. You have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that members of Council may have for you. Go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you. My name is Stuart Cooper. I'm from Sutton, New Hampshire in the United States, and I'm the executive director of the nonpartisan nonprofit, the Fluoride Action Network, which brought that lawsuit against the EPA, which we won. We were founded in 2000 by a coalition of concerned dentists, physicians, scientists, and parents with the goals of educating the public about the potential risks and known side effects of overexposure to fluoride. We currently have over 5,500 medical and scientific professionals in our network, and we're an international leader on this topic. I want to make you aware of some recent developments that indicate we're presently experiencing the end of water fluoridation altogether. You may have heard that in May of this past year, an NIH-funded study found that pregnant women in optimally fluoridated Los Angeles, the children of those mothers who had higher exposure to the fluoride had double the odds of several neurobehavioral problems compared to mothers with lower exposures. Funding for this study was provided by NIH and the EPA. And this is the 10th study funded by the National Institutes of Health since 2012 that linked fluoride exposures experienced in fluoridated communities to developmental neurotoxicity. So when we talk about consensus of science, there's none more credible. I mean, the NIH has a lot of criteria, rigorous criteria for funding studies. And all 10 studies they funded on developmental neurotoxicity and fluoride found neurotoxicity. Obviously, the NTP has been brought up a lot. I'm not going to repeat everything there, but what hasn't been brought up, again, we talk about consensus of science. That first quote-unquote expert who spoke, Dr. Patrick, said the consensus of science shows it's not a neurotoxin. However, the NTP found 72 peer-reviewed human studies looking at fluoride and neurotoxicity. 64 of them, that's 89%, that's a consensus, found neurotoxicity. Of the highest quality studies, they considered 19, 18 of them, 95% consistency, found neurotoxicity. We then had our federal ruling where the judge says optimally fluoridated water poses an unreasonable risk to reduced IQ in children. The EPA now has 2 years to promulgate rules to eliminate that risk. There's no more assessment. They didn't say it could potentially pose a risk. The judge ruled that it did pose a risk. Since that ruling, over 60 communities in the United States, where approximately 8.2 million people have ended or suspended water fluoridation. On November 22nd, the Florida State Surgeon General, Dr. Ladapo, an MD and PhD, an expert, called on all communities in Florida to end fluoridation. The Surgeon General of the state of Louisiana, an MD, also has said that optimally fluoridated water should end. That's 2 Surgeon Generals. I think there's only 4 state Surgeon Generals in the United States, and now half of them have called for an end to fluoridation. And there are no, you guys are like alone in communities debating whether to continue to fluoridate or add fluoridated water. There's hundreds of communities right now debating taking it out. I mean, you're an outlier. It's a little bit silly. The state of Utah on March 27th banned water fluoridation, becoming the first state to do so. Florida is about a week away. The House and the Senate have passed the bill banning fluoridation. They're waiting Governor DeSantis' signature, and he's already said he's going to sign it. 11 additional states in the United States have put in bills to ban fluoridation, and 12 states in the United States currently have laws that mandate water fluoridation. 9 of those states have put in bills to reverse those mandates. So the trend is very clear. No one is debating whether to put the chemical in their water anymore. They're scrambling to take it out of their water as quickly as possible. I'm sure you've heard about our HHS new director, and the CDC is now reviewing the neurotoxicity science and plans to no longer endorse water fluoridation. The U.S. Environmental Protection Agency is looking to lower the allowable level in water, and they're expeditiously studying that. I do want to point something out that no one has brought up. The Canadian Pediatric Society and the Canadian Dental Association, when they're talking about fluoride supplementation in a clinical setting, meaning the fluoride supplements they only give to children who get no exposure from fluoridated water, they say their recommendations, you can Google this, they do not recommend fluoride supplements to children from birth to 3 years of age, right? So when you come in and you recommend optimally fluoridated water, that contradicts their clinical guidelines of what they can do in their own office, right? So because a bottle-fed infant in Canada will receive over 200 times more fluoride than a breastfed baby. A toddler, an infant drinking fluoridated water in Canada will be highly susceptible to this brain harm. And again, it goes against the clinical guidelines of what these physicians can do in their own clinical setting. I did want to kind of, instead of repeating what other people have said, I do kind of want to point out, answer some of the questions that we heard. We heard from Dr. Dickinson, James Dickinson, about cessation in Calgary, but what he didn't point out is that always fluoridated Edmonton, according to that study, had higher rates of dental decay than the children in non-fluoridated, the children in Edmonton, which was fluoridated, had higher rates of dental decay than the children in non-fluoridated Calgary.
Mr.
So what
Cooper,
the study
you have about
claimed
30 seconds
was
left.
that there was okay. I'll just point out that you guys are like the only people right now looking at adding it to your drinking water. Everyone else in the North America wants to join 98% of Europe and 95% of the world in ending the practice and not exposing their children to it. And I'll just point out, use Google, look at the clinical guidelines for fluoride supplementation for the Canadian Dental Association. It says don't give children under 3 fluoride. And the FDA even says don't give children fluoridated toothpaste under 6 years of age because they could swallow it. It's because of the toxicity.
Okay, Mr. Cooper, I'll check and see if there's any questions for you here. I see Councillor Beazle, go ahead.
Hey, Mr. Cooper, thanks for calling in. The question that I have is, like, you threw out a lot of stats, a lot of numbers very quickly. General population-wise, like, what are you looking at for general population-wise, rough numbers of who's actually looking at removing fluoride right now?
Man, well, as I said, there are 11 states. So Utah already banned it. That's 3 million people. Florida has 23 million people. They're a week away from the governor signing it into law. Louisiana has a bill that has passed the Senate and has the support of the Surgeon General. That's millions more. And then separately from that, 60 communities with over 8 million people have already ended it in just the past 6 months in the United States. And right now we have over 100 communities on our tracking system that are debating pulling it out separately. So we're talking just in a matter of months, tens of millions of people are having it removed from their drinking water. And so what percentage of that? I mean, in the United States, I think there's close to 200 million people with drinking fluoridated water. And, you know, so that right now is, I mean, we're still talking, what, that'll be 20, 30, you know, when Florida ends it, we're talking like 30 million people. That's a good chunk. And what we've also been told, and I haven't said this anywhere else, is, you know, one of the largest water districts in the United States, representing over 20 million people, has said that they're on the brink of ending it now. And that'll make worldwide news. So what you're seeing is at the Wall Street Journal, I just talked to a journalist from there yesterday, as he called it, the unraveling of water fluoridation. That's what we're witnessing right now.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Fro, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, thanks for your time, Stuart. I apologize if I missed in the beginning. Are you a doctor?
No, I'm executive director of an organization that represents and has many doctor members, but I'm not a doctor.
No, I appreciate that. Thanks. New Hampshire's an absolutely gorgeous place. I believe that's where you come from. I'm not sure why we have American delegates presenting here today, but since you are, what would your feeling be if I were to render an opinion on sort of the public health or any other public policy in New Hampshire remote?
Oh, if you had good evidence to share, I'd be absolutely happy to. I've worked in the legislative world for 20-something years, and we hear from experts at the New Hampshire legislature constantly from out of state. You know, I'm here because citizens of Regina asked me to attend because, you know, we brought the lawsuit. I mean, we've been working on this. For 25 years, it's our anniversary. So I'm coming here. My children are protected. We drink fluoride-free well water. So my children are protected. So I'm here looking out for your children and for your community.
Thank
I
you.
just gave up 7 hours of a vacation day.
Yeah, well, I want to acknowledge the time that you spent, and also thank you for adding the context that you were asked. Certainly, I appreciate if Regina residents asked you that you availed your time. Last question, is Florida generally considered in the United States to be a sort of a mecca of best practice, independent, unbiased medical science?
I mean, sure. I mean, you guys are probably buying, or most fluorosilicic acid comes from Florida. So, I mean, it's like, I mean, where is that even coming from? The Surgeon General of Florida said this, the Surgeon General of Louisiana. So, you know, or you, I know, is this a gentleman who likes to talk about experts? I mean, the former director of the National Toxicology Program, Linda Birnbaum, is even calling for an end to water fluoridation. The editor of JAMA, the doctor, said he wouldn't even give fluoride to his pregnant wife if she were pregnant right now. So there's plenty of experts calling for an end to water fluoridation, and you forget that 98% of the medical experts in Europe have called for an end to fluoridation. Most of those countries have actually passed resolutions banning it decades ago. So those quote-unquote experts calling for water fluoridation right now are extreme radical outliers, because very small portion of the world fluoridates, and most of the world deems it as a poor medical practice and unethical and potentially harmful.
Thank you for your time today, and again, I want to acknowledge the fact that if Regina people asked you to come, thanks for dedicating a big chunk of your day to doing that. Have a great day.
I appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor Fro. I don't see any further questions, so thank you, Mr. Cooper, for calling in today. You can log off. Thanks for your presentation.
All right, take care.
Okay, just a brief procedural item. Can I get a motion to extend, or sorry, the motion to continue the meeting? Councillor Sickles, thank you. Seconder, Councillor Rasevich, thank you. Okay, and I'd like to call upon Delegation DE 25-107, Karen Spencer. Karen, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
You're a little bit quiet. Can you just say just talk a little bit more, just see if it comes up in volume.
I will speak up. Is this better?
Yep, that's better. Perfect. Okay, so I'll get you to introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, which city or town you reside in, and you'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you will have the opportunity to respond to any questions City Council may have for you. Go ahead when you're ready.
My name is Karen Spencer. I am not representing any organization, and I live in Leominster, Massachusetts. I was invited to testify today by my Canadian colleagues. I initially resisted because I respect the sovereignty of Canada and felt I did not have the appropriate post-nominal to insert myself so far afield. However, I was advised that Regina allows testimony for those of us who are south of the border, and I do have subject matter expertise in science and policy, as well as having been part of the recent U.S. fluoride trial. My credentials are I am a retired analyst from corporate America who co-authored a 2018 peer-reviewed paper on the effect of bias in fluoride science with Canadian dental scientist Dr. Hardy Lineback. I also used my skills to create an annotated bibliography of about 200 studies published since 2015 that document fluoridation is not only harmful to consumers, but also has a cavity reduction benefit somewhere between clinically inconsequential and imaginary. That bibliography can be found at fluoridelawsuit.com. I sometimes say that my claim to fame is I'm the woman who got Erin Brockovich to publicly oppose fluoridation in a 2015 letter I drafted that was also signed by appropriately credentialed persons, including the president of the American Academy of Environmental Medicine and David Matthews, one of the top 50 American trial lawyers with expertise in medical malpractice and environmental law. But and perhaps the most value I bring to any conversation is that I am willing to talk about the harm caused my family by fluoridation. Those effects began during my second pregnancy. I didn't realize it was the fluoride because it's easy to dismiss gastrointestinal problems, dizzy spells, and fatigue during pregnancy. Other symptoms were stranger, but my doctor shrugged and told me some pregnancies are just more difficult. When all those symptoms continued after I gave birth and also afflicted my children, I tracked their illnesses to the water. When I had the temerity in 1982 to ask my primary care physician if something in the water could be causing our ill health, the doctor jumped out of his chair and shouted at me, "Who put you up to this? Who sent you here? If one more person comes into this office complaining about the water," he knew. He knew that the bruise-like hives I showed him were a unique symptom that afflicts some women and children in the early stages of fluoride poisoning because Dr. George Walbach had documented it in his 1978 book, Fluoridation. But now I knew that I was not the only one who was suspicious of city water. Our health improved when I switched to a local spring water delivery service that used glass bottles. When that service ended, I invested in a multi-stage filtration system that was supposed to reduce the fluoride content. Our health got worse fast. Unfortunately, I contracted Lyme disease that same month, so I accepted the diagnosis of chronic Lyme for myself and CMV for my son. In 2014, with worsening kidney and liver problems, I began to consider suicide. I decided on a less drastic path. I bought and used bottled water for everything. In less than 2 weeks, all my symptoms are gone and have not returned. No more debilitating arthritis, no more intermittent kidney pain, no more inflamed liver, no more gastrointestinal issues, no more dizzy spells. Gone. Using my skills as an analyst, I found the public health controlled dose fluoride studies of pregnant women that documented dropping some test subjects because those women had acute symptoms that matched mine. The researchers advised fluoridation would be problematic for the allergic population.
Ms. Spencer, you got about 30 seconds left.
I found the work by Dr. Hans Molenberg and his associates that validated a portion of the population has an immediate acute effect when fluoridation begins, but many more develop problems over time because it's low-dose poisoning. I found the 2006 NRC report that said there are no safety studies for susceptible subpopulations, and it adversely affects thyroids, kidneys, livers, and guts.
Ms. Spencer,
I found studies
I'll
validating
get you to
that
close,
between-
Ms. Spencer, because we're running over time.
Closing, 2 sentences. I found studies that between 15 and 25% of the population are likely to be sickened from low-dose chemical exposure. As I said, I respect Canada's status as a sovereign nation. My ask is that Regina respects the personal sovereignty of its people and not use city water to involuntarily dose them with a chemical that will cause misery and disease.
Thank you for your presentation. I appreciate that. I'm going to just check and see if there's any questions for you. Seeing none, I'm going to thank you for calling in today and your presentation, Ms. Spencer. You can log off. Thank you.
Bye.
Okay, we also have communications on motion MN 25-4. Can I have a motion to receive and file communications CP 25-42 through CP 25-118 as well as CP 25-120 to CP 25-124? Councillor Fro, and a seconder. Councillor Bezo, thank you. I'll call the question. Any opposed? And carried. Okay, with that, time is 5:05. We are going to take a dinner break before we come back. So we'll be back. Is everybody okay with 30 minutes or do we need 45? 30 is good? Okay, we're going to target 30 minutes. We'll be back at 5:35. Okay, we'll call the meeting back to order. So we're now going to consider motion MN 25-4, reconsideration of fluoridation of Regina's water supply. And I will ask Councillor Bezo to introduce his motion. Go ahead, Councillor Bezo.
Oh, hang on a second. I gotta get, just give me 1 minute here. Give me some technical stuff to get back into the motion. Okay, do we go through the whole thing or read the whole thing out, or are we just introducing the motion as is?
You're yeah, you're just introducing as is, and then we'll get a seconder for it.
Okay. Okay, I'd like to introduce motion MN 25-4, the reconsideration of the Regina's fluoride water supply.
Okay, can I get a seconder? Councillor Rasevich, thank you. Yeah, so Councillor Bezo, back to you. You can comment, or if you have questions, you can begin.
Okay, thank you very much. I do have questions for administration on particular design of systems at this point. So through the chair, I'd like to ask administration, particularly from the Regina Moose Jaw water treatment plant coming to Regina, are there any communities that our main branch line feeds water to?
Okay, I'm just going to let, before you get into answering that, I'm just going to get Mr. Doney to introduce the other folks so everybody's aware who's on the bench there, and then you guys can answer that. So go ahead, Mr. Doney.
Through the chair, I'll just give a bit of a introduction of the topic here. So we're here to obviously to discuss a motion that introduced to reconsider the approval of community fluoridation program and to delay the purchase of equipment needed to add fluoride to the City of Regina's water. The City of Regina administration takes advice from the Saskatchewan Health Authority for health-related decisions. As such, to my left is a couple lefts is Dr. Madu, the Medical Health Officer for Saskatchewan Health Authority. To his left is Professor McLaren from the Department of Community Health Sciences at the University of Calgary. To my right is Ryan Johnson, President and CEO of the Buffalo Pound Water Treatment Plant. And behind you we have administration, Carolyn Kaleem, Director of Water, Waste and Environment, Shelley Wellman, Manager of Environmental Services, and Jennifer Johnson, our Deputy City Manager of Tourism and Communications. We'll have some information to share either now or later as far as both SHA and Dr. McLaren.
Okay, maybe we'll go, I know Councillor Bezo had an initial question.
I'm good with sharing the information first.
Okay, let's start with that then. Thank you.
All right, through the chair, I'd like Dr. Madu to provide his expert opinion on community fluoridization, and then we'll ask Professor McLaren to introduce herself and provide her background and a quick overview of her work. So, Dr. Madu.
Thank you, through the chair. My name is Olarewaju Medu. I'm one of the medical health officers with the Saskatchewan Health Authority out of the Regina office. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss the benefits of community water fluoridation. Fluoride, a naturally occurring element, is found in soil, water, and living organisms. It helps prevent tooth decay through slowing mineral loss of teeth and reversing this loss and reducing harmful acids produced by bacteria. Adding fluoride to public water systems has been one of the most significant public health interventions this past century. It has led to a notable decrease in tooth decay rates. It is practical, it's cost-effective, it's equitable. It addresses dental issues that can affect quality of life, especially in children. This intervention began in the 1940s, and since then has been endorsed by professional organizations, including Health Canada, the Public Health Agency of Canada, the World Health Organization, and the CDC. In Saskatchewan, it is supported by various organizations, including the Ministry of Health, who support the recommendation of a fluoride concentration of 0.7 milligrams per liter in drinking water. The benefits of community water fluoridation include tooth decay reductions, and this has been noted since the 40s and when these trials began in Brantford, Ontario, which demonstrated significant reductions in tooth decay. More recent evidence from Calgary, which has been alluded to variously during the earlier sessions, which I wouldn't rehash at this point. There are also improved health outcomes. Reducing tooth decay leads to better overall health, fewer dental issues, improved school performance, and these benefits extend into adulthood. In short, it is a life course intervention. It is equitable. It's an equitable public health measure where the benefits for all ages, and it offers benefits for all ages, all socioeconomic backgrounds without relying on individual compliance, and thus addresses that equity gap that may exist. It is safe. There is no evidence that has been demonstrated at optimal level of 0.7 milligrams per liter, linking it to neurodevelopmental issues. The economic benefits of community water fluoridation is also well proven. In 2019, a Credit review showed that for every dollar invested in community water fluoridation, the returns on investment could be as high as $135. However, there have been recent publications that have recently linked fluoride levels to decrements in IQ levels, and this suggests adverse neurocognitive effects. This study by Taylor et al., published in JAMA in 2025, does have a few concerns. There is a high risk of bias in this study, and some of the issues it was discussed within the hierarchy of quality of studies. Systematic reviews and meta-analysis are at the top of the pyramid. However, meta-analysis also do differ. The best case scenario typically are meta-analysis of randomized controlled trials, where you are able to vary and isolate the subject on the study and essentially be able to determine causation. Earlier, there was a comment about association and not causation. A randomized control trial addresses the causation question. However, these are meta-analysis of observational studies. There is a well-respected ranking system, the GRADE criteria. That is grading of recommendations, assessments, development, and evidence out of McMaster University, which has become the gold standard for ranking evidence. Observational studies by default start out as low-quality studies. So when we are essentially combining observational studies, we're beginning from a place of decrement. Needless to say, this study was a meta-analysis of observational studies, which are generally seen as low quality. Of the 59 studies that were analyzed, 47 had a high risk of bias. And with this high risk of bias, it does raise the question, should we actually combine those studies together? And more importantly, are we able to essentially extrapolate the findings from those studies to our own scenarios here? It is instructive that the study considered areas where there were fluoride levels as high as 4 milligrams per liter. Now that is about 6 times higher than what it is recommended. So when we're combining the rationale for combining studies that are 6 times as high and studies that are 0.7, that is not likely going to be something which we can extrapolate to our own findings here. There are also comparability issues. Comparing studies from high-level countries to low-level countries. That mixing essentially will skew what it is, the findings that will result from this. One of the other methodologies used was point-in-time estimation for the spot urine. And spot urine as a measure has been found not to be the best approach. Rather, what is recommended is a 24-hour urine collection. A spot urine it doesn't provide a complete picture of what the 24-hour collection is. Finally, the threshold values, which I alluded to, 0.7, and some studies included as high as 4 milligrams per liter. Now, that said, the study in itself ultimately found that at 4 milligrams per liter, there was some evidence of neurocognitive impacts. At 2, it was also present. At 1.5, it was not found. It was not a statistically significant find, which in a sense meant this was not any different from what you could find, which could be attributed to random chance. So if at 1.5, which is the top end, it doesn't exist, at the recommended levels of 0.7, then that level accounts for all the risk and the benefit. And it is very carefully calibrated to show that maximizing the benefits and minimizing the harms that may exist. Some of the other comments that have been mentioned was the Health Canada review. A touch on the Health Canada review. The conclusion was that there was insufficient evidence to establish a health-based value for neurocognitive related values at the recommended level of 0.7. What they also said was that they established at a level of 1.5 was the point of departure from where they began, where additional studies could be found. In essence, that is consistent with what has been known and what has been documented over the years. In conclusion, on behalf of the SHA, we appreciate the opportunity to speak before Council and use the opportunity to reaffirm our support for community water fluoridation in Regina, as endorsed by Council in 2021. Community water fluoridation offers proven benefits for individuals, populations, and the broader healthcare system, ultimately benefiting the entire community. The public health team at the Saskatchewan Health Authority endorses the initiation, and we are available for further questions. Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Doney.
Through the chair. Thank you, Dr. Madu and SHA for that introduction and overview. And I'd just like to ask Professor McLaren to give an overview of her research and some good background.
Thank you. Go ahead, Professor McLaren.
Thank you. Good afternoon or good evening. My name is Lindsay McLaren, and I'm a professor of population and public health at the University of Calgary, with interest and expertise in population-level approaches to prevention and their effects on the health of the population, including social inequities in health. I started studying community water fluoridation in 2011 when Calgary City Council voted to stop adding fluoride to our drinking water. Since then, I have researched various aspects of fluoridation, both locally in Calgary and nationally. I am the principal investigator of a study that has come up today in the deliberations, which was designed to examine the implications of fluoridation cessation on children's dental health in Calgary via a comparison with children in Edmonton where fluoridation continued. That work contributed to a 2021 Calgary municipal plebiscite and city council vote to re-implement fluoridation in Calgary, which is forthcoming. Thank you.
Thank you.
Through the chair, thank you very much for that, Professor McLaren. And so me and my team are available to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, so maybe we'll start. Do you want Councillor Beasley to introduce his question, or do you remember the question?
I think I've got it, but go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to rephrase a few questions. I've got a few questions to ask. Thank you very much, panel, for being here today and giving us some other insight on fluoridization. Pertaining to the doctor from Sask Health, the question is, we've sat here and we listened to a lot of delegations. The federal government provides guidance, but they don't provide anything other than guidance. Sask Health provides guidance, but why isn't the government, if you're here on behalf of the provincial government, why isn't the provincial government taking lead on this and saying, we will regulate this to this amount? Why is it always regulate, or we're not regulating it, we're just providing guidance? Why isn't the provincial government actually regulating this?
Go ahead. Thank you. Through the chair. Maybe I should state up front, I am not here on behalf of Sask Health. I think Sask Health and Saskatchewan Health Authority are two different entities. The Ministry of Health, which would be Sask Health, that is provincial. The SHA is an independent, it's an organization, a creation of the government of Saskatchewan, and so my responsibilities are local to residents of Regina. And so I am speaking as a public health expert and not as a government of Saskatchewan employee in this instance.
Okay.
So okay,
go ahead, Mr. Doney.
Through the chair. So our water system is regulated by the provincial government, the Water Security Agency, and if communities choose to add fluoride to their water, the Water Security Agency regulates how much fluoride you should put into the water.
Okay, so not the health department.
Through the chair, the Water Security Agency sets those regulations, and they're informed by multiple factors, including Health Canada and other health experts.
Okay, thank you. Another question that I have, just on systems and engineering design and mechanics behind the system that we're putting in. We're putting in a system with probably, I'm going to make the assumption that we have a PLC for a controller. We're going to probably have a chemical injection pump. We're going to probably have some other systems in there, solenoid valves, that in my experience in engineering, everything is prone to failure. We can build some safety into this thing, but we also have the potential of having a system fail. Could you comment on the surety that the system will not fail and overdose beyond the 0.7 milliliters?
Go ahead, Mr. Doney.
Through the chair, or through the mayor, I will start, and then I'm going to ask Mr. Johnson to give some more details on how he operates the Buffalo Pound water treatment plant to ensure our drinking water is always safe. And so yes, engineering controls are all about managing risk, and so we have to ensure controls are in place so we manage that risk, whether we're talking about adding fluoride to the water or adding chlorine to the water. So I'll just ask Mr. Johnson to give an overview of how the plant operates to manage those risks, and then in particular how the fluoride system will ensure that we manage those risks in the future.
Go ahead.
Thank you, through your worship. So we have our SCADA system. It's that we utilize for almost all our control systems for the plant. We're actually currently updating it to a DCS system, and what we're designing right now, we're working with the design team, is to have a system that would be running off a DCS system, which is basic SCADA, and we have online monitoring, which is constant, so we have continual monitoring of our feed systems. And the system Regina would be getting if it proceeds is designed differently than Moose Jaw's. Moose Jaw's right now is based on the pump rate. We have to take into account that there's natural fluoride in the water coming from the lake, and so we target at 4.7 milligrams per liter with the natural fluoride that comes out. So it's always changing. There's slight modifications done every few seconds, but it tries to get it pretty close to the 0.7 as an output. So those are the checks and balances. We also do lab analysis. With City Moose Jaw, who does use fluoride, we do weekly tests, even though we're only required to do quarterly, and just to do confirmations that we know where the system is. As far as checks and balances, though, so it's a SCADA system is operating. It is monitored. It's continuously checked. The operators will then have to do their calibrations, ensuring things are together. When there's an outside deviation, then the alarm will go off. The system will shut itself down. Then no water will leave the facility that doesn't meet. And the pipelines to the cities, or Moose Jaw in this case, and Regina, if Regina goes this way, is also a buffer that we can use to purge the line if something actually left the plant that we had to deal with. We have that an extra layer. So we have multiple barriers that we use, but you're right, it is not impossible that something could happen. Every system does have a ability for something to go wrong, but we have enough checks and balances in place that if there's a problem, it's dealt with within minutes. And when we're talking about dealing with average 100 million liters of water per day, that's not that's not a lot of impact.
Okay, so we do have a probability which is addressed through engineering controls. What about the handling of this chemical? How do we handle this chemical? Because I read through the MSDS sheet, it's pretty nasty stuff to handle, and also there's all in the MSDS sheet for disposal. It says specifically through publications about getting into waterways. So how do we control that once we have the fluoride go through the water treatment plant? How do we prevent this from going to the waterways?
Thank you, through Mayor. A lot of it is concentration, dosage, and fit for purpose. So when we buy HFSA, it comes very, very concentrated. Then what we do is we will take it from the main, we'll use Moose Jaw as a case because Regina's system is still being designed. But you'll have your main tank, then you have a day tank, and then it's diluted to the point where it's injected in the system. So the HFSA that we use right now for moose jaw, it's diluted by a factor of about 310,000 times. So it comes in as a 23% concentrate, but it's diluted down about 310,000 times, so it gets down to that 0.6 milligrams per liter. That's injected into the system, and that's what goes in. So a lot of the SDS sheets are referring to is a concentrate. In concentrated form, HFSA is a hazardous product. You have to use PPE when we handle it, and it's a hazardous product. But when you dilute it down for the fit for purpose for what we inject in the water, that itself is safe. We can handle that. There's no issue. But when you're talking about the concentrated HFSA, yes, that is something that's no different than our chlorine gas. Our chlorine gas is hazardous up to the point where we're utilizing it and injecting into the water.
Okay, thank you. So, so the solution to pollution is dilution. I get her. And a couple more questions to the chair, more for the question around the Cities Act. What does our Cities Act particularly say about potable water, and what is responsible of the city?
Ms. Williams?
Thank you, through the chair. So as Mr. Doney alluded to, I think earlier in his response, potable water is obviously a responsibility of a municipality, but it's a highly regulated. It is a permit is issued by our water security agency that that's issued by the provincial government. That permit then gives us sort of the framework in terms of what our expectation is in terms of what has to be met for that potable water to be considered safe. We, as a city, as a municipality, are required to meet that very high threshold that's put in place with respect to the safety of that potable water, and we have consistently done that. So no matter what is added to that water, we would still be required under our legislation and under that permit to be able to meet the safety requirements of providing safe water into our community and to our citizens. And so if you add fluoride to that water, we would still be required, even after adding that, to meet a very high threshold to make sure that that water meets the threshold that's set through our permit from the Water Security Agency to be sure that it's safe. And that's essentially the duty of care that we're owed to the residents of the city.
Okay. As I read through the Cities Act myself, it says potable water. We've heard a lot of delegations today that stated fluoride is now under court cases, so precedence has been set that fluoride is now a medicated product, but I don't read anywhere in the Cities Act that it says anything about providing medicated potable water. It just says potable water. So is there a difference, and what advice would you give to council now that you know that there's court cases saying that, you know, we have a risk here? And there's court cases out there about you know, shutting down systems.
Through the chair, I have not been asked to do any legal research with respect to current court cases in Canada with respect to fluoridation, but I'm not aware of any in Canada. I'm aware of the U.S. case that that some of the delegations have mentioned. In Canada, I'm not aware of any court cases that actually list fluoridation as a medication. It's a mineral. It's not listed as a medication in Canada. It's not regulated as a medication as far as I'm aware in Canada, and I am not aware of any court cases that have actually listed it as an actual medication.
Okay. I got a question around the water system network again. Between Regina and Moose Jaw, there's a few communities that have branch lines that tap into the water supply. We've got Pence, we got Belle Plaine, all the way across the valley. Disley, I know that's all the same water systems out there. If we're going to be injecting this chemical at the Regina Buffalo Pound water treatment plant, like you're suggesting that we're going to inject it, have we went out to our fellow RMs and the fellow communities, our neighbors, and told them that we're doing this? And did we get a authorization to chloride or to fluoride their water as well?
Mr. Doney, go ahead.
Through the chair. So as mentioned, the Buffalo Pound water treatment plant is really a regional water treatment plant, and I'll ask Mr. Johnson in a second to talk about the Moose Jaw side of things from his knowledge. For the Regina side of things, the pipe does go from Buffalo Pound Water Treatment Plant all the way to the city of Regina and provides drinking water to some communities along the way. Some of the more significant communities from a size perspective is Pence and Grand Coulee, but there are smaller communities also. We have not engaged with anyone regarding the fluoridation in water, whether that be residents or RMs in the surrounding area. And just for context, I'll ask Mr. Johnson to provide a bit of information about what happens on the Moose Jaw side, as we're all coming from the same water treatment plant.
Thank you. Through your worship. So the city of Moose Jaw has about 13 water co-ops. So what they do is the city of Moose Jaw then resells water to smaller, generally clusters of water users. They also sell water to Sask Water, who then resells it to Karen, Port, and Mortlack. So those are 3 bigger communities that come off that. And to my knowledge, I have no idea how the city of Moose Jaw requires, if they have to do a water sales agreement includes that or not. I'm not sure about that.
Okay, that's one of the concerns that I would have too if we're doing this for Regina. We're affecting other communities that have not provided any input or feedback to this. So that's another concern. The other concern is on the Aboriginal side, our duty to consult, how we talk to the Aboriginal communities about this.
Mr. Doney, go ahead.
Through the chair, as this motion came forward in 2021 as a motion from council, which was approved, and then now it's being reconsidered, the administration has not done any engagement, including engagement with the Indigenous community.
Thank you very much. That's a lot of questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Bezo. Councillor Fro, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, I have a brief statement and a couple of questions. I knocked on roughly 5,000 doors during the election. Not one person asked me to spend time revisiting fluoride. They asked me to focus on roads, taxes, houselessness, real. But here we are taking a whole day, spending thousands of public dollars to do that. I do want to acknowledge that many care deeply about this issue, and many of you are in the room today, and so I respect you for being here. But are we going to reconsider every decision we don't like and take the time and the money to do that? In the lead up to this vote, I stated I would listen to science and public officials, and because of this, I've been inundated with messages, some very troubling. I've been told by those opposing fluoride, not all, but by some, that I should prepare for the Nuremberg trials, which is how Nazis were prosecuted. They were hung. This is what happens when we don't trust science, and we give airtime to partial or misinformation. I wish everyone could read some of the messages I've had. Some are fine, but some are honestly concerning. And that is the consequences of what we're doing here today. Debating science at City Hall is absolute lunacy. This motion and what we're doing contributes to an overall erosion of trust in our public institutions. Now, if I were to spend thousands of hours required to be a chemist or a doctor, I would be one. I enjoy playing basketball, but playing senior men's basketball makes me no more fit to play in the NBA. Does Googling fluoride make me a chemist? There's simply such thing as expertise. We have it in this country, we have it in this province. So it's possible that we can do our own research. We can, and we can become a relevant expert one day. But doing personal research usually doesn't involve running the relevant studies and experiments. Most of the time in this world, in our country, we have to trust experts. And we have to trust the experts in their related fields, that they did the research themselves, they were ethical, and their dabber wasn't fabricated. Most of the time, the experts are the one that put in the work, study at the best institutions, and dedicate their life to their trade. This motion today references a lot of things, but neither the process or the motion respectfully stands up to criticism or any cursory scientific rigor. But since we're here, roughly 9 hours in, I guess I do have a couple of questions, and I'll direct them to Councillor Bezo, please. Councillor Bezo, I have a lot of respect for engineers, and you're one. What would your feeling be if I, as a non-engineer, rendered my opinion on the structural integrity of a bridge, or perhaps offered my stamp of approval on the safety of a new office tower being built? What would your feelings on that be?
Well, speaking from an engineering perspective, you're correct. You know what, we have to trust the engineering professionals. We've also heard a lot today from two sides of the equation, both sides being presented today, one for fluoride, one for anti-fluoride. The question really comes down to is, do we trust the science? There's a lot of indication, a lot of records, there's a lot of notes, and there's a lot of studies out there that provide evidence that there is a growing concern. As elected officials, I think the question really has to be is, we have a federal government that's not regulating this. We have a provincial government through the Saskwater that's not regulating this. We sit around the table for the past 9 hours, and I think we owe a duty of care to our citizens to actually invest time into our citizens and listen to their concerns. The question really comes down to, as elected officials sitting here in the city of Regina, do we have enough information from everyone to say, inconclusively, this will not harm anyone? We've heard a lot of people that could get harmed and have been harmed from this addition of this chemical and this neurotoxin. So we really have to ask ourselves, we don't do it now. We haven't done it since 1905. The question is, why are we doing this? And why should we proceed down this path since most of the world is moving away from it? So we're sitting in a situation and a dilemma that we've heard from people from, I'm going to say, virtually around North America right now. People are moving away from it, but we're moving towards it. So the question is why?
Yeah, respectfully, I don't think that was my question, but I have a master's in political science, not engineering, and there usually isn't two sides if you're not an engineer. You're usually not eligible to render opinion as a non-engineer. So if it's not acceptable for me to decide what bridges are safe, I don't think it's acceptable for anyone to question our relevant public health experts that are here today that have given their opinion. Councillor Bizo, I've heard you say we're spending too much as a city. You take great pride, and thanks for doing it, by the way, in fiscal responsibility. So I'd like to talk about dollars and cents a bit. Today's meeting, by conservative estimation, staff time will cost tens of thousands of dollars, likely well over $50,000. Are you in favor of us spending public dollars every time there's a decision we don't like and holding a meeting like this?
Well, I would say from looking around the room, we all get the same paycheck regardless if we're here for 1 hour or if we're here for 10 hours. Most of the people that are sitting in this room, except the delegation, are here on salary, so there's no overtime consideration. So it's part of the regular workday at this point. The people that actually have cost time and money are the people that are sitting in the gallery and have taken time off work or paid out of their pocket to be here. So the cost to the city, yeah, there's a cost to the city of doing this. We've had costs incurred of putting this motion forward. We also have costs of putting a system forward. The system itself is $2 million plus, the operational cost of $300,000 a year. By my estimation, if we took that same amount of money and put that in towards the water reserve fund in order to rebuild the system for just safe drinking water in the future, we would have $25 million down the road when this plant needs to be rebuilt. So yes, it's worth the time to have $25 million investment by not putting the system in.
Thanks for your answer. There's of course an opportunity cost as we talk about this and not talk about fixing roads and potholes. Of course, for every $1, well, I should take a step back. We have been told that this will cost $1 per person per year. For every dollar we invest into it, we're likely to receive up to $98 in return and save public health costs. I also respect the fact that you talk a lot about one tax dollar, right? The resident doesn't necessarily delineate between public and, provincial and city. Would you be in support of raising the mill rate to provide door-to-door support for vulnerable families that aren't able to visit a dentist, might not have medical coverage, or perhaps are in crisis, aren't able to do that? Regardless maybe of what level of government, are you in favor of increased cost to provide that level of care? Should we go down the road of individualized fluoride application?
Well, I'm going to say it's a very good question, and the question really has to be put back with another question is the city is not responsible for dental care. It's not responsible for health care. We're responsible for parks, infrastructure, roadways. So it's a realm that the city wouldn't go down regardless.
Point of order. This is becoming debate.
Yeah, we are in debate right now. So, but I will say I think.
I don't think you're allowed to do that.
Yeah. So, but I will say, let's carry on.
No
I think positions are pretty clear at this point.
Sure.
But
I can wrap up with the final statement. Yeah. And so, first of all, I respect all of my colleagues here. I respect your positions. I respect you, Councillor Bizo. I felt obliged to ask those questions. I will note that the vast majority of the papers referenced in your notice of motion Notably, the slight reference actually draw the opposite conclusion from your stance. More the Health Canada review you stated indicate that Health Canada is in fact not changing the recommendation. Of course, the JAMA study referenced today has been systemically disproven. But here's the thing, and in closing, every day we do things for the benefit of all. We may not like wearing a seatbelt or getting vaccinated against smallpox or polio, but we do it. We do prenatal care. We don't smoke inside. We do it for the benefit of all. Every day, we trust science. We have to. It's how society works. We trust what drugs are approved or medical procedures are okay or the safety of the food on the shelves. We don't engage everyone on their opinion. Sometimes unpopular things are also the right things to do. Society erodes when we start trusting expertise. So I'm not an expert. Unless I spent the thousands of hours to become one, I will not be a biochemist. I will be basing my vote today entirely on science and the recommendations of the officials in this room. I appreciate the time to say my piece.
Thank you, Councillor Fro. I'll go to Councillor Radens.
Hi, thanks. So questions, I'm just wanting to confirm with administration, in terms of the municipalities that are from Moose Jaw to here, that they did not agree to have fluoride in their water, or we haven't checked with them to do that, correct?
Through the chair, that's correct. We've got some water agreements with everyone that we provide water to, and in those agreements, we don't guarantee quality or quantity because that's how the agreements are structured. But to answer your question, we have not spoken to any municipalities or RMs about fluoride in water.
Okay, and so, so some of us are quite new around this table, and in learning, okay, so when a study is done or we want to make a decision on something, we ask for a report and a study to be done up until a certain time frame to be for administration to come back, let us know, and then we make our decision from there. And so I'm going to go back to August of 2021 when the motion was put forward, and no disrespect to prior council by any means, there wasn't a report put forward, correct?
Through the chair, that's correct.
So in those reports, I seem to recall the titles of consultation with the community. And so what I'm hearing, if there wasn't a report put forward, is that that wasn't done. Equally, one of the other titles is Indigenous consultations. And I know around this table, people have brought up Indigenous consultations. If we want to respect the people that are in our community, do we not think that it is important to have that conversation? Because when 10 people preconceived, signed a motion to put forward without doing that, then the due diligence to the people and the respect to the taxpayers, as you so eloquently mentioned, it's thousands of dollars for us to sit here for this day, on this day, to go over this stuff. Again, some of us have heard this argument 3 times, okay? So there was enough people that reached out from the community that have said they do not consent to fluoride in their water. They do not want fluoride in their water. We have dismissed them, not once 4 years ago, but now once again. So I think that this is an important factor, that we need to have that done. And I kind of feel like I'm not disputing science. That's not what I'm saying here. What I'm disputing is the process in how we got to this day, today. And so I guess my issues are we disrespecting? We say, oh, truth and reconciliation matters. But does it? Because I frankly don't think that we actually are putting our money where our mouth is when we say it's important to respect the people in our community by hearing what they're saying. So let's go back to the plebiscites, 4 times 4. First one was 1954, where it was a resounding, the community voted against fluoride in our water. Again in 64? I can't remember the dates, I gotta look it up. Last one was 1985, where there was a lot of people that voted, over 50,000 people, and 30-some thousand voted against it, and 25. So I mean, hey, you folks got a petition out there going on. Well, we need 10% to say that you don't want fluoride in your water out of this community, which equates to 27,000 people. So I guess we just need to figure out, are we going to respect the people in our community or we're not? Experts are experts. I won't dispute the science. But there are many here who say we respect the people in our community. And so they made a decision that they wanted to speak today.
About 20 seconds.
And it's their dollars. And so, yeah, we sit here because we are elected. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Radens. Councillor Rasevich, go ahead.
Yeah. Through the chair. I'm going to go back to Councillor Froh saying how many doors he knocked on. Well, I knocked on a lot of doors too. And the first question I asked people, well, hey, what's your concern? And a lot of times I knew this was going to come up. And I asked them straight up about fluoride. And the majority of people I knocked on doors did not want fluoride. You know, so we can go back and forth. And should we revisit this? Yeah, we should revisit this because when I ran, I thought we were fixing roads or moving snow. I thought we were looking after the city. I didn't think we were going to be medicating people and putting things in there. There's a big difference between wearing a seatbelt and putting something in your body. So, you know, we can argue that too. And I personally, and that was the message I got from my constituents was, hey, you know what? If you want some more fluoride, you know, brush your teeth, go see the dentist. And, you know, we got a federal program for, I guess, for children now. So parents can take their kids to the dentist and get fluoride. So get their teeth checked. And we can put programs together, I guess, as a city to look after the most vulnerable. I spoke to some of the delegates. He's nodding his head. We could put a program together without fluoridating water for the most vulnerable. Maybe we'll buy some toothbrushes, we'll buy some toothpaste, we'll put some programs together, and there we go. So I got some, I guess I do have some questions. I guess in terms of FSHA, what types of impurities are in the FSHA?
Through the chair, I'll ask Mr. Johnson to give some background on the product that is proposed to be used.
Thank you, through your worship. So in the process from the SDS sheets, basically what they're saying is it's about 22% is HFSA, the rest will be mostly water. They do talk about, I think what you're getting at is the up to 0.02% of heavy metals such as lead. But again, when you look at the dilution factor of what's in there, that is becomes less than 1 part per billion of heavy metals, lead, or what have you. In the manufacturing process and refinement, so I know I heard a lot saying it's not refined. It is actually just done. It is further refined to meet NSF 60 through distillation and through filtration for ion exchange. So there is more to it, but they still have, and they have to report that there's potentially up to 0.02% of other things in it. With experience from Moose Jaw, when we look at the product that we're using, we've never found any heavy metals in it because, again, by the time you do the 310,000 time dilution, there's nothing there. But when you buy it in a bulk, yes, that whole tote full of highly concentrated HFSA, you would find up to 0.02% in it. But again, by the time it gets into the water, it is so highly diluted that we can't detect it.
Okay. So only lead?
Lead or other heavy metals. So heavy metals is a wide range of things.
Okay. So there are some.
But again, undetectable.
Okay. Okay. I guess my other question would be, so just to the health officials, I guess. So could you explain to me why most of the world doesn't use fluoride, and why, I guess, in Canada and the United States, we have huge areas not rejecting and not wanting fluoride?
Who would like to take that one? We'll go here, then here. Go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you very much for the question. I think a few things. Why a number of other jurisdictions not using fluoride? In some instances, they get their fluoride, as was noted, from other sources. So that addresses it. 2, there are instances where you have naturally occurring fluoride, which also accounts for that. 3, you have other areas where there are systems which essentially they're able to provide additional care to most, which is already built in within their system. And perhaps the structure allows them to essentially be able to do that. Now, to some of the concerns that you have noted that has been raised about the health concerns around lead, and saying, okay, well, we have evidence that shows. I would say that we have 80 years of evidence that shows that fluoride is safe. 1952 and I believe 1955, Saskatoon and Regina. That has shown that. So the question is this. One of the issues that is usually discussed in terms of, okay, well, causation. There is this theory called the Bradford-Hill criteria of causation. There are a number of things that are stated there. One of the things that happens, okay, well, A must happen before B, granted. But 2, specificity. Does A cause B? Is it only A that causes B? So it was stated, IQ decrements. Is it only fluoride that causes IQ decrements? I would say no. So to that point, to say that it was only fluoride that caused it, that would essentially be wrong. Now the other part is this: if we have 80 years of history, does that presuppose that the IQ levels in Saskatoon, in Edmonton, in other municipalities that have been fluoridating are significantly reduced relative to areas that do not? The Australian study, which was also published in late 2024, showed that there was a 1.07 statistically significant odds of increased IQ performance. So that is a direct control. It controverts what essentially is being said. To the point that is being made, when we also look at it, okay, well, saying, is it biologically plausible? It isn't. At 0.7, it is just not biologically plausible. We have the evidence that has shown. So if anything, these studies are, okay, well, studies that have been published in the last maybe 20 years, and in areas which, as I noted earlier, have high naturally occurring fluoride. It also doesn't describe as much of what happens within the social context there. But in our own setting, where you have 80 years of history, where you have proven evidence, where you have areas that, okay, well, you just don't see the difference. We have essentially natural experiments occurring in our country that we can look at, which will give us confidence about the safety of what is being said. Now, what dental fluorosis, again, is it said that the rate of dental fluorosis in Saskatoon is higher than in Regina? Is that what is being said? By the concerns that are raised today, which are valid, which I do respect, but the history and the evidence just does not bear it out. So we have that, and if we want to go with a retrospective study design, it's a natural experiment. It is very, very beneficial. One of the other things that was mentioned, there were references to prevention of a one-quarter carry in a quarter teeth. Here's the thing. in prevention, in public health, you're talking about the prevention paradox. The prevention paradox, essentially, there is a population benefit, but when you reduce it and you go reductionist and you look at it at the level of the individual, it sounds as though it's inconsequential. But for the individual, so it assumes that each individual is going to have a quarter carie in one teeth. There are some kids who would have 5 teeth and some will have perfect dentition. It is for that kid who will have multiple caries that that these interventions are being put in place, not for the individual. It assumes that, okay, well, each individual is going to have a quarter carie in each teeth. That is anything but true. There are people who are disproportionately affected, and it is for those people that we are essentially, that this would be of benefit. It is a leveler. It essentially brings everybody to a base that everybody is able to essentially, it's almost as though it were an escalator, that everybody is able to compete on a front. It was stated, having targeted interventions. So first, we have to look for where those problems are. We need to identify who those people are. Where are the resources going to come from? This is one of those, it's an equitable measure that affects everybody. Fluoride, it's getting a bad rap. Chlorine, iodine, they are in the same group. These are all the same, these are all halogenated metals. Chlorine, what do we use chlorine for? It is used in our waters. Iodine, what is it done for? It's used for thyroid function. So essentially, these are safe elements, and as such, in calibrated doses, there is minimal risk to the individual. So I think I will stop. Thank you.
But would you not say that if I had somebody else come up?
Oh, sorry. I think there was another comment if you wanted to hear Councillor Resvich.
Sorry.
That's okay. Go ahead.
Through the chair, on the topic of certain places not fluoridating and that being used as a reason that we should not fluoridate either, that reasoning is problematic because it strips out the context. So as an example, a colleague and I published a systematic review on all instances where communities had stopped community water fluoridation and evaluated the implications of stopping community water fluoridation. And in our review, we found 3 examples of places that stopped community water fluoridation and tooth decay did not get worse. And the reasons were very clear in all 3 cases. So these were all in the early 1990s. One was East Germany, where after fluoridation was stopped, fissure sealants were publicly paid for all children. In Cuba, after cessation, all children received fluoride mouth rinses fortnightly. And in Finland, all children received fluoride tablets post-cessation. So it very much depends on the context. In contrast, in Calgary in 2011, the decision to cease fluoridation eliminated the only form of primary prevention we had for a preventable health problem. Dental care services at the time were in the private sector and very expensive. So it's reasonable in that kind of a context to predict that fluoridation would play an important role. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Resvich, back to you.
Okay. I guess, again, I'm not a researcher. I don't know. Are you a researcher?
I am.
You're a researcher? She is.
She's a
Yeah, you're a researcher. But, you know, again, just like Councillor Fro is asking other people if they're researchers, well, it's hard for me to sit here and, I guess, challenge a researcher, obviously. But it's not, in my opinion, to speak on behalf of 240,000 people and what they put in their body. Putting a seatbelt on is different. That's not going in your body. So I'll just kind of leave it at that, and if I have some more questions,
This is your chance to ask. This is your chance.
Okay, this is my chance.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if you want to ask questions, ask them now.
Okay,
Yep.
okay. But I still don't think, you know, again, we got, most of the world does not use fluoride. And okay, I'll just leave it at that.
Okay. Okay, I'll go to Councillor Mancinelli. Go ahead.
Thank you. Kind of mentioned this is my 3rd time through this debate. took an oath to try to approach always with an open mind, and I've really tried to do that today, and I tried to learn something as I went. One thing it caused me to look up to double check to make sure. There was a number of metals, PFAS, and other chemicals listed as dangerous byproducts. I think it was really well answered by Mr. Johnson. But I just thought I'd also point out that our water is regularly tested, and the results are posted on the City of Regina website. Many of these substances are tested for parts per thousand, and the testing's ability is parts per million to detect. And we test over and above regulated substances for other dangerous substances that haven't been tagged or regulated yet, and report back to that on the public. And I'm proud to say that looking at it, we're nowhere near any danger level on any of those substances. And thinking forward to what can happen from change, I also think we'll have good measurement should this change come through. The first question I have is for the Health Authority representative. We have the same water treatment plant treating two different communities from the same source for 50 years. Do we have any data on the differences for oral health between those communities or costs for oral health?
Thank you, through the chair. So, thank you for that question. The SHA, and prior to that, before we went regional, the health authorities, there is this every 5-yearly dental survey that is done across the province. It's a screening program that is done in grade 1 and 7-year-old kids, grade 1 and 7 students. The data from the last two screening periods, that is 2013-14 and 2019-20, currently the 23-24 data is currently being analyzed. It showed that children attending schools in communities with fluoridated water in Saskatchewan had significantly fewer cavities and tooth decay. It also showed it was reflected in the lower DEFT, which is decayed extracted filled teeth for primary teeth, and the decayed missing filled teeth for permanent teeth scores compared to students in non-fluoridated communities. This finding was found not to be due to random chance. The p-value was less than 0.1. So this means that it is highly unlikely. This is perhaps one of those where you can attribute it in large part to community water fluoridation. So, and again, prior to this, having a conversation with a colleague of mine who works in northern Saskatchewan, I believe in and around of La Ronge has community water fluoridation. Whilst the rate of dental caries within the La Ronge area, it is about half what exists in surrounding communities where there is no community water fluoridation. So whilst we may say that the data from Saskatchewan is heterogeneous and that we're mixing a whole lot, we're different because essentially you're looking at numbers from as far flung as North Battleford to Teesdale, but in northern Saskatchewan, that is a more homogeneous community. So when you look at that and say, okay, well, presence of fluoride is associated with lower rates of caries, coupled with the published work of Dr. McLaren, it buttresses the fact that, okay, well, community water fluoridation is an effective intervention.
So instead of having to look across the world for answers on whether this is effective or not, you have the data from with our own province, from our own lived experience.
Yes, sir. And
the kids in Moose Jaw are faring way better than the kids in Regina for decades now. Is that what you just told me?
Based on fluoride, through the chair, from the effect of community water fluoridation, they would be expected to have lower rates of dental caries.
Okay. I would say the whole IQ test could be tested between Regina and Saskatoon, but we just win because of genes here, so that's not really a fair sample rate. Sorry, I couldn't resist. I guess, once again, you know, I appreciate the advice given from Saskatchewan officials. I note that we've heard a lot about American thoughts, but does anyone have any information on Windsor? Windsor seems to have gone through something between 2013 and today. They flip back and forth. They seem to have data for oral surgeries. I thought maybe a researcher. So I'll give you the backstory. In 2013, Windsor voted out fluoride. They took the money, they put it towards a program for providing people with oral health care, like we've talked about a couple times in the meeting, that we could kind of throw together. And by 2016, 2017, it was the exact reversal of the decision. due to problems with children's teeth, healthcare, and oral surgeries. And so that's recent Canadian data, and I just thought I'd bring that into the debate. Out of all the people, no one really talked too much about Canada. A little bit about Calgary. Appreciate the information about Northern Saskatchewan. I tried to look into things, I didn't find that myself. I've also mentioned that the dangerous components are being accounted for. And one more thing that mentioned is the handling of fluoride and fluoridated water and the dangers behind it. We just went through a toxic spill report not even a week ago, a couple days ago here in council, and repeatedly there was warnings of toxic spills of potable water. So I think that some of the people who have presented information today are somewhat fear-mongering for how things are presented in the data they receive. Mr. Doney, I think you answered to that report. Am I explaining that right? Like, that's a toxic spill when it's potable water. We drink it all the time, but someone spills it into a storm sewer and it becomes a toxic spill. Why is that?
Through the chair. So yes, as mentioned last week, we went through a report focusing on our wastewater and stormwater system. And so when our potable drinking water gets into our surface water, it has chlorine in it. And so it needs to be dechlorinated so that it doesn't have an impact to the aquatic life in the creek. And so that's why it's classified that way when it's in a different situation, a different environment. So we dechlorinate when we have water main breaks, so we ensure that we protect the health of the aquatic habitat.
Thank you. So I took this position trying to represent my community, trying my best to listen and be wise and gain any wisdom offered to me. There's been lots of talk of a legal liability behind this decision. I know we have council representation, administration here. I'm just wondering if you have any thoughts on that repeated reference. I have nothing to go against over this, so am I putting myself in a legal risk by making a decision today?
So I'll just ask, is that something that if we were to receive legal advice, would we want to do that in camera briefly? Yeah. Okay, so I'll ask if anyone's opposed to going in camera to receive legal advice on that question. Is it, can I get a seconder for that? Councillor Sickleys? Okay, we will briefly go in camera. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll get folks to take their seats, please. Okay, we'll call it back here. Just to be clear, we received confidential legal advice and no decisions were made. So we are back to Councillor Mancinelli. It's still, the floor is yours.
Thank you. That was my last question to be asked. I guess, as I said before, third time through the decisions, so I know that people really, really care about this decision. I respect the passion behind it. On the flip side, I've paid a lot of taxes to the Government of Canada and to the province of Saskatchewan. They've provided me with officials and experts, and they've given me advice. I've looked across Canada to see how we've handled things in our circumstances, and Calgary, Windsor, those are strong cases for me, basing my decision, and I think they've kind of led the way to how I'll vote today. So thank you for your information. I appreciate it very much, and thank you to the delegates today for bringing your words to the council. I've really tried to pay attention. I really appreciated the warning on the different types of fluoride available, and being aware to look for what could change in our water, and making sure that our water agency is on top of measuring for those things. I think that's knowledge that I didn't pay as much attention to ahead of this meeting, and thanks for making me pay more attention. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Councillor Turnbull, go ahead.
Oh, hi. Thanks for being here. We're in the unusual position where we're being asked to make sort of a health question when you're in a better position to do it, and have more than networks to do it. So I wanted to ask, and I've been trying to follow the SHA values in this thing, a little bit about patient and family-centered care, and about the compassion values, and how when health decisions are made with the SHA, do you not bring patient-family partners to your meetings and value community input when you do make decisions?
Thank you, Go ahead, Chair. Yes, the views of patient-family partners are valued, and so that is one of the approaches, because in doing that, it essentially also you're hoping to get cooperation and get the views of the persons for whom you're designing the intervention. If I may take some liberties, I think to that point, I would say you and the rest of council are the patient family representatives in this instance. So I would think your views are being sought, and it's a case of, okay, well, the information is being provided to you, and you are essentially also providing feedback. So I think using that example, I would say that threshold has perhaps been met.
So I guess I'll just reword it. I just kind of wanted to explain to my fellow councillors how important the SHA values community input, and how every experience I've had with the SHA, which is a lot, has been very compassionate, and your values: compassion, accountability, respect, equity, and safety, and just how it isn't just dictative or dismissive, but whenever I've dealt with the SHA, it's always been so sympathetic and valuable of patients and family-centered care. So is there any way you can explain that to my councillors, how important engagement is?
Thank you, through the chair. I think engagement is certainly great, because it affords you an opportunity to hear the concerns of persons for whom you intend to provide an intervention or a set of interventions. It serves as it may be one of communication. It may be an opportunity to exchange ideas. It may be an opportunity to allay fears. It may be an opportunity to say, okay, well, this is what the options are, and this is what the option is, and hear the concerns and seek to find perhaps possibly a common ground or a middle ground to address it. In some instances, if that is the option, there are instances where we're not saying this is, so to the issues of community water fluoridation, it is absolutely, I think the evidence is strong. I believe the evidence is strong in this. A number of questions were raised earlier and saying, okay, well, between fluoride washes, fluoride rinses, which one was better, topical or oral? I think it's not simple as an either or. I think ultimately it is a continuum, as was stated earlier. However, one has a lot more upside to it. And so to that point, within the realms of community, of patient engagement, i.e. if you're making that extrapolation to community engagement, it's about, okay, well, what is the benefit and what is the drawback? What we have tried to do today and in providing, and the other responses that have been provided, is, okay, well, looking over time, looking back over the years, what is the evidence? What is the evidence in other areas? What is the evidence of risk? What is the proof of harm that we have seen? Are there any concerns with some of these concerns? Absolutely. We read things differently. I think of notes, one of the papers, in the Taylor paper particularly, for example, it said in the abstract, it said at levels of 1.5, the risk of neurocognitive damage existed. However, that is not what the paper said. And what was the headline? The flashing headline was even at 1.5. So again, you're looking at it and saying, okay, well, perhaps it's a case, let's look at the details, let's look at what it says. The other part, one of the other papers which looked at fluoride and thyroid function, that also there is no evidence based even on the authors of the paper. The RSI paper as well, that evidence, it's quite an exhaustive review which was published, and I did do my best to read through the paper. And in that piece itself, it went, so the detail again, it shows that, okay, well, dental fluorosis was the only thing, and that was at a 1.56. So to your point, I think we have enough evidence. We have enough evidence of safety, we have enough evidence of effectiveness, and it's perhaps now saying, okay, well, sharing that evidence within the patient, i.e. community engagement, through you to members of our community, of our city, as to what the concerns are and what the facts are about this.
Okay. I think so, like there's the different levels of engagement. So there's engagement where you're actually trying to come up with a solution, but there's also just engagement for the sake of interacting and educating and earning trust. And like public health must be built on trust and respect and culturally approachable engagement. And another thing that I think the SHA has been doing really well lately is those the focus on the indigenous element and the truth and reconciliation. So I have to commend that. And in this particular process, Shobna said a lot of it already, but it's been more the process of this, about people feeling dismissed, community not feeling like they matter, and even having to come to here to make their 5-minute pitch to really say that they have an opinion or that they matter. And I think that part is been the biggest part of my journey with this reconsideration, is making sure that moving forward we can learn lessons on how we can do things more properly, having administrative reports and the indigenous consultations. And I do have, especially given Canada's history of forced assimilation and systematic racism, like I just don't think we can assume trust all the time. We have to earn it. And we didn't have that feedback, and we still have, and we still must. So I think you have to involve marginalized groups in health decisions, even if it's not allowing them to make the decision, but like involve them and engage them in the decision. And so I do want to introduce a tabling motion. Can I do that?
I'll get the clerk to speak to that. Go ahead.
Through you, Chair, the tabling motion wouldn't be able to be moved at this time.
Okay.
It would have to wait until we get to the vote to reconsider. And if the vote to reconsider passes, then a member of council at that time would be permitted to move a tabling motion if they wish.
Okay, so this would be after the reconsideration? Okay. I'll just go off for now.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Burton, go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. So first of all, fluoride is a highly contentious issue. I do want to thank all the delegations for coming out today. I know you're here because you care. Thank you. We will receive feedback as a council no matter the decision. Choice is often brought up in this debate. We all consume many chemicals involuntarily that are approved by the government. Phosphoric acid is one I'll pick. A pop can. Carbonated water, number 2, phosphoric acid. It's in soft drinks to barbecue sauce. Phosphoric acid is poisonous, especially in concentrated forms. It can cause severe burns and damage to the body if ingested, inhaled, or contact with the skin or eyes. It can lead to serious gastrointestinal damage and in severe cases, death. While generally safe in low concentration, high levels of phosphoric acid in soft drinks, for example, have been linked to increased risks of dental erosion and kidney stone formation. Almost every chemical is dangerous in a drum. Fluoride is described as a toxin, a neurotoxin, and a carcinogen. I also noticed that alcohol is a toxin, a neurotoxin, and a carcinogen. From years of personal research, I can attest that alcohol drops IQ way more than suggested by fluoride. I assure everybody today that I'm fully IQ'd up and I don't want to ban the sale of alcohol. You can always find another study in opposition, so the question is, who do we rely on for guidance? The city relies on a regulatory agency, the Water Security Agency, who relies on their own research, the Saskatchewan Health Authority, and Health Canada determine safe levels. Health Canada supports community water fluoridation as a safe, cost-effective, and equitable public health practice and is an important tool in protecting and maintaining the health and well-being of Canadians. The Canadian Dental Association supports community water fluoridation. 75 Regina dentists and their society expressed their support for fluoridation. The Saskatchewan Health Authority Dental Steering Committee emphasizes their support for and the appropriateness of the City of Regina continuing with their plans. The public health team at the Saskatchewan Health Authority endorses water fluoridation in Regina. Around Canada, cities with fluoride, we got Saskatoon and Moose Jaw in the 50s, since the 50s. Halifax, Ottawa, Toronto, Edmonton, Winnipeg. Calgary is about to reintroduce fluoride. Based on the overwhelming recommendations from multiple levels of health authorities in Canada, I will not be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Burton. I understand there's a bit of a miscommunication with Councillor Turnbull. So Councillor Turnbull, I'm going to go back to you for your last minute that you had left there. So go ahead.
Just have a minute?
Minute, 7 seconds left, yeah.
Okay, as a medical mom and a city councilor, I've listened to many stories that echo my own, and I've seen firsthand how complex, flawed, and involving medical science can be. I have no reason to doubt people's health stories, and I didn't know how politically charged fluoride is. I've learned firsthand in the past months of the varying perspectives and how confusing that can be for people. I belong in a club no one wants to join, the Medical Complexity Club. It's where systems fail, science shifts, and answers aren't always clear. Believing a system always gets it right is a privilege not everyone has. My heart is so empathetic, and I expected to find more people with documented issues, because there's a lot of fear and anxieties, but there's little supported proof. Do I think standards can be wrong? Yes. Do I think that I can determine good science from bad? No. Should a municipality defy provincial or national health care policy? No. But fluoride in the water reduces cavities and creates better community health, especially for the most vulnerable. It's proven and measurable, and fluoride sensitivities exist too, and we haven't studied them enough. What I found was that anxiety is mistrust and a system that many feel excluded from. I've been on a journey of challenging my own perceived bias because of my personal experience, but I do have an ethical obligation to vote based on evidence and health authority recommendations. I have empathy for those who are trying to make change, and I think this isn't the venue, and at City Council, we're not the experts to be challenging our
10 seconds left, Councillor.
I hope people feel heard and valued, and I will try to move an amendment for more engagement. This is a very heavy decision for me, and I've taken every conversation to heart.
Thank you. Okay, I'll go to Councillor Flores. Go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair. First, I also would like to thank all the delegates for taking the time for being here. You have been here all day, and it speaks to your passion about this issue. But from what I've heard and the evidence that has been shown to us, we established that community water fluoridation isn't a new debate. I think that is why it's also very charged. It's been at it for many, many years, but it is established public health science, and it is backed by decades of evidence and recommended by virtually every major health authority, and that evidence has been shown here today. From what I've heard from the experts that we have here, it is a proven tool to improve dental health, especially for children in communities facing health inequities. And that includes Indigenous communities. Consultation with those communities was brought up, but that reminded me of how the TRC, and that reminded me of Call to Action 19, which explicitly demands that we work to close gaps in child health outcomes. So given the evidence that was presented to me today and that call to action, I feel like it would be irresponsible of me to not support something that, based on what I've heard today, closes those gaps. So this is tough. As Councilor Fro mentioned earlier, it is quite charged. I can't lie and say that this makes me very nervous because I've had a few not so nice interactions with people who are passionate about this topic. And I understand and I empathize and I fully respect that. I do. But at the end of the day, I think it is, as we've all established, none of us around this around this circle are experts. So therefore, I can't even say I've done my research because I'm not qualified to do the research. But what I have to do and what is the responsible thing for us to do is to listen to the experts in these fields and listen to the evidence that they have shown us. I think that's really important. I think that's how I would base my decision, because outside of that, I can't pretend that looking at studies would give me anything else. Right? Like I just have to trust that the bodies that we have put in place to regulate these things are giving us accurate information. And the reason why I trust that is also because that information is never stagnant. I have seen that evidence evolves with time because new information comes and our standards change. So that gives me confidence in those systems. So I will base my my decision in those in that advice and evidence that was presented to me today, and that's why I cannot support this reconsideration motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Flores. So I don't see anyone else. So before I give it to Councillor Bezo for to close debate, I'll just say my piece. I've been listening all day. I respect everybody that's come today to speak on this matter. I am not an expert on this matter. I will rely on our local experts for my decision on this matter. If the information changes, as Councillor Flores said, then my decision would change as well. So with that, I won't be supporting this reconsideration. And with that, I will look to Councillor Bezo if you'd like to close debate.
Thank you very much through the chair. I think we've sat here, we listened to a lot of subject matter experts. First of all, I'd like to thank everyone that came here today, presented, whether they're kind of for or against it. It drives a lot of passion within our community and a lot of contentious issues and a lot of positives as well too. But I'm going to thank you everyone for coming here today. I think we've heard everything we needed to heard from this debate, and I would just like to close and move to vote.
Thank you, Councillor Bezo. I am going to go to the city clerk she would like to provide some clarifying comments before we go to that.
Thank you, through you, Mayor, for the benefit of the procedural advice that I had given when Councillor Turnbull was speaking about wanting to move a tabling motion. I had indicated that after we conduct this vote, that any member of council would be permitted to move a tabling motion at that time. The piece that I missed was that you would only be able to move a tabling motion pending the outcome of the vote on the reconsideration. So when the reconsideration vote is put forward, if it is lost, we will move to adjournment. The meeting will be over, so there wouldn't be an opportunity to move a tabling motion at that time. If the reconsideration motion moves as carried, meeting members are in favor of proceeding with reconsidering the decision of August 11th, then at that time, if a member of council wished to move a tabling motion, they would be permitted to do so.
Thank you, clerk. We will, so with that, I'm going to just read some clarifying information on what we're going to do and what the vote will land on, just to make sure everybody's clear. So procedurally, we will consider Councillor Bizo's motion and I'll just talk about the first part. There would be three parts, but the first part we'll talk about, and that is the motion was to direct administration to adopt a program of community water fluoridation similar to the one currently followed by the City of Moose Jaw and in accordance with the norms established by Health Canada, and approve the said community fluoridation program to start once the upgrades to the Buffalo Pound water treatment plant are completed. So in part one, it'll be to vote to reconsider its decision made on August 11th, 2021 pertaining to item MN 21-7. So I'm just going to go through what that means to make sure everybody's clear. So if you think, yes, I agree with the original August 11th, 2021 resolution, then you do not want to reconsider the motion on the screen and you would like to upheld, you would then vote no against the motion. If you think, no, I do not agree with the original resolution, or maybe I want a different outcome, then you would vote yes or in favor of the reconsideration. Is everybody clear on? If you're not clear, put up your hand. Councillor Rasevich? So if you would like to reconsider, if you'd like to reconsider the original outcome, then you would vote yes. Okay, if you would like to stay as is, as the original August 11 resolution was, you would vote no. Okay, does anybody else need further explanation? Okay, so with that, I will ask the clerk to call the vote. Councillor Trimble, we're just waiting on yours.
Through you, Mayor, the motion to reconsider is lost. Those voting in favor of the reconsideration are as follows. Councillors Radins, Bizo, and Rasevich. Those voting against are Councillors Mancinelli, Fro, Burton, Turnbull, Sickles, Flores, and Mayor Bashinsky.
Okay. Thank you. Can I have a motion to adjourn the meeting? Councillor Burton, seconder. Seconder to adjourn. Councillor Fro. Thank you. I'll call the question. Any opposed? And carried. Thank you.